presenter. Big long beard, big black temper. Bullet sender, man don't wanna see bullet sender. This kind of image they can't render. Deaf don't care about any gender. Big number, Simeon expensive jumper. This money make man feel younger. My squad rough like big pumper. Bow, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man a G to the. Real bad boy, man a G to the end. Bow, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. P Money and Hamdi, them again. Seen them before, one see them again. Top man's crowd can't see them again. Gal at the front, one free them again. Real bad boy, man a G to the G to the. Real bad boy, man a G to the end.
Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link to the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link to the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Never come down. Coming up and I'm gonna take off. Wide eyes every time that I land. All night till they turn the lights on. So high I can never come down. Coming up and I'm gonna take off. Wide eyes every time that I land. All night till they turn the lights on. So high I can never come down. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link to the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link to the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link to the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for. Keys, phone, wallet, passport, double check, then link to the airport. Head to club, go straight to the dance floor. You're gonna give me everything I ask for.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 of Masters London here at the Copper Box Arena. The future of Valorant is on show today. We got 2 matches, 4 teams, and a whole lot of cracked aimers. I'm your host Victoria, joined by Minnie and Billy and Bambino. You're looking a little different.
Yeah, you know, cut my hair rapidly. Of course, it's me, Bambino, once again. I'm back on the world's shortest desk. I'm the only one who's tall enough to manage here. So
I was going to say, he's looking a little tall.
Okay,
no?
This is big time. The Pacific Analyst, ex-Global Esports, get off the box.
I'm on my real height, yeah.
This is the real height. We're actually, to tell you the truth, all of us are on boxes right now. This is actually VCT's shortest desk collectively. But welcome, big time. Really happy to have you here. I see you're supporting your twin brother today.
Yeah, I got the FUT jersey on. You know, I think you got to have that family pride. I got to rub it. Even though Pacific is in my heart, I feel like I was raised in Pacific. I think family has to come first. I had to get the jersey on for today.
Oh, I love the loyalty there. Now, for those of you who are watching at home, Masters London will also feature Shot Call. It's our live Twitch extension that lets you predict what happens next during the broadcast. It's available on desktop via the Twitch extension, so get it. You get rewards if you predict right. We're going to do map predictions, clutch predictions, and Achilles usually wins these things out, so see if you can beat him and get the rubbish title, I guess. That's the way to go with this here. Yeah, it's been a fantastic event so far. Yesterday, we did have a 2-0 situation, but, you know, it kind of went along with the predictions, I think, for the majority here. But as we always have at VCT Masters event, we usually have some cool stuff happening around outside. So let's check in with Frankie to see who's hanging out at the Fan Fest.
And then can I also get
Jake, thank you so much for letting me just basically steal your job, because I've always wanted to sell merch, because surely you get to keep some of this, right?
It's what I sell. I have to wear stuff to sell it. People like seeing how it fits, what it looks like on you to sell. So I might get to keep it at the end if I'm lucky.
Maybe you get to keep the little wingman. Also, I'm amazed at how the wingman is staying on Jake's shoulder. It's like a little parrot, like you're the Long John Silver of Valorant. But apparently there's a trick to this, right?
It's a little magnet. Little magnet under my shoulder, under the clothes.
Like this?
Right here.
Can you just pop it underneath?
Pop it under.
I've genuinely never seen this in merch before, but I'm
and
actually
it stays on
obsessed.
lovely.
I feel like this is like proper tube attire. This is the kind of thing that makes people happy on the underground in London, like dogs and wingmen. What about other merch? What are people particularly liking so far?
We've got plushes which are selling well. My favourite thing is long sleeve. It's
This
great.
is what you're
fit.
wearing right now?
I've got it on now, yeah.
100% cotton, by the way, guys. You won't be sweating in this thing, even though it's got long sleeves. And then also, I have to say, I like the Tacti Bear, okay? It's been packaged up so it doesn't get scuffed, because, you know, it's sacrilege to take it out of the packaging, guys. Just take off this and then keep it on your shelf in your office. Hopefully there'll be one left over for me at the end of the event. Jake, I know I'm interrupting you on the job, so I'll let you get back to selling these, but hold one of these back for me, yeah?
I will do.
Really cool merch out there. I see you're sporting a little wingman on your shoulder, Minnie.
Wow.
I usually don't like him, but
No,
it's
so cute. Look at the way it's sitting on his shoulder. Isn't that so sweet?
You should get one more for the other shoulder. I think that would look fantastic. Yeah, a little wingman on your shoulder there. That activation is happening outside our VCT Masters venue. Now, let's talk about maps, okay? Typically, there's one team, maybe 2 teams that dominate on certain maps historically. So let's talk about King of the Map. We're gonna rank the orgs, the teams here on each of these maps. So let's start from left to right for Ascent.
This is just for the Swiss map pool too. So Ascent, I think the obvious answer to here is Lev. I think they're probably the best team at the tournament on that map. It's extremely unpopular, but the way they're playing with all the traps and the chamber setups, I think is beautiful.
All right, Lev. Okay, that's fair. You guys,
Yeah,
No disagreement.
I hear it. I mean, I think there's an argument for Turkish Ascent. You know, I am wearing that jersey, but I think Lev is a very solid choice.
The bias is coming in already.
It has to. That's why I'm here.
All right, Mr. Bias.
Breeze.
What do you think of Breeze?
I'm taking over the bias once again. This is global esports every day of the week. They're the only team running that stage. I think they're innovative on the map, and I think up until that grand final, they looked rock solid on it. So I'm hearing no arguments. This is a global.
I mean, I would go for NRG personally. I think their harbor usage, the post plants and retake understanding of the map is beautiful, but I'll let you have it.
For those of you who don't know, Big Time was also the assistant coach for Global Esports, so there's so much bias happening.
There's no bias. There's no bias.
All right, Fracture. Fracture?
Okay, I'm going to go with no team deserves it. I don't think there's a single team that's impressed me in this Swiss stage. I think at the event, I quite like Heretics, but if this is Swiss only, I think the map's come back into the pool and people seem to have forgotten how to play it. You need to push out the map a lot.
But they're a playoffs team, so we can't even put Heretics. I think right now it is quite literally a case of someone prove to us that you're good on Fracture. Hopefully we get to see it today.
Yeah, well, I would have said PaperX, not Heretics, but okay.
Yeah, but they're good at every map.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Okay, so no one for Fracture until proven otherwise. Let's go into Haven then. What do we have for Haven? I know you love Breach, so maybe a team with Breach Mini.
Yeah, of course, Breach. My hot take here is DRG. I know a team that people think is going to lose a lot, and maybe they do, but I really like their Haven. I think the Waylay understanding and the pushing out of the map and gambling on defense, I think DRG Haven's pretty spicy.
Okay. All right, well, you
I don't know what you believe. I think there's good theory there. I think we get to see it in full potential, though.
All right, let's move on to Lotus. I think normally I would put XLG.
After yesterday, maybe not so much.
Maybe a little nervous yesterday. What do you guys have for Lotus?
I'm coming in swinging with the bias once again. This is full sense through and through.
Yes.
Since they swapped back to, now they're playing the Jet, the Raze in combination. The map looks so fluid for them, and it's big enough for Cruz to be able to call effectively. I'm thinking full sense every day here.
Yeah, I think Cruz understands the limitations of the comp too. Just sending it quite a lot and just overrunning teams of the composition looks really good. I agree with that one.
Well, are we going to put them on Pearl as well then?
No. We're going to put Vitali on Pearl here, I think.
Gotta get some EMEA in there.
Yeah, we have to get some EMEA in there. I think that they just understand the theory of this map so well. I think specifically on that defense as well, their macro looks great, the little micro plays that they have set up as well. Yeah, I think for me, I'm putting Vitali and Pearl. They're also flawless in it in their region domestically.
EMEA Pro is very strange though. We'll have to see how that plays out.
It is very strange.
I think it should be full sense, but okay, we're going to stick to Vitality. Split, also bias, or maybe not. I would also put an APAC team like Global Esports. What would you guys put?
We were having a discussion about this. I think it was Leviathan that we kind of wanted to put in here. Mini kind of mentioned the double duelist composition that they play, the fact that they're playing a Phoenix on that map as well, trying to play against that teams have struggled with. So I would stick Leviathan on there.
All right, Lev it is. Yeah. Pretty good. I see 2 shows for Lev. That's a really good sign for the team, and they are playing today. In fact, let's look at the Swiss stage brackets and see how things are shaking out. Yesterday, we got to see XLG face NRG and Vitality versus DRG. Vitality looked so on form yesterday. I think this was the best form of Vitality I've seen in a little while.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see 3 aces come out from 3 individual players throughout that series. I think for China, it's looking a little bit tough. I think that in saying that, though, the kind of opponents that they had to go up against when we consider the people that are in this Swiss stage, those were probably 2 of the tougher opponents that they had to face. It's just unfortunate that it had to be on that very first day, because now they find themselves in a spot where they really need to win out these next games.
Yeah, everything is going to be on the line for them now tomorrow onwards. Now today, it's a very exciting day. We've got 2 Pacific teams playing today, and for the Mastercard fan poll, we kind of had to do it. Please vote on whether you think Pacific is going to go 2-0 today, or if it'll be a 1-1, or the most unlikely of no wins today. Big Time.
I mean, this is a no-brainer. Surely this is a slam dunk of a poll. My God, if O2 wins, I'm walking off the desk. I'm gone.
Wait, so what would you go for?
I think 2-0 is safe. I think 1-1 is acceptable.
Yeah.
And then I think 0-2 is ludicrous.
Yeah,
that's why the 1-1's acceptable. Okay. I can let that one pass, but 0-2, absolutely not.
All right, well, the first matchup of today is going to be including Full Sense, the Thai org. They finish second in Pacific, and it's the org's very first global appearance. However, some of these players are no strangers to the global stage, and I'm looking straight at Cruz and Jit Boys.
Yeah, I mean, Cruz has been there, done that. He's the guy for Full Sense. He's the father of this team, and he does so much work for them. But outside of that, I think one player I really want to highlight is Jit Boys. After a shaky kickoff, he was that IGL. He was on the Sentinel role. Cruz comes back in, takes over that mantle, and it's him that's forced to do that role swap. We see him move across to that Neon, and for the first time all year, we see him start to have some fun. He's bouncing around the stage on the Neon. He's playing the broken agent, and I think he is the one that's doing a lot of the sort of dirty work where he's putting himself in harm's way to make space for Primi and the rest of that fantastic support.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about that is that with this Neon nerf, is he going to continue that, or is he going to drop back onto that Phoenix? Because that Phoenix has looked great too. Maybe it's about letting Primi, the obvious man that we're going to be talking about a lot today, go in, and then maybe Jit Boys is just going to clean up whatever he has left, the scraps, so to speak.
We're seeing some footage here of Sushi Boys and Cruz, who have obviously been there since the very beginning when we think about global events in their time previously. In fact, we've not seen a full Thai player roster here since 2022, which is crazy to think about. And now they're here on this global stage once again with this Full Sense roster.
Yeah, this is huge for Thai Valorant to be here, going against a Turkish org, which we'll break down later. And there's one guy we have to talk about. We're all talking about him. It's Primi. So let's get into the Primi story time. Minnie, can you tell us who this guy is exactly and what makes him so cracked?
Well, I think he is the best player at this tournament. His aim is phenomenal, but his movement here, you can see, he's dodging and weaving around, he's tapping this crouch button. He is impossible to kill. It doesn't matter what gun he's using to. If he's got the rifle, he's got the operator, he is taking over the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's those little strafes he puts in. He's impossible to hit. This guy didn't come up from some academy team. He's a ranked player through and through. He was raised on the streets of Valorant, people. He learned this the hard way, and you can see it in his play. He has so much energy, and he's so unafraid to take those fights to you.
I think what's really great about Primi as well is that we're moving into a meta that really suits him when we see that Phoenix, when we consider that Jet. He is a primary Jet player through and through. So hopefully when he takes to the stage today, he'll be able to find that confidence knowing that we're moving into a meta that kind of fits him perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. Back when this team was on Talon, they had Primi on Sentinel roles. It was very curious about a lot of questions when he moves like that, he shoots like that, but you could see that Full Sense is really putting him in the most optimal position to destroy the other team. Now, even though he has a lot of words to say on the server, I have to say he doesn't have many words in interviews. So let's see how many words he had to say to Jen Lee in this interview.
Jen here with Full Sense's Primi and Itzara for translation. Now, Primi, today looks like it's going to be a firepower-heavy matchup. But what is your honest assessment of your opponents today?
คิวครับรู้สึกไงบ้างกับการเจอฟุตในครั้งนี้แล้วก็คิดยังไงกับทีมนี้ที่เรากำลังจะเจอ
ก็คิดว่าเป็นแค่ทีมหนึ่งครับผมแล้วก็เล่นของเราไปก็ชิวๆครับ
Well, I mean, they're just another team. We'll just focus on our game and everything should be fine.
How much aim diffing should we be expecting today?
คิดว่าคำว่า aim diff ในวันเนี้ยเราจะเจอเยอะไหม
เดี๋ยวก็รู้ครับผม
We'll have to wait and see.
Primi, you have to trash talk. But okay, good luck. Okay. Trash talk on the stage, okay? Okay, thank you.
That is the most Primi answer ever, I swear. Every time we talk to him, that's what he says. He's like, you just have to wait and see. And I'm like, can you stop saying that? Because we know what you're going to do. Talk your trash.
This guy winds me up, man. Somebody get him an ego, please. He's that good. He should be trash talking. I want to see more chirping from him.
He needs to learn from Sop. Like, Sop doesn't say a lot either, but the little he says, he's just like, yes, I am better than them. Like, he just does that.
I would take that. At this point, Primi, I would take it.
I don't know about that impersonation, I'm not going to lie.
It's like he's here on the desk.
Not kids.
All right, well, one thing we can definitely agree on, like you were saying, Minnie, that Primi is one of the best in the world, if not the best. But who do Primi and Cruz think will dominate Masters London? So they're going to rank who they think is the best, together with Tombas, who got to catch up with them earlier.
Hello and welcome to Crown the King. As you can see, I am joined by Primi and Cruz, and we're going to be taking you through a bracket of 8 players to decide who is the king of Valorant. That's ultimately what we're doing here. So, guys, if we could bring up the bracket. Cruz, once it comes up, I'm going to be starting with you, and I want you to tell me where you want to start in this bracket. Like, who is standing out to you as that's an easy slam dunk victory?
I'll probably say Rians and Neon. Like,
Okay.
obviously Neon he's new, talented, but like we haven't seen him done much, so I couldn't really say that he's above Rians at this point. For now, I'll have to say Rians.
Okay,
for sure.
That's fair. Primi, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you already know what one I want you to answer. There is currently your first matchup, which will be coming up, and someone's already starting to put your name in the bracket. I don't like that. Primi, who are you going to choose? Is it you or Sop?
I choose myself. I think Sop just play 1 year, I mean this year, and I play already 2 or 3 years, so I choose myself.
Okay, okay. Where should we go next? I'm liking the look of Khan versus Ethan. I think that's a real tough one. You got the two-time champ MVP facing off against each other. Maybe the best player from China, I think almost inarguable.
I think this is so unfair. Like, I think people overlook how important it is to have like an IGL. I'll probably have to give it to Ethan.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's an easy task to win 2 world titles. Yeah.
And then on the other side, Chronicle versus something, I think might be also, because again, completely different roles, but very, very talented players.
I'll have him answer this one.
Okay, what one are you going for?
I choose Chronicle.
Okay.
I think because he win a lot of trophy and yeah.
If HyperX were to win here, would it maybe change your mind?
Yeah.
Yeah?
If they win this master, I think change my mind.
Okay, so then it comes down to, well, do you know what? We'll go back to you, Primi, again. You versus Chronicle. They're baiting you into putting yourself. What do you think? Are you confident that you're a better player than Chronicle?
Right now, maybe no, but in the future, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. Right now, I choose Chronicle.
So you're humble. I like it.
Yeah,
Humble. I get you.
I'll
So then
give it
is the next one a bit easy then? Because one player always finishes second and the other one won 2 champions. So I feel like you kind of set this up that if you don't pick Ethan, you're going against your own rule.
Yeah. It's going to be. No, it has to be Ethan. But now the problem.
You've set yourself up here. So it's 2 champions worth more than 3 trophies. Should we go back and just put Primi in the middle? No. Yeah, there we go. No, I like that. I think it's an impossible question. Unless either of you have are you 100% on any of them, or do you just want to leave Primi as the king?
Yeah.
I'm going to just leave Primi as.
There you go. We've left Primi as the king. We have crowned the king in probably the weirdest bracket possible. Thank you guys. And yeah, what would your bracket be like? Let us know.
I think the end result was fairly where I would have landed. I can't believe he went against Kron. He was like, oh, Kron.
That's against the spirit of the game. You can't be dodging the question like that. I want the hard answers from Primi.
I think it's more like he knows that he hasn't done the things that these other players have done. Maybe if we just asked him, is he better mechanically, then maybe he'd be a bit more ego, but I don't know. Is he like that at all, or is he just always?
He doesn't seem to have much ego about him, to be honest. I want more ego from him. So
Yeah.
I think I respect, I think you have to put Chronicle ahead of him just from trophies, just from sheer international success, because that is what truly is missing from Primi.
And I noticed Cruz was picking Ethan there, and he has definitely a thing for IGLs. He said it back in Pacific, the team he wanted to face most was Fnatic because of Boaster, and that he feels that he structured his team, grew his team very similar to the way that Fnatic did.
There's definitely an empathy for any IGL. It's like coaches too, like we empathize with each other, we sympathize with all the hard work that goes on behind the scenes. Like there's a lot more that has to be done than just shooting and a lot more hard work. So I think that there's always going to be that bias towards it, and I would agree with him that the IGLs just matter so much.
Yeah, some teams just don't even have them, but on the teams that they do, they definitely do matter. Speaking of empathy for coaches, their opponent is Foot today, which includes a team coach staff that includes your twin brother in there. Now, Foot was on a struggle bus at kickoff, but they completely turned things around in stage 1, especially after signing Sop and Sociable, and they brought in a new head coach, Vlad.
Yeah, I mean, this really does feel like the new era of Foot. We're getting to see that proper Turkish Valorant that we've been long awaiting from this roster. Basically participating in those kind of contact plays and always looking to set themselves up with the duel. I think adding Sop and Sociable has been key to their success here, especially when you consider Sociable only just starting to IGL in Tier 1 whilst joining this team. Yes, he has experience when we think back to his Challengers time, but to be able to come out and do this in your Tier 1 is crazy.
Yeah, and I think some props for Coach Vlad coming in and just making it a simpler game. Just making it just double duelist firepower, all the good things about Turkish Valorant on display here. It's no longer the old school, boring EMEA Foot. It's now the exciting, dynamic, aggressive Turkish Valorant that we want to see.
Yeah, that's right. Foot actually has history at previous global events as a team, but only Yetajay was on that squad. But like you were saying, it was a very different look back then versus now.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. We've seen them make these changes all throughout time, and this is by far, like you said, Billy, this is the new generation of Foot, bringing in Sop on all of these younger players around it, and I think that is what makes them so scary, is that they're not beholden to the Foot of the past. They're trying to forge their own legacy, create their own name here internationally.
And you see it there. This is their first time back at the global stage because they missed all of the global events last year with that old roster. The first time that they missed champs since partnerships ever began. So I think last year, looking back at it, it did feel like a failure. There needed to be some sort of change coming into this year. And now we get to see Yetajay return to that global stage.
Yeah, Yetajay, this is a huge moment for him, coming back on this stage here with a completely brand new squad, coaching staff. So he's now the only player on this team with this experience. So how do we see this playing out here with, you know, you got rookies and then you got
Well, for Yetajay specifically, he feels like the emotional leader of the team. At least when you look at his cam and he's shouting as loud as he is, like you're going to presume that. And I think that that is great to have that player from that past, having that experience and be able to bring it to this new, young, firepower-heavy squad.
Yeah, in fact, Jen Lee got a quick chat with him. Let's take a look at what Yetajay had to say ahead of the match.
Here with Yetajay of Foot now. Welcome to Masters London, Yetajay. And you guys are going up against Full Sense today, and it seems like both teams have the firepower to win this matchup. And then I also see there are similarities when it comes to how you guys capitalize on the raw aim as well. So have you guys made any strategic adjustments to deal with Full Sense, or is your plan to double down on your strengths?
No, actually, we didn't have prepare for them like special. We will just to play our game. Of course, we did watch them, but we just care about us.
Okay. So play your own game.
Yeah, we will.
All right, thank you, and good luck.
That's sort of the attitude you need to have going into these kind of matches, is playing your own game. I mean, you've prepped for this moment and you just got to bring it onto the server. Now, one of the players on the team we've got to talk about is Sop. He's quickly emerged as one of EMEA's most exciting young talents, and you know, they say he's an aura farmer.
He definitely is an aura farmer. I think it's crazy though when we think about Sop's journey. Just a year ago, he was competing to try and even get into challengers in the first place. And then as soon as he joined that Turkish league, he only ever found himself in grand finals positions with the team that he was on at the time. Of course, he went on to win that Ascension as well and promote himself into VCT, but he wasn't actually eligible to play until this stage 1, where he actually decided to make the jump and move to this Foot team instead. Honestly, the guy just absolutely farms aura, and he is one of the players that we need to keep an eye out on for today. We spoke about Sayonara and glazed him yesterday. Sop is incredible. Look at this.
Yeah, my narrative for him is I thought he was going to come into EMEA and show a lot show to those experienced teams how to play a bit more of that firepower, fast APAC style. Instead, he just kind of beat them all. And now he's at the event. And I think the key thing to look out for him is how good he is at entering. His FKFD stats are unbelievable. He is making so much space and killing at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one who has to go head-to-head with Primi today, in my mind. You know, they have that 1-2 tandem of Sop with Zeus, but Sop is definitely definitely the big name to watch out for. Despite only being 18 years old, he doesn't play like it. He plays like he's been around Valorant a very long time.
Now, Billy, let's talk about Foot through the stage 1 process here. I think some people might make the argument that they've already hit their ceiling. What do you make of that?
I don't think so. I think that they managed to have a complete turnaround when you think about kickoff, right? Obviously bringing in this new roster with some fresh faces. They didn't win a single game in kickoff, right? And now we have this new roster coming in. We kind of already highlighted how they have incredible firepower, and I think that that matchup today, especially against Full Senses, was super exciting. They almost went flawless in their group stage, which has never been done by any Turkish organization in EMEA before, which I think was really important at a time where BBL had just come back from Santiago as well. Foot obviously being that historical name of the greatest Turkish org in our region, they really needed to be able to step up. So I don't think that they're one to be doubting today.
Well, they are playing against a Pacific team, and earlier we asked how you thought the Pacific teams would perform today, and the results are in. I'm very curious what it's going to be. It was going to be a 2-0, 1-1.
Oh, yeah.
And the people have spoken. They think it's going to be 2-0 today. They think Full Sense are going to take it home. And I think this is interesting because the first match is a little bit tough to predict.
Yeah, I think this first match is an absolute giga banger. I think both these teams match up so well in firepower, so I'm surprised it's so many in the 2-0, but I'm just happy 93% of people had Pacific winning, at least something today. I'll take that.
Yeah, I have it as 1-1. I think that Full Sense are actually going to beat the EMEA team, so a bit of a backstabber on my part today. I did want to ask, though, because we were talking about Turkey and Thailand.
Yeah.
You guys were saying that, like, that in APAC you consider Thailand a bit like how we consider Turkey?
Yes, exactly. In terms of raw firepower, they are one of the most underrated teams. We know in our region that if you have a full Thai squad together, it would be very dangerous. And then Full Sense made it happen. The rest of the teams definitely paid the price, which is why all the Korean teams aren't here, I think, today, thanks to Full Sense. So yes, I think it's quite an equivalent.
Yeah,
Would you say?
I think especially even if you look further down the pyramid, you look towards Tier 2, the kids from Thailand out there are so sharp. They're running that Tier 2 scene out there. It's similarly, the Tier 2 Turkish teams are also incredibly scary. We saw that coming through Ascension. So I think from a pure matchup perspective, it's so interesting how they're complete opposite sides of the world, but the Valorant has really converged.
Now, we were talking about which teams would be the best on each map. We got our map veto ready between Full Sense and Foot. Let's see what the draft is going to be.
Hello guys, welcome for the map veto. So today FS is the higher seed, so they're going to pick their side. So let's start with that.
Like Team A, Team B, right?
Yes.
We pick Team A.
Team A. And that means FS is banning the first map.
We ban Ascent.
FS bans Ascent, then
Okay, we ban Breeze.
Alright, Breeze is banned as well. So FS picks the first map.
Fracture.
Alright, Fracture is picked. Foot, please pick your side on Fracture.
Defense.
Defense. And your map pick.
Pick Haven.
Haven it is. Then side for Haven.
Attack.
Attack. Then we have Lotus, Pearl and Split left, FS banning first.
We ban Split.
Alright, Lotus and Pearl left, you are banning.
We ban Pearl.
Alright, then the decider is Lotus and FS picking the side on decider.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, let me give you a quick recap. We start with Fracture, Foot defense. Then we have Haven, FS attacks. And if we go to the decider map, which is Lotus, FS attacks. Everything correct?
Yeah.
Alright, good luck guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, results are in. Minnie, what do you make of it?
You saw Full Sense there taking a massive break there, trying to figure out what they're going to pick. And that's because Foot decided to ban Breeze this time around instead of Fracture. So Full Sense were a bit confused. Do they pick into that Fracture or not? Eventually they decided to. A map that earlier we were saying not many teams are good at. I think Full Sense are okay here. It's just they had to come in with a surprise pick here. And Foot might have had something prepared. Is this a trap?
On the opposing side, I feel like Foot banned that Pearl instantly, and it's no wonder why when they came to that. I think Pearl was kind of a map that they couldn't really figure out what their identity was just yet when we think back to how they played on it regionally. But I agree with you, Minnie. I think starting with this Fracture is super exciting because, of course, we don't really know what to expect from Foot coming out on
Yeah, they definitely want to, take that spot there on the Fracture King. So let's talk about predictions, where the broadcast talents are leaning into today's Preds. I believe as far as the desk goes, most of us are going for full sense, but Billy, you are, you're a Foot believer today.
I mean, so are Tom and Mitch. I don't know if this is some like EMEA bias coming through. Honestly, for me, like this was such a coin flip matchup, I think is fair to say the first one. I feel like the odds are pretty 50-50 when I'm looking at both teams. They're so fast tempo. I'm just excited to see who comes out swinging the most.
And Minnie, you're going for against your region today.
Yeah, I think map pool-wise, I think Full Sense have more to offer, and I worry a little bit about Foot's map pool. I think playstyle-wise, it's a 50-50, but yeah, in terms of depth in the playbook and just the understanding of these maps, it give Foot the advantage. Full Sense.
Oh,
Freudian slip there.
Sorry.
That's an EMEA Freudian slip.
Well, of course, we have to ask you, Pacific.
If I hide, can I not answer?
All right,
I'll take
We
Foot.
got to go to the stage. All right, we got Thailand versus Turkey, 2 regions with 1 philosophy. Let's see who's going to come out stronger. Welcome to Masters London. 8 teams enter the Swiss stage, but only 4 will survive to playoffs.
Missing out on playing on the big stage in front of my own people in Santiago definitely was very hard for me. I'm just happy to be back on the international stage.
Going back to the international stage was a dream come true. Now in London, I have a chance to prove myself again. No one expects that we're able to make it. A lot of people doubting us, doubting me specifically, and I'm gonna make sure they're gonna regret that.
Às vezes a força do ódio te faz subir. Então pra mim é meio que tudo vira munição.
The way Leviathan play is kind of same as us because they have 4 rookies. I mean, everyone are showing off.
Eu tô muito ansioso para enfrentar a Global Esports. Eu acho que é time que finalmente se encontrou. Eu acho o Patchman particularmente jogador muito insano.
Everyone says that G was cursed because they never make it to playoffs. But look at us now.
I've never had any dreams of becoming like an esports athlete. My only dream was because we were struggling financially. I wanted to single-handedly carry my whole family financially. My dad, before he passed, he really, really wanted me to win. So I think my only goal right now is to lift the trophy, and I know he's gonna see it.
Burada olmaktan gerçekten çok mutluyum çünkü uzun zamandır bunun için çalışıyorum. Gerçekten kendime güveniyorum, özgüvenliyim. Bence Full Sense oyun yapısı ve oyun anlayışı bakımından bize çok benzer. Bence günün sonunda maçı da daha çok vuran kazanacak.
Zeus and Zop, I think they're very talented. We're gonna be playing with real firepower here.
Tabii ki de Primi'yi serverda görmek istiyorum. Bence mekanik olarak ve aim olarak inanılmaz iyi bir oyuncu. Serverda görüşürüz Full Sense.
I'll treat this as Thailand versus Turkey. Let's see which country is better.
London, please welcome Full Sense and Foot!
Some of them come, some of them eggs up. Mosh pit crew holding the center. Big long beard, big black temper.
It's Masters London Day 2. We got something hot for you on the stage today. We got Thailand versus regions with one philosophy: take the fight and win the fight. The predictions were split on the broadcast, but we got big time here. Pacific analyst, brother at Bambino, and you ended up picking Foot. Explain yourself.
Yeah, I think they have the firepower. If you want to stop Full Sense, you have to beat them at their own game. You have to be able to stand toe-to-toe with them on the server, and we know that this Turkish team has that potential in spades, but it's a big stage for a lot of young players, a lot of rookies. For me, it's all about the on-the-day performance. This is a coin flip of a match for me.
Yeah, I had some doubts about Foot's map pool, but seeing Fracture and seeing Haven, those are maps where Foot can get it done. I love Foot's Haven right now. It's very aggressive, and if they can bring that aggression to Fracture, a map that loves pushing out on both sides, that is going to be very good for them.
I think it's just a question of what do they play right. When we think back to EMEA, they were running that breach on Fracture previously, Mini, which I know that you absolutely despise, but simply seen it more recently in other tournaments. They have been running that double Julius, Zeus on the Phoenix, Sop on the Neon as well, I believe it was. It's a question of what does Sop play here? He has been that Neon merchant for this Foot squad.
Yeah, I'm interested too. Obviously, the Jet, I think he's going to play a Jet on a lot of these maps now. But on this map, is he going to continue that Neon? Maybe the Raze. Jet isn't such a good good agent on Fracture right now.
Yeah, I think for me, I'd love to see them just stay with that Neon. I don't think the nerf is big enough to entirely remove it from the game. And I think if it fits the player and it fits the map, they can lean into it easily.
And to touch on Full Sense super quickly, let's not forget how dominant they were regionally. Of course, only ever dropping a map by the time it got to that grand final against HyperX, which, let's remember, they are tournament favorites to win the trophy here in London. So Full Sense coming in hoping to keep that domination up on the global stage.
This is a big deal for both teams. We keep talking about them being from Thailand and Turkey because this tournament will be huge for them if they go far.
Yeah, exactly. They're playing for more than the badge on their shirt. They're playing for their country. They're playing for the pride of the people supporting them. And that means so much to all 10 players on that stage, looking to do their home countries proud here and really bring their best Valorant down here to London.
Yeah, I'm just so excited for the Sop and Primi show. I've been a big fan of Sop since he joined that EMEA stage. And of course, right now, I think Primi is the best player in the world. So getting to see these two players fight out head-to-head, a big clash here, that is just what I want to see.
The question, of course, which team thrives under pressure? Which team crumbles under pressure? This is the first time they're both on the global stage, except for their IGLs, except for Yeti J, except for Cruz. So how are they going to be now they're in front of this live audience so far away from home?
I think that's the thing we have to remember, right? This IGL head-to-head too. You have Cruz that has been here from the very beginning when we think about global experience. On the other side, you have Sociable, who is almost nearly at all of those global events. When you think about his time on that BBL roster last year, now he comes into this Foot roster, he picks up that IGL role, relatively new to it when we consider his Tier 1 experience. How is he going to go up against someone that is so seasoned in Cruz?
Now, you guys have been talking about the agent selects for Fracture, and here they are.
Premi on the Phoenix instead of Jit Boys. It looks like they switched that one around a little bit. Very interesting. What do you take of that?
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I think Primi is the player that you need to make space for, and we've seen what Jit Boys can do on that Neon. For me, it's the fact Leviathan's on that Cypher. He struggled a little bit on this role, so when we swap those halves, he's going to have a lot to do.
Yeah, Sop on that Jet. I said that Jet isn't a great...
Yeah, on the Raze as well here.
Yeah, Jet isn't the best agent on this map necessarily, but in the hands of Sop, I'm very curious what he can get done here.
Yeah, this is going to be real exciting. How do you think of this matchup, Billy?
Yeah, I'm excited to get started, honestly. I want to touch on Zeus being on the Raze there too. Obviously a great agent on this map specifically. I'm intrigued to see which one picks up the Operator. I'm presuming it's going to be Sop. We have seen Zeus pick up in more recent times, but I think, yeah, Sop probably the one.
The key thing for me to look out for in this matchup is, are the teams going to be as aggressive as I hope on the defense side? They have explosive, firepower. I just want to see them pushing out.
They better be aggressive. Full Sense and Foot do not do passive Valorant. So everyone strap in as we send it up to Casters, Achilles, and Paperthin.
This could be an absolute barn burner. Everyone's been asking, what's Sop going to play? He's going to bring out that Jet. No one was asking, what's Jit Boys going to play? And the answer is the same damn thing. Full Sense have changed nothing about their comp as we get ready to go into this fracture to kick things off on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really explosive setup for both of these teams, as you would kind of expect here. Turkish aim versus Thai aim. It should be fast-paced. It should be high-octane. And I'm really curious to see how this gets going. Sop out there does find some damage. Dashes back. So they're going to dish out a little bit more than they take. Only Cruz going to get tagged up for Full Sense, but it's a little bit of contact and then a change of directions. And look at the quick ideas here from Foot. They want to put some pressure towards Leviathan. They know that, you know, Full Sense is going to want to run that Cypher on their own. So they saw the stack and they're trying to see if they can get lucky in finding the solo.
Okay, well, that's going to be good initial damage found as Cristali going to be tagged at 34. Backpedals quickly back through Sands. It's going to be a rewrap. Okay, Leviathan looking on the cam. Is able to get the spot out there, and now we'll have to just take that rope across towards the south side, rejoin in with the rest of the squad. Full Sense get ready to attack into what is a 3-player stack. MJ's going to be able to find Cruz, finishing that job, but Jit Boys gets a piece of the action, but the paint shell from Zeus will take him down. Premi has been eliminated, and now it's just Kahlua and Leviathan to try to persevere in a 2v4.
It's going to be tough, no doubt about it. As good as Kahlua in particular has been, you're going to see his head. Cristali can't find the shots. It's the pause, though. Just a little bit of time.
30 seconds left.
Gonna have to make a move, and they're surrounded.
They have to tuck in as well from that fade on the north side. So if they try to rewrap over to A, now they don't have the time to do it. But had they done, would have just been caught off guard. Right at the rug, gets the spot out into the headshot. Spike is on the floor, and Leviathan now have to try to see if we can find anything at all, and he cannot. Sociable will just go ahead and get the gank from behind, and that's going to be Foot starting things off 1-0.
Yeah, I just love the patience here from Foot, not overcommitting to any of these changes of directions that Full Sense wants to implement. And, you know, it's a little bit difficult here for Full Sense because they were hoping that with their recontact over towards A, when they see Cristali back off, they're like, okay, now we can really confuse them because they're probably going to expect us to overcommit here, you know, with the presence that we've seen over at the B site. But instead, Foot just holds the line. They clear a little bit of space. They get some good info, and they do a great job locking down the site.
No real investments here, just going to be classics across the board as Premi wants to try to get this orb, and well, he will be able to find it, but tagged down to 20. Odds of impact severely limited, and Cruz also takes a beating.
And they're just going to try to move to the other side of the map here. Rely on that camera set up for a little bit of clearance over towards the arcade side of the map. Cruz is going to be calling the shots for Full Sense again. Going to slowly but surely make their way around the map, keep feeding Premi the orbs. So as far as, you know, eco rounds go, if you can't do a lot of damage, then farming up the orbs is a great alternative here too. So like the big picture game ideas from the Full Sense boys.
Go ahead. There you go. He'll be 2 charges away from having that ulti online. Spike can get planted here, so a little bit of additional cash potentially found. They're willing to commit for this one, but wall's gonna fall, and Sociable's healed behind an immense amount of damage, but it's gonna be Zeus coming away with that kill as Kahlua will get taken down. Stop with the Marshall, able to find Leviathan. Zeus gets himself another paint shell elimination. Screws 1-by-1. They'll stop it from being a flawless, but Zeus will clean house. A 4K from the Rays to also fast-track this showstopper, as Foot will overall get a very clean 2-0 start.
Yeah, so I mean, a great round for Foot overall in terms of not taking a ton of damage. They're gonna get the Rays. Get that huge ult fast-tracked. Yes, Full Sense able to scoop up a lot of ult orbs so that Premi will have his run it back already. But now I start to get a little bit worried here. In general, I thought this was a surprise map pick for Full Sense. I was expecting Pearl. They're one of the best teams, the best Pearl teams we had in Pacific. And going up against a region that a lot of people are saying that maybe their Pearl isn't quite as strong in EMEA. And instead they opt to go for another Pacific favorite in Fracture. But so far, we'll see. Well, now we're in the rifles. Premi's got his ult. This should be the round where you kind of cleanly do some damage on this attacker's side.
Anything but that's going to start being even more concerning, especially if that run it back comes into play. But Kahlua trying to hold that initial angle. Tailwind's going to be taken. The swing continues from Zeus, and he will be taken down. Kahlua able to find the one. Leviathan quickly arriving on the north side, pushing past Dish, but will be held at bay by this trip. But we'll just go for a quick clear on that. Back pedals away. Meanwhile, Yenajay, where are you going, son? Just sprints right up into Premi's face. He'll take that kill every day of the week.
Just going to open up the map a little bit here. Full Sense takes a pause. They're not just running at him. They're being pretty slow and methodical here on this attacker side, looking to set up this crunch, waiting kind of to clear a little bit of space. They've got Leviathan over towards drop, and see Primy wants to flash Sands, nobody home. And his foot had guessed over towards the B side of the map where they had seen Primy earlier.
No one really at home. Sop, earliest arrival, working his way out towards that Sands rope. Opting to pull the trigger, doesn't want to give his position away. Will just be the haunt down quick clear, but no, the reveal does end up coming through, so Kahlua has to backpedal out. They continue to occupy this space, but Crystalli is able to find Jit Boys off screen. Spamming him down. It's now a 3v4 and 2 players low on HP. This could still end up being quite costly for Full Sense if they don't play this cleanly for the remainder. Good damage going to be found there. The poke and fraud, Leviathan waiting for the peaks to come in, but it's going to be Cruz mowing down too. Because now Sociable, the one that's trying to get that damage through, and he will be able to find a little bit more value, but Full Sense will stop the bonus conversion with 2 players surviving.
And didn't even end up using Primy's ult here because they were just given full maps control here for Full Sense, because Foot trying to gamble a little bit in certain situations, overstepping their mark, but Sociable, a player that in his own right, even though he's the IGL, is really a fragger. Picks up 2 big kills at the end, but Cruz trying to hype up the boys. And they are just getting ready. Try something a little bit different. This is looking like a big A crunch. 2-3 split.
Had to have a listen in with Full Sense as they try to tie things up.
Nailed them. Fire in the hole!
Okay. We'll get to that in a little bit as the showstopper is going to be ripped, but Primy just storming his way forward. Still has not yet invested the ultimate. Rocket not going to be able to find much of anything there, obviously, but Gun Barrel's going to be spotted. Leviathan's going to be taken down, but Cruz able to peel things back into a 3v3. Orbital Strike as well going to be online. They still will commit in for this A plant. All 3 players from Foot on arrival here on this drop side. Orbital Strike's going to be called in, immediately forcing them back away. Now the Sky Smoke to be cycled in as well, just trying to make this as difficult as possible to get the reapproach going. Rally to check the one side. All 3 players heard on that drop. Cruz looking for the swing, but it's going to be Kahlua with the backstab. Coming away with 2. They just can't quite get the read. He cleans up all 3. And Full Sense tie it 2-2.
I'll find you.
This is nice, patient play from Full Sense. Just being really smart, really cautious against this Foot squad. Trying to find their footing, and Foot caught in no man's land, you know, with that Prowler being spotted. That allows Cruz to just say, hey, wait this out just a second. I'm going to distract them. Then Kahlua, you can come in and clean up the round. And he's going to do just that. 4 kills on the board for the initiator specialist of Full Sense. And this time Foot on an eco, going to be stacking that A site where Full Sense has so far, last couple of rounds, been wanting to land. It is going to be the outlaw for Jit Boys.
He's played against the Rays before. He's dialed in on the Jing angle, trying to see if he's going to go for that double blast back up. But given the weaponry, even a Sheriff at this range, not really going to be able to find the one tap. So we'll play this a little bit more patiently, does Foot.
Found one.
Well, they're maybe walking into a bit of a trap here. They do get some damage on the Crystalli.
Well, Orbital's even going to be invested into this one. Meanwhile, they will be able to isolate Jit Boys. He gets caught segmented away from the rest of the team there, so Outlaw potentially to be rescued, but Full Sense are keeping this watched for now. Maybe try to go for a juggle back on this, but...
Oh, look at Leviathan. He's all the way in towards B, so I would expect that the rotations start coming through.
Quick clear of that Prowler again. Don't want to have to give this weapon over, but it seems like given the spacing that Leviathan's been able to find, that call to rotate's going to have to be made. But on that north side, you do have 2 players on the approach. Sop and Yetta J slowly creeping forward. The camera's there, but at the moment, Leviathan not feeling safe enough to toggle.
30 seconds left.
That is actually maybe going to cause some problems here for Full Sense.
Oh, I maybe saw a pixel out of place. But Zeus, he's going to be running in, and Leviathan's just completely not ready for it. Kill found, now Sop here, waiting and ready. Primy caught off guard, the knives, able to find that elimination. Zeus gets himself another, and Sop cleans up Kahlua. And what a round to be found for Foot to maintain the lead by 1 as they pick up a thrifty.
They were perfectly prepared for this round. Full Sense just walking into the trap over towards A, losing a player, and to a couple big ults that are invested by Foot, but very worth it to get the Mastercard thrifty. Had some incredible shots from Zeus. Sop with the blades. We were looking forward to seeing him on the jet, and he delivers with the first blade star. The coaches love it.
Not only does it end up being a master quickly, but also ends up being a very clean one. So a lot of weapons just upgraded for free. That just completely re-injects money back into the economy for Foot. Meanwhile, onto the back foot goes Full Sense. Lose this round, he got plenty of half armors in here, and that Outlaw is carried over. And their eco is going to be broken.
Yeah, this is very scary now for Full Sense, and I'd like to see them maybe turn up the pace a little bit as this half goes on, because I think playing this slow style is really suiting Foot right now. They're happy to play this way. Let's see Jitboys up close and personal.
Really bold Sense goes for the push, and we'll have Sociable dead to rights. The cleanup on that kill, but Yeta J here on this site's only going to be good for one. Spike, however, going to be dropped. Cristalli, little push forward, pitch off the enemy Cypher. Well, Sop dialed in on this angle, fully anticipating that someone's going to go pushing from this rope side. He would be correct, but Kahlua just a little bit faster to be able to find that headshot before the second can be fired, but Zeus is ready and waiting on the other side of the door. Ooh. Just disrespecting his own molly, going for a quick reposition, but Premi has fallen out. Cruz has to try to clutch up. 1v2, his angle for the moment completely unread. Sees the first swing in the corner. He's going to be able to spot the ball, and they line up for him! As Cruz gets a Red Bull clutch to tie the score.
And there's that veteran presence that Cruz can bring. He's not often going to be topping the charts in the kill department, but he's going to outmaneuver his opponents here. A nice little setup there from Foot as well to take down Premi. They peek perfectly on him, the high-low. Looks like it's going to be their round, but Cruz, one of the few players who played at the very first International Masters and is back here again, along with Yampi and Durka. So
it's just so smart.
It is.
They never anticipate that he's just going to walk across his own volley. Has them paying the iron price. Opening volley of shots here, not going to be connecting from Sop. Meanwhile, Overdrive in play. Jitboys trying to find this kill, but Zeus will be able to shut him down. That's a massive one, and that is the showstopper. Ends up getting online, but he lobs it into no avail. No one else scaling fast enough alongside the Neon to be caught by the ult, but it's still a player advantage, and Yeta J scaling all the way towards this south side, towards that attacker's spawn. He gets all the information, but they've either taken the rope to north, or they're completely boxed in the halls.
Yeah, and so they can just commit towards this A side and set up some crossfires, and it's going to be really difficult for Full Sense to break through this.
No kill. You can't use that neural theft to realize that you're walking in the wrong side as Cruz will get taken down. Sop able to find the two. The up and over into the shorty, and Sop comes alive with a 3K. And that's a flawless reply as Foot maintain the lead.
Yeah, again, it's just kind of the same thing over and over again here for Full Sense. Just go A main, and you know, you've got that trip back there. You feel like you're safe, but that's actually just playing into Foot's hands. So that's giving them, like you talked about, the information they need to just commit towards this side of the map. And a couple rounds here in a row where Full Sense had to force up their economy to get into the rifle, so that allows that Outlaw to be still put to good use. And this time it's very effective for Sop. Him and Zeus, the double duelists, are having a great start, and Full Sense absolutely needs to take a time out here and start talking about this, because it's too simple, it's too generic. You came into this map, this should have been a bit, you expected this to be a bit of a surprise for Foot.
Right.
You know, in Foot's mind, I'm sure they're preparing for Pearl the whole way. So you've got to have some more wrinkles, some more ideas built into this, especially on this attacker side. That's where you got to be doing your damage on this map.
Yeah, going to the Coinbase win condition here. This Full Sense try to figure out what they can do to really get this map under control. And I think the big thing that we have to look at is going to be this double duelist. At the moment, Premi, Jitboys just 2 kills apiece. Yet Jitboys more often than not is going to be the one putting himself out there on the altar, sacrificing to allow for the rest of the team to pile in and clean up. But that just has not really been the case.
No, and it looks like they're just all a little cautious, overly cautious, I think. I mean, this Full Sense team, they're not like super high octane or anything, but they're very fearless usually. So I think that's probably another thing I'd like to hear the coaches and even Cruz talking about is let's be willing to take some risks here. Let's play to our strengths, which is, we can outduel our opponents. We can take those contact fights just as well as anybody in the world. But Foot has looked really sharp, really comfortable here. A lot of players very new to this stage on that team, and they do not show it.
For now, heavy stack. Looks like this is going to be a full send into the B side. 3 players nearby enough, though, as Zeus and Sop just play together at A Halls. Nothing spotted. They still have that trip on the north side at Dish, so no real concerns about a fight coming through.
Yes.
So for the moment, Foot can just maintain this position.
Just the same as the eco round, as round 2. Just scoop up all the orbs around the map. Gotta be a little bit cautious with this one. Somebody could be up there. But actually, okay, they're gonna show their presence.
Catches a glimpse. Quick clear of that, but Yedajay does the overstep. Could still just face out, maybe come away with the kill, but on the quick peek, sees how many players there are. Meanwhile, he re-peeks out, Leviathan's gonna be struck down. Primi now eliminated, it's just a firing squad. A casualty at the office here for Foot as they put up another flawless and now stretch the lead 5-3.
Oh, phenomenal patience by Yedajay. Doesn't overstep the mark at all. Doesn't give Primi any chance with that Sheriff to do any damage. Gets that quick kill onto the first, and then he's back out for 2 more with some reinforcements arriving. Great coordination. That's another thing I'm loving from this Foot squad today is I'm seeing a lot of really good comms. Everybody's peeking together. Nobody's going out on their own trying to make those hero plays other than that on the bonus with Yedajay where he walked into Primi. That's the only round where I've seen something that kind of, you know, scratches your head a little bit, but it's not a big deal because otherwise they are in very, very good form.
Leviathan's in a very, very bad spot. Even if Sop can't find that kill, the rest of the players crunching to the north side certainly would have done.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Running back now to be committed in from Primi. Leading the way forward. They're giving him the angles though as Yedajay will peek out, loses his life. They'll approach up through tower. Primi not going to be able to see too much else over on that arcade side, but I've gotten a couple of audio cues, I'm sure. Nightfall now going to be sent forward, but it's just going to be a pivot back through the spawn of the defenders to try to get the spike planted on A, but Primi gets caught up in transit. Face forward from Kahlua, dead at Canteen. Zeus holds his own, and now it's a 2v4.
This looked like it was going to be a good read, but Full Sense tried to trick Foot by leaving a couple players behind.
Last player standing.
Man, Sop is on it.
Any concerns about this guy playing Jet have quickly been dispelled as he is just dancing on him. Something-esque in that movement. Plants his feet and lights Cruz up.
Tremendous round from Sop. All over the map, not afraid to take some of these individual battles now for Foot. They're getting confident here. They feel like they're getting good reads. They're able to spread the map and Full Sense just left scratching their heads. This goes here. Couple big ults. I liked the idea there from Full Sense. I think the read was okay where you're expecting that Nightfall and you're already pivoting. The problem is Foot is just outdueling you. Every time that you're trying to throw an extra layer of trickery in, Foot's just well aware. They've got a pretty good read, and that shows to me they've done some of their homework. This is something that Full Sense has started to do, is leave a player behind, try to catch opponents off guard. They're very, very ready. Primi will get spotted out. That doesn't mean too much here right now as Full Sense is all over the place. North, south, east, west. Pick your poison. Chip Boy's trying to drum up some attention.
Oh, it's going to be the Leviathan.
I was over at he got the player up at top Sands.
Quick, clean shot with that Sheriff across to the rope. Catches him on the rafters. Is that enough of an opening, though? You do have 2 ultimates. Potentially try to commit into this to pull off a Thrifty of your own. For now, we'll just be Full Sense widely trying to get their forces aligned as Kahlua still going to be left over towards Dish.
Now they're going to keep just kind of maneuvering around. He's going to pull the blades again.
Just an immediate investment. Meanwhile, Kahlua going to be spotted there. Quick little pixel angle around the smoke, so Sociable able to clean up the kill. Face forward and Sop is feeling it! He cannot find that fourth, not another 4K. Primi will be able to sit him down. He comes away with his second. He's looking frantically for a weapon, has the spike in hand. Ball around the corner, but will be able to finally find a Vandal. Clears the boom bot, Yedajay arriving on that north side, and Primi is going to have to try to fight his way out of this one as he gets the kill on the Zeus, but cannot hit a transfer. Close but no cigar. Foot advance forward to 7 rounds to 3. Already a lead secured for them at the half.
Well, that was almost one of those Primi moments, but just came up short. Sop again, so sturdy. Just can't find that last blade. Gave Primi a chance, but Yedajay quick enough on the draw. Primi was ready for it, but everybody on foot, very, very sharp right now. They're going to have the another point of interest here. And who's going to be running that, but with Zop on the jet? Oh, no. Okay, okay, yes, he is.
Getting to the dire straits here from Full Sense. See if they're going to be able to bring this round back in.
บีมเฟดแล้วก็เจ็ตเราว่าอาร์เคดดันแล้วฝั่งกูไม่มีแท็บอ่ะมันน่าเล่น2อาร์เคดเนี่ยมันดันมาเนี่ยเราไปจบได้แล้วเนี่ยเรารวบไม่ได้เนี่ย
ฆ่าเฮียอาร์เคดนะมีแท็บ
มาควันดรอปแล้วมาควันดรอปแล้วมาเล่น2เหมือนเดิมเลยมาเล่น
แท็บคือแท็บตรงไหนวะเนี่ยนะ
แท็บอาร์เคดเนี่ยกูเล่นแย่นะกูไม่ไปรวม
ตอนเดิมวันอ่ะ
กูพาวเลอร์นะเรื่อง2
เช็ควันเดิมวันเลย
ยิงกล้องก่อนเดี๋ยวกูยิงกล้องให้กูเจอสปอร์ต
พาวเลอร์เคเมพาวเลอร์เคเมหรอเอาเลยเพราะว่าเราไม่ต้องกลัวหรอกเนี่ยกูเลยเข้าไปเลยแล้วบอล
Exactly ready to come through. Zeus already striking out, able to find a kill, and Chip Points is going to be taken down on entry. Primi's able to find one Kahlua. One kill going to be traded back, but he eats an immense amount of damage. Zion will expire. Full Sense lucky to get themselves even into a 2v3, it feels like. It feels like they have also no other options, no other recourse other than to advance forward into this B site, try to get the spike in play, try to hold the line, but Sociable has that orbital strike available.
He's moved back over.
It's 18 seconds. They're still trying to spawn. This is going to be a face in, and Cristalli just takes that every day. 8-3, but are looking dominant.
Last round.
Every twist and turn. They're so ready for Full Sense players, and you're not getting a lot of value out here out of the Phoenix as well. I have to say for Primi, yeah, sure, he's got some ults, but they're not really getting you that space and time that you need. Foot is very adaptable right now in terms of knowing when they need to give up a little bit of space, knowing when they could take some fights. And I'm seeing Full Sense players there. When we were watching from their perspective as they moved into arcade, they weren't all watching, I think, the places that they probably should have been. It was kind of a jumble of who should be watching the top of the rope and things like that, and they get cut apart because of it. Sop still going to have that op.
Prowler check the corner, but double face forward around. It's going to be Zeus, going to be taken down. 2 for 2 so far. Quick little reposition, Sop on the repeaks, looking for that kill, but Cruz hits a pelter of a shot, puts the jet down on the floor. It's Full Sense to try to rescue this 4th round. This half themselves. Orbital strike going to be called in. Cruz forced back over in towards main, now off the site. His own orbital going to be called in as well towards Canteen. The players are pushed forward in front of this one. Now Cruz is taken down. The spike is now isolated.
Look at these smokes.
Lost in the smokes, perhaps. A Sociable will get noted and dealt with, but now a 1v1. Yet a J for me. Spike still on the floor, and Yet a J with a bold reposition. Swinging all the way through that underpass. Primi, where does he go as the spike gets planted? He's got no util to speak of, no Molly to try to buy time. He just has to win this out with that Phantom. He's watching the correct angle. At this point, he just has no idea. So Yet a J, the silent walk in towards tower. Primi to re-wrap back around, just checking the spawn. Can peek out from that gen side, will have sight lines. But it doesn't even need it! Yet a J walks out onto the site and takes him down! A 3K and a 9-3 half with Foot way out in front!
This is a beautiful play off the back of the orbital strike. I mean, Sociable dialing up a beauty here with his ult into these 2 smokes that allow them to scale forward. And Full Sense isn't even considering that.
Full Sense have been getting rattled. They need a massive comeback as they switch over to the defender's side. We'll see if they can do it after the halftime break.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA Ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Jen here with Sociable Foot. Now, Sociable, during your preparation, how much did Primi's name come up for you guys?
Sociable hazırlıklarınız boyunca Primi'nin ismi ne kadar öne çıktı sizin için?
Yani dürüst olmak gerekirse %5, yani %5, %10'u geçmez. Belki o kadar bile yoktur da yani sırf sorulduğu için şu an hani %5 diyeyim. Hani oyun tarzı olarak çok fazla hani counterlamaya ya da hazırlanmaya gereken biri değil bence. Yani eğimi çok iyi, yetenekli. Hani hazırlık olarak da eğimi çok iyi birine ne yapabiliriz yani maksimum crosshair'ı kafasına koyup mouse 1'e basacağız yani. Bu kadar.
Honestly, his name came up like maybe 5 or 10%, and I'm just saying that because you're asking specifically. So he is obviously very talented. He has really good aim. But I mean, how much prep you can do against somebody who has these attributes? All you can do is just aim your crosshair towards his head and press mouse 1. So basically that is it, yeah.
Yep, sounds like a plan. Thank you.
We are back going into our second half here of Fracture and Full Sense. Their map pick, they are trailing by 6 rounds. This needs to be a pistol win. This needs to be a snowball, a bonus conversion, a collection of ultimates. If they want to have any hope of taking down Foot here, because Foot are looking electric.
Yeah, no, just very well disciplined right now, our Foot, on top of having incredible aim and reactions. And they just talked about it in that interview with Jen. Just need to aim at their head and click mouse 1, and they were doing a hell of a lot of that in the first half. So keep it up, and they should be in a good position to take their opponent's map pick away from them. We'll have to see. Maybe this is one of those weird days where Fracture is actually defender-sided. I don't really feel like that's going to be the case. Cruz there, going to get identified by Cam. He's just going to have to evacuate. No hope here. Oh boy, that was close.
Yeah, taking a risk, not tucking away into the corner canteen. Space has been given up, so Sight going to be taken here by Foot very quickly. Jimmy curveball at the ready, sees not to get the grab. Drop back to Sock, going to be unspotted. Social will just push forward into that smoke, able to find a kill with that frenzy, and Zeus gets Primi taken down. Only Social gone thus far, and Foot continue right where they left off at the end of that first half. It is another pistol. It's dominance on display again.
Oh, they're just so good about using their time and space and then using their utility. Sop this time bails himself out, tries to quietly drift up on top of the dice on site. And then as soon as that flash comes through, it's an immediate smoke on the ground to keep himself safe. The trades are there, the team so well coordinated, so well disciplined. And they're expecting that flood retake from Full Sense, and they shut it down.
2 and 13 for Jit Boys. Wanting to lean back into this Neon, but it just has not been finding any value outside of 1 or 2 kills where it's set up by a relay bolt.
I don't feel like either of the duelists from Full Sense are finding as much value as they should.
No, not at all. As Cruz just trying to stay tucked in behind this box, will get ushered out into the open by the paint shell, and Sop quickly collects that kill. Full ring around the rosy now as Full Sense going to be arriving on the arcade side, and Foot, they say goodbye, and they are just drifting back over towards that A-hall.
This should be a free plant here, you would think, for Foot. And they're checking the cam as well, so I think they're going to notice what's going on eventually. Oh, Full Sense actually going through the sewers, so cam won't see them. Maybe it'll see a few as they actually do go forward, clear it.
They clear that. 2 on this approach, yet a J check behind. Tripwire going to be set up, and he does get caught. Not registering just how close these players are going to be. So they bring this back to a 4v4. Bandit going to be snatched up. Jit Boys taking that into hand. But otherwise, it's still just classics, and now you've got this deep angle on site for Sop with the Marshall, and he will one-tap everyone.
This is very, very difficult. Got a flash here, you got a Primi wall, you got a Molly, you got a couple Prowlers, but okay.
Putting shots going wide. Allows them to scale a little bit more. The Molly going to be sent out with the C's. Sop is able to find Primi on the repeat. A little bit more here, and once again, they're just going to be all lined up. Put now 11-3, Full Sense. Very much falling out of this map. But it's just a bonus conversion away from having that point.
Yeah, this is just clinical stuff. I mean, again, you know, nobody overcommitting to anything, just taking your shots. Don't overstay your welcome. Sure, you lose one player to kind of a a cheeky setup from Full Sense where they send 2 up tree and 2 towards spawn, so you catch on a little bit of a timing to Yedajay. But other than that, it's very, very clean, as most of this map has been for Foot. Jitboy is going to clear the haunt. Could be under a lot of pressure. Goodbye, Leviathan.
Just dead off the rip. Just checking the main. Jitboys will be able to peel back some of the pressure as Zeus ends up falling. But the entry is still there. The site is still taken. Full Sense still are going to have to try to go for this retake as the spike will get planted over in the corner.
Spike planted.
Holding back Premium Kahlua for the moment. There's that clear stop. His attention now going to be paid towards main. Cage popped, and that does allow him to just drift back onto a deeper, safer angle. No catch from the Prowler. Remy slotted forward, Sociable slowly drifting down through that. So we're looking at the catch. Curveball's out.
Sight'ta. Molly miss. Kötü molly atacağım. Piklesene molly'ye. Pikle.
Görmedim. Salak. Ne yapıyor abi? Oo hala şut basıyor. Çift pasa bak. Oğlum mouse'un gitti amına koyayım lan. Mouse'un oldu senin harbi. Bike'da mouse.
And it's just looking so very easy for Foot. 12-3, the bonus is converted, and Full Sense are completely and utterly out of options.
No, this is GG. They're just so on point. Sop is disgusting right now. Sociable holds down the line on the backside. Primy able to find one off the back of a flash, but that's it. Otherwise, it's smooth sailing. Now you're gonna have to force up here. Cruz, no armor. Sop with that outlaw. This is very, very done at this point, you would think. They've got 4 players over in A main, Full Sense, trying to lock it down here. Let's just have to wait and see. Crossfire is good.
Face in, Sociable won't pay the price. Stop at the same time, creating this pressure on B as the spike gets brought over, and it's just Leviathan tucked into tower. And with that judge in hand, face forward into the spawn, and he tears them apart again! He's looking for more, and he's got it! Jitboy's dead, Leviathan done! As Foot absolutely demolished Full Sense on their pick of fracture.
This was an absolute masterclass in every category for Foot. Macro, micro, just style points there at the end for Sop. What a performance from him on the jet.
22-8, 401 ACS. He has shown up to play, and Full Sense have not. Will they wake up from map 2? We'll find out after the break.
Here we go again.
I gotta be me. He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
A dominant map win for Foot, especially when it comes to Fracture, which used to be your permaban, right? Did you expect this to be so dominant, and were you surprised at how well Sop and Zeus played against Full Sense?
I mean, it's their daily work, you know? Like, everybody was thinking and saying and asking about, as we were a Neon centralized team, and this should be an answer to them, right?
Okay, thank you so much. And also, what did you notice from Fracture that you can apply on Haven so that you can take advantage of something that Full Sense was doing?
Yeah, I mean, our prep was good. They didn't change a single thing, which has made it super easy for us.
All right. Good luck on Haven. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Huge first map 1 appearance by Foot, closing that out on Fracture. And it's so ironic, we were just discussing Fracture and how we weren't rating many of the Swiss teams for this map.
No, I think Full Sense are going to be kicking themselves here. They hesitated in that map veto on what to pick. It should have been Pearl, in my opinion. I think that's a map where they have been looking dominant on, and instead going to this Fracture, going into the trap of Foot. I think EMEA teams are quite good at this map. We've got the Fanatics and Heretics able to teach the other teams how to play it, and Foot took that advice. They've been pushing out all over, looking aggressive, looking extremely solid here.
I think you heard Vlad kind of mention it as well, you know, the fact that it was one of their bans when we think back to their time in EMEA, Full Sense, I guess maybe doubting whether they should pick into that, thinking, is it a strength for us, is it a weakness for Foot? I think that Foot were able to, you could see the preparation in the server and the way in which they were able to play.
Yeah, in fact, even going back to the map veto, you saw T-Love from Full Sense and Cruz a little bit taking them back with that veto there, and they were kind of forced into picking that Fracture.
And that worries me a little bit, that their preparation to that veto, they didn't expect that at all. Like, the veto process shouldn't take that long. You should immediately know what you're going to be picking, even if a curveball does happen. Yep. And so for me, a little bit of worries there in their map pool.
Yeah, well, not many curveballs were happening on the side of Full Sense. Let's take a look at our Verizon high-speed moment from the match. Foot with Sop and Zeus absolutely killing it this map.
I think it was the way in which they were able to fight the extremities, mainly starting on that defensive half. You've seen Sop propped up with the Outlaw so many times, but then also this round where they're able to convert Thrifties time and time again as well. Honestly, I think the way that they've been able to come out, considering both of them are rookies to this global stage, they need to keep up this confidence momentum, because right now they look great.
Yeah, I said keep your eyes on the defense. Are these teams going to actually start pushing and playing this map properly? And Foot absolutely were. And that was Sop and Zeus pushing out. Sometimes it was pushing out one side of the map, and then surprise, Sop is on the other side. And I think another talking point actually is Zeus, a player who we didn't hype up in this pre-show too much. Like, he was struggling just a little bit, and Sop takes up all that energy, but he's looking a lot more confident now on that raise, and maybe also that Waylay going into future maps.
Yeah, I hope to see it. I think that that's something that I had kind of thought of Zeus when we think back to the time since Sop has since joined this team. Zeus looks so much more comfortable and confident, and I think having his buddy Sop, on that secondary duelist as well there alongside him is what's helping him look so good.
He was supposed to be the superstar of Foot, and when he joined, he didn't quite match that levels. He was supposed to be what Sop was, and if they're both firing like this, then it's going to be a good tournament.
He was saving it for London. He's definitely showed up today. Now we are going to be going into Haven. Of course, that leaves a lot of question marks for Full Sense. A lot of us were super hyped on this team coming into this tournament, but that was honestly probably one of the weaker starts we've seen so far in Swiss stages.
Well, you mentioned the Waylay just there as well, Minnie, when we think about Zeus and Sop. They were playing the Waylay Neon more recently on that Haven, so I'm intrigued to see if they stick with that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's just going to be... I want to see them just play Jet Phoenix, personally.
Yeah.
I think that's the obvious answer here. That is the things we talked about yesterday as the meta picks right now. I think that this match should be a lot closer. Even though Foot are favored here in terms of it is their map pick, I think that Full Sense looked lost on that Fracture, and they're not going to look lost on Haven.
I think in that token, though, they're starting on the attack, Full Sense. And when you're starting on attack on a map like Haven, if you're looking that indecisive on a map like Fracture, I start to worry a little bit going into that Haven.
I don't worry. I think Fracture is a slightly more complicated map that, again, a lot of teams don't really understand right now. Haven is a map that Cruz is going to call 100 times before. He knows how to do that. Even if they just rush it down on one of the sites, I think they're going to be a lot better in this.
Yeah, that's right. Let's hear what Coach T-Love fam has to say ahead of map 2.
Jen Lee here with the Full Sense and Isara for some translation. Now, you guys didn't really change much, but I wanted to ask you about Jit Boys on that Neon. He was a bit quieter than we're used to seeing him perform in Pacific. So, do you think this was the Neon nerf that kind of hit you guys harder than you expected it to, or it was just the nerves?
สำหรับตรงนี้เนี่ยคือเราได้เห็นแล้วว่าการปรับนีออนหรือว่าการโดนเนิร์ฟตรงนี้เนี่ยทำให้จิตบอยอาจจะเล่นได้เงียบลงกว่าที่เราคาดคิดไว้คิดว่าการเนิร์ฟครั้งนี้มันเกี่ยวมากน้อยขนาดไหนกับผลลัพธ์หรือว่ามันเป็นเรื่องของแฟกเจอร์กันครับ
มีผลครับแต่ผมว่ามีผลไม่ได้เยอะครับเราแค่เล่นตามเกมฝั่งตรงข้ามซะเยอะแล้วก็ไม่ได้เล่นในเกมของเราเหมือนเราคิดเยอะเรากลัวเราไม่ค่อยกล้าเล่นอาจจะเป็นเพราะว่าความกดดันหรือว่าครั้งแรกของทุกคนในงานมาสเตอร์ก็ประมาณนั้นครับแต่ผมว่าคิดว่าไม่ได้มีผลขนาดนั้นสำหรับนีออน
I think the nerf was not too bad. Definitely it has some effect, but I do feel like it's more like we were playing their game more than focusing on our own. We overthink too much, and with that being said, I think we just need to get back on our step and focus on what we do best.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
Of course, one of the questions we had coming into today, especially with so many players playing on the global stage for the very first time, is the nerves, the jitters, and I think this is what is happening a little bit with Full Sense right now.
Yeah, I think so, but I do think that the way that they played that fracture lended into that. They weren't going fast at all. They were doing very, very methodical spread defaults, and I think for a team that has some nerves, you just want to keep it simple. And I think on Haven, that's what I want to see. I just want to see a lot more just going together in the pack and not having to make all the players communicate and do lots of complicated things.
It almost felt as though they were doubting themselves at times, like looking almost too timid at moments, which is weird because there were so many moments where they had themselves in deep deposit positions where they could kind of get an advantage from that, whether it was a man advantage or things like that. On the other side, you have Foot that have come into this with full confidence.
They looked like a timid EMEA team, and that is not what I want to be saying about an APAC team.
Especially Full Sense. It is actually wild to see this, and I think this is very uncharacteristic of them. But as we go into Haven, Cruz, back when he was on Talent, has actually thanked your team when you were the coach for inspiration for their successful plays on Haven. So let's see if they can bring it in today.
Well, hopefully a lot quicker than Fnatic, because that is what we're looking for here, is them just sending it a lot more on this attack side with that Neon and Phoenix. The same duo again, Jippo is on that Neon and Premi on the Phoenix. I just think it is just about sending it.
Yeah, I don't think Jit Boys was playing the Neon on this map previously, so it's kind of interesting that they've decided to continue having this agent here. I think the Chamber is really great on this map, but I think looking at Foot's composition, you have Zeus on that Whaley, expect him to be just getting into sight. They don't really have a whole lot to be able to stop him here, and also we saw how great Sop was with the sniper on that fracture. On a map like this as well, you're never really going to know where he's going to be positioned with that weapon.
Yeah, and the thing I love about Foot on this map, despite the change to the Jet, I think it's going to be the same. A lot of A-main aggression. They love to use the Whaler, use the Jet, get up into Full Sense's face, but I'm hoping Full Sense fight fire with fire this time around.
Yeah, that's right. We really want to see the aggression come out from Full Sense, so let's see if they can bring it back, or if today Turkey reigns supreme as we send it back to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. And yes, they need to have a rebound. Full Sense not looking like themselves at all, but Foot are looking right at home here in London. That was a dominant performance, the one that is going to be difficult to recover from if you are Full Sense.
For sure, and you're kind of running into similar problems with that Jet still in Sop's hands. There's so much change of direction that Foot can implement with the Waylay and the Jet. It's going to be tough, I think, for Premi to find value again with that Phoenix, with those curveballs like we saw on Fracture. I think this is still going to give them a lot of problems.
There's a Haunt, Yeta J just a tuck back. Free wrap though, as Rustali nearby to try to keep this site protected, and they still have not sussed out that Zeus is going to be on this approach to the sewer, and now they get the bad news. Premi, however, still going to be able to find two, but then quickly gets sat down, and Sop comes away with that kill. And it's just Cruz with the Bandit now in a 1v3. What a clutch this would be, but for now, it does seem that Pistols will continue to elude this Thai squad. Haven't been able to find one yet. There's the realization into the spray down. Zeus with a 3K will put their third pistol win.
Yeah, I mean, they're just out macroing Full Sense in every regard. Not dropping pistols, and this time it's because of this late linger from Zeus. And Full Sense has no idea. Yettajay, again, doing a great job buying time and space for the rest of his team to get into position to strike. Solid on Fracture, seeing it here again. Not overstepping his bounds, not overplaying his role. Doing a really solid effort. And then
They're forcing into this.
Oh yeah, Stingers.
A big gamble. See, this catches Foot off guard. Premi quickly taking space towards Garage. The Prowler able to identify that tripwire. Yettajay just spraying and playing, nothing gonna be found. As Relay Bolt goes over towards backside. Swing in though, Sociable's gonna be able to find one. Leviathan dead over and long with Jit Boys cleaning up that kill. Yettajay, he just tucked away! Tries to get the transfer, he cannot. Kahlua will be able to take him down, but into a 3v3 we go. Spike still not yet planted. We'll go for it now.
Spike planted.
Backside plant to try to play away from this Garage angle. Able to catch Zeus off guard. The Marshall shot's not coming to fruition. Full Sense. A big gamble that pays off. They tie it up 1-1.
Well, that's exactly what the doctor ordered for this Thai team. They really needed an injection of life, and that might be just what you wanted to see. And I was a little bit worried here for a moment in the 3v3, but Killua ready for that Garage angle. Plays it nicely. And the serious face on the captain. Really wants to get this one through, really wants to take this to a map 3. Haven, a map that we haven't seen in quite some time for Full Sense, and a completely different look compared to what we saw in stage 1 at least. And still, Leviathan on that chamber. This is one of the big change-ups that I'm curious about. Only 3 games total across his entire career on this agent, so I want to see some impact from him. 0-2 start, but see if he can continue to pick it up. He's going to be clearing out a little bit of space. Sop.
Looking for the check, but Chip Boys will just be dialed in on the angle. ADS with the Bulldog finding that kill to start things off. Full Sense still going to be taking their time. They know that they cannot afford to have another Thrifty be given over to Foot. Patience to come in, Cam to be cleared out on the B site, and for now, Foot seeming to think that this is going to end up at C, but given Leviathan's position, he's just walked his way into the A site. He's just going to be calling the team over here, so we'll be able to find a solid post-plant situation here for Full Sense. As they slowly, steadily make sure that they're just crossing all their T's and dotting all of their I's. Don't want to get caught off guard from Sewers yet again.
Exactly. They have to be careful. They have already had a couple moments in this map. One that cost them dearly in the pistol, and one that almost cost them with the tucked-in position of Yettajay up on the logs. And this time around, should be them just fanning out, looking for those kills, looking for those extra ult orbs if they can.
Does anyone push towards Leviathan? Looks like the answer is going to be yes. There's Yettajay. Quick and easy cleanup, and now we can just get on the wider angle, try to stop them from getting in towards that spike detonation. As from here, the game plan for Foot should just be to not give over any additional ult charge. Rendezvous is going to be set up, and they want to try to fight this one forward. Crystalli will be able to peel back a kill, stopping it from being a flawless, but Leviathan finding 3 as Full Sense move up 2-1.
Yeah, now you're starting to see some good macro ideas from Full Sense, some good comms. When we got to listen in from them on Fracture, it felt like, you know, Leviathan and Jit Boys were really active in the comms, really making some calls and ideas. So here, this time, Leviathan able to just find that open space on the map and call the troops over. Now you are going to have some big guns coming through here for Foot, the Op and the Odin, but the Op only going to have half armor, so if he challenges into Leviathan, not going to be too bad of a matchup for the chamber, but right now, off the rip, not going to be the case. Looking for that tight angle, looking for the orb denial, knowing with that Phoenix in play that that's something that you're going to be absolutely considering every round is Full Sense. Saw it on Fracture, that on their attacker side, it was a big part of the game plan, trying to funnel those orbs as much as they can, but Full Sense as well, kind of aware of what the potential counter strategies could be. You know, Minnie was talking about it on the desk, how Foot was getting really aggressive on the extremities of the maps, something they like to do here on Haven as well.
Jump peek out. Op will have been spotted. Just using the Blaze Bolt to try to get tucked a little bit further forward. Now uses run it back to get rid of Sop. Flash does manage to connect. It's going to be Yettajay holding things from that Garage side to shut down the ultimate. At the same time, Leviathan's going to be spotted, but Yettajay tries to reswing in the Garage, and he's giving up so much space. Zeus is able to find one Sop with another as Jit Boys will get taken down. 3v3 with the Prowler spotting Sop. A quick little exit. Has to give up the space, so for now, Spike can be planted. Sees out, Sociable, catches them off guard, comes away with 2, and now it's just Kahlua in a 1v3. Started off the year being so very clutch for this Thai squad. Can he deliver here on the biggest stage of his career thus far? He finds the first. Turns back, clears the recon, but that's when Sop strikes. And Foot will be able to win out the round and tie it up 2-2.
Yeah, Full Sense just so tunneled in on some of the wrong angles. It seems like they're so convinced that Foot is going to be coming from the window that Sociable is just catching them off guard, and he does this all the time in EMEA, but oh, that's a nice one from Sop. They're just not ready. Primi trying to back up, covering that angle, but it's too late. They do a great job holding the line.
That's a critical round. Allows him to carry that Odin as well as the operator forward. Stop's still going to be having that half arm, but this time no Outlaw to be concerned about. It's an op in the hands of Leviathan. See if he ends up challenging on to the same angles, but at the moment it seems like no. Will just be a peek out towards A long.
Yeah, they're going to try to use the Haunt Flash setup here to set him up.
What goes out meanwhile, Switchpool scaling forward. That rendezvous will just be taken out to safety though, and this gives a lot of forward space for Foot. An immense amount of map control now established. As op shot from Sop doesn't manage to connect on a Primi. He had an opportunity to take that Phoenix down out of Garage, but ends up going a bit wide.
This is such a clever setup. Leviathan is just going to be how patient is he going to wait this out? With Sociable right around that corner, Paranoia in hand. Could be tricky for the chamber, but the reinforcements have arrived. Are they going to be ready?
The face in. There's the Paranoia, and Zeus is able to collect one. Now the convergent path's immediately going to be invested. He's blinded up, but the smoke just completely keeps them protected. And the stray spray from Zeus is able to find Jit Boys. Stalling now to open up, and they're just killing everyone. No vision necessary.
Oh man, that lack of map control absolutely crushes Full Sense. Crew's just gonna try to
30
find some way to hang on to this gun if possible, but still way too much time on this clock, you would think.
Yeah, this is a big swing back in. Jay just around the corner at the top of sewers. Right, come checking down, and he does, and Cruz cannot find the headshot, so it's a flawless round for Foot to reestablish the lead.
This is incredible game sense from them. Just waiting things out. Paranoia into the convergent pass, and it hits everybody on Full Sense, basically. And that is just a firing squad. Already, Foot well ahead in every department, just like on Fracture. Sure, Full Sense has got a couple rounds in there off of that forced buy-up, but outside of that, they're looking very, very shaky.
I have the overdrive available, but it's going to be Jitboy still holding on to this Vandal. Thought maybe we'd see that passed over to Primi. Playing for an arm, trying to get that tour de force, but, well, there goes the gun. Jitboy's immediately dead as Zeus just walks out into mid. Completely disrespecting and disregarding any potential setup, any layers that they could have, and then Sop, he's posted up top sight. He's able to find Primi, and now both duelists have been eliminated, and Leviathan gets tagged to 19 at the same time, and now we'll be finished off. Continuing to walk forward, it's going to be back-to-back flawlesses. Foot once again finding their form.
Standing ahead. It just seems like they've got the download on how Full Sense wants to play. You know, this time Full Sense going to spread the map a little bit, and Foot just covering every angle, every corner. Nice little flicks here and there as well. Make sure that they're able to deal with Full Sense cleanly, not really give them much hope.
Sure. not quite sure what brought that one on, but it's going to be a timeout call now for Full Sense as they once again start to feel this pressure. 2-round deficit, being able to tie things up after that force buy after dropping another pistol, but then now again starting to feel like this map is getting away from them. They're playing on this attacker side. They have this double duelist. This is where they should be the most favored on Haven. And if they aren't able to rescue this, then it might just be curtains for Full Sense in this opening series.
No doubt. They just feel scared. I mean, feels like they kind of got punched in the mouth and they're not able to recover. They're rattled. They're reeling. They're teetering. Meanwhile, Foot is looking for the knockout blow. They're winding up for it big time.
Yeah, and again, with the Coinbase win condition, my eyes start to look over towards Primi. Will he be able to find that impact? The 2 kills that he found were in that pistol. Was able to get the run back, didn't find value off that, had the shutdown from Jay on the C site, and now it's been slow going to try to get that second one built up.
Yeah, I mean, you need him to be firing as Full Sense. Like, he's a big part of your game plan, no matter how you cut it. And having him on the Phoenix on both maps has just not gotten the value that you look for. You are going to have the tour de force with Leviathan and Jitboy's ult. They're going to try to get ahead. Bounce up from the relay, or the recon dart. This time, though, what a shot from Saab.
And what a read to be prepared for this. It's such an off angle. Yes, plenty of Omens do try to play it, but to just go ahead, peek out, and be able to connect with that so quickly. Saab is just operating on a completely different level. Meanwhile, peek out at Heaven, there it is, and Leviathan unable to find the flick, and he's going to be the one eating the damage. He does get some through actually on his Versailles. The wall bang does connect. Fairly even across both sides. Meanwhile, Jitboy's checking down in the sewers, making sure that there's no sneaky Zeus down there. Spike can be planted, but this is going to be a difficult hold for Full Sense. So the Nightfall's immediately going to be invested, but Saab just maintains that angle, and he's able to find Leviathan. 3 players now to try to hold this line. It's the up and over. Doesn't matter with the paranoia. Saab just plays distraction while the rest of his team picks up the pieces, and it is another flawless for Foot.
This is incredible. I mean, Saab on the Jet. Absolutely love the movement. Absolutely love the confidence that he's bringing in. Doesn't matter if he's paranoid or not. He's getting in their faces. He's hitting off shots. He is doing it all. This is exactly what you want to see. And I mean, again, look at these POVs from the Foot players. It's crossfires galore. It's great coordination. And meanwhile, Full Sense just feels like they're in a panic. They're in a daze.
It's perfect. Like we drew it up. Like we drew it.
I mean, it's literally perfect in every single facet.
I agree.
So many flawlesses already on this map for Foot. They're sticking to the game plan, and Full Sense just can't break it. They can't find a way to shake up Foot right now.
And Foot right now, maybe giving them a little bit of an opportunity here, thinking that Full Sense was going to change directions in towards that C site, and it's going to be still an operator available for Leviathan, and he's going to take some control here. So Full Sense being a little bit more proactive over at A, but they were in the previous round, and it did not end up mattering because the retake and the shots were just too good.
Of course he's good for it, and he's going to stick around. Prowler doesn't scout him, and it's double shorty shots to the back of Jitboy's skull. The punish isn't there. He repeats, he finds Cruz, and then he overheats a little bit, but it doesn't matter. The damage is done. Crystalli cleans it up. And this map is already looking finished just 8 rounds in.
I mean, he's just incredible. He's got the style, he's got the composure, he's got it all right now. This is stellar work on the Jet. And again, they've got that extra layer over towards Sewers to clean up what Saab started.
I think he should have been playing Jet earlier. They might have won EMEA if he just swapped over to it. His Neon's good, but this is looking immaculate.
I agree. This is so fun to watch right now. He is just otherworldly when he saw the head.
Okay, a rare whiff at this point. Maybe just a warning shot. Just continue to get into the head of Cruz here. Well, Jay playing this pixel angle. Not going to be able to connect with those bullets, but still maintains control of this site. Full Sense. I feel like it's fairly unassailable.
You got to find a way to set up Jitboy with his ult here. I think that's the big win condition in my mind for the High Squad in this round. Gonna try to
out.
Look at the discipline, though.
Yeah, just the back pedal, just give up that space. Foot are trusting in their protocols to be able to get this retake going, so see how they do decide to pilot it. Plenty of noise being made, but for now, Leviathan playing this patiently. Jitboy's going to be taking down Leviathan. Does manage to catch one. Social will fall, but he can't find the follow-up as the other J peeks out in the window and manages to strike him down. Primy's dead, Kahlua gone, and Foot again. It may not be flawless, but it's one casualty. They are catch capped, and they now have the lead secured, 7-2.
They're just having fun out there, but this is incredible work. You got to as well tip your cap to the coaching staff with the way that they've got this team prepared here. Love investing the Cypher ult there. It means that Killua is in a bad spot where he has to go for the big play to out of the smoke because he's going to be revealed in that position shortly. Just a wave to the camera. Hi, Mom. We're doing well.
I mean, it just feels like playground bullying at this point.
It does. And Zeus has got another convergent pass here to make matters
Full
worse.
Sense look like the skinny nerdy kid with glasses, and then what? They are the guy who's been held back for 3 years.
Yeah.
His dad's into MMA, so this is not looking good at all. As now run it back, going through, but the tripwire slows it up, allows for Cristalli to just go ahead, tuck away on that long side, and maybe catch these players off guard. As the smoke will dissipate, and yep, there's the sick realization as Jit Boys will fall, and Cristalli finds another. Punches forward, and he can do no wrong. He gets 3 from that position. And it just feels like daylight robbery.
It's just a masterclass. You're in trouble, Brimmy.
One enemy remaining.
He's done. He's gone.
Spike down A.
Got this off. You'd love to hold on to it, and it will be a solid and fast shot to take down Sop. How badly do Foot want to pursue for this kill? I mean, they've got plenty of money. It looks like they will just continue to play this reserved, play this patiently, not go sprinting out and offering themselves up one by one. They will just take the round win and be content with it.
Yeah, what else needs to be said at this point? I mean, they are just out-maneuvering them, outsmarting them. I don't know any other way to say it because I feel like a broken record at this point. It's just the little things that they're doing. You know, Cristalli tucks in, and even though there seems to be some awareness from Jit Boys that he could be there, he just doesn't really react to it. And then I just tease up Cristalli. Leviathan going to be good for 1. Quite split the difference there.
And nearly able to have it, will be able to retain that operator, but this is no closer to Full Sense, bringing things back 8-4, the best that they can now hope for, and just given the trend, it just seems impossible at this point. They will be able to scrape together another buy, but she's got so much money on the Foot side of things, you can never take these guns out of their hands.
Yeah, I mean, Cruz isn't going to be able to buy much other than Util and a Guardian. So he does opt to try to squeeze something out of this round. This one's got to go for Full Sense, but we feel like on Haven, another slightly attacker-sided map, this is potentially out of control. Again, it just feels like delayed reactions from Full Sense. The drone there is kind of ignored, looking for maybe just a player to pop out of the smoke.
Goes off again, finds Jit Boys, and yep, he's going to stick around. Well, they didn't hear a tailwind, so they know that he's widely going to be still tucked in that cubby. Does now burn it. Meanwhile, Cruz trying to see if he can open something up. Obviously, he can just hop this trip.
That's what Yetize wants. He's like, go ahead and hop it. See what happens.
And jump in, swing around that C connector side. Zeus is waiting.
Exactly.
Shots out, and Zeus now starting to swing, and there's the catch. Cruz going to be taken down. Primi throwing out that curveball, is able to find 1, but can't clean up both kills. Only able to get Yetize. Kahlua, however, coming away with the waylay. Now needs to push forward, take point, try to win this fight, and he will be able to get the catch onto 1, but he cannot find anything else. Leviathan now.
30 seconds
Tap up the plant, Sociable, TPing forward. Leviathan, however, unable to scale forward and get that catch, so the Omen stays alive. He's now going to make the noise. Sprinting over towards C. Foot with every little bit of information they could possibly want. A rendezvous set up in the garage.
10 seconds left.
As he tries to get this plant in play. A couple seconds to spare. Forced away from it. Now has to commit, and he's deep in backside, and the time is gone! It's just over. Full Sense! They cannot find their footing. They cannot find a foothold. They're consistently being swept off their feet.
I just love the intelligence here being shown by Foot. I don't like Full Sense. It's just falling for the same angle again from Sop, not doing anything to try to back him off that angle. But Sociable plays this so well. He knows he's got so much to play with here. He uses his TP to create that crossfire initially where Leviathan just has bad options left. Tries to go to the other side, has more bad options because the time's running out, and Sociable's like, I know you don't have time to plant this, and I don't even have to shoot my gun. I just need to make you not be able to commit to the spike.
Well, this is looking like the last Coinbase win condition that we'll take a look at here. As Full Sense, they're calling their last timeout just to try to secure a 3-9 half. And the money's all over the place. A couple of ultimates to work with, yes, from the shadows, a Nightfall. But is that going to be enough? Because it hasn't been since round 3.
No, and to make matters worse, Sop's got his Blade Storm here for this final round, and we know what he can do with that. So best of luck to you, Full Sense, because this one looking like it's going to be a 10-2 half and a clean, easy day for Foot, unless somehow there's some magic left. I don't know, break out the Hung Tie if you need it, but I don't know if that's going to be enough.
Well, London, if you want to see Full Sense be able to bring this back, they need this next round. They need your energy, so make some noise. Here. We'll see if that's going to be good enough. Can they find the third? Or will it just be devastation again? Haunt not going to be able to clear this angle, so Sop still able to get himself implanted in Sewer, continuing to swing out wider and wider.
No
It's a bit of damage. He does tailwind away. Primi putting a shot into his shoulder. Nightfall now going to be the mid that connects on the 3 players here on the site. Full Sense looking to try to up the pace. Sop, however, drawing out the blades, just dancing across the gap. Is able to find one as Primi will fall, and Zeus now getting involved. Is able to find Cruz to boot. Swing in, can't find the adjustment, but Sociable on high! Takes their lives, takes their hope. It's 10-2.
It just doesn't matter. You hit 3 players with a Nightfall, and Sociable just goes high. And they've got a great high-low setup covering Sewers. Sop does his job. He takes Primi out of the round. And after that, look at what he can do.
The floodgates were open, so now an 8-round deficit. Full Sense need everything to be played perfectly when we come back after the halftime break. We are back, and for how long, we do not know, but Foot are looking to make this a very fast affair. 10-2 at the half, dominance on display. The only 2 rounds that Full Sense could accrue being a force buy after dropping the pistol and then the follow-up from there. Otherwise, it has just been perfection from Foot. 9 rounds consecutively to make it up to 10.
Yeah, I mean, Foot's just looking to kick Full Sense out of this one, and it's nothing but desperation and despair right now for the Thai team. I mean, they can usually shake these moments off pretty well. They've got some decent mental, but at this point, I don't know if there's enough hope left. It's just incredible what Foot has brought to the table today, and it's Zeus this time topping the charts in that first half. 4 Foot on the waylay.
He was doing very much the same. He and Sop always neck and neck on that fracture. And the duel is just looking to be a massive cut above at the moment. I mean, 5-11, 4-11 for Primi and Jit Boys. And it's the global rookie of Kahlua who's trying to keep them afloat. Leviathan as well, now going to be shifting over. We'll see if he can have a better performance from this defender side. But for now, Cruz immediately just hearing the footsteps pushing in towards the C site, and he just has to give the space. So Spike is going to be planted very quickly by Foot.
Look at Yedajay. He's stuck all the way around that spawn.
Does that go red at all? Clearing the corners has not really been a big positive for Full Sense so far in this series. Yedajay will just be able to have the catch. A quick, merciful one-tap to put down Leviathan. Sop will get burnt down decently here, so some damage can be found, but push out of the smoke, and Zeus just has him dead. Primi's going to be able to find 2 again in this pistol, but can he get more? Because that's what they need. Cruz now on the arrival. Picks him up at the time and starting to bleed down. Looking for that defuse, the paranoia. Not going to be connecting. Primi looking to try to hold it, and okay. Gets himself a 4K. One charge away from having the ult online. Full Sense will find their first necessary pistol.
It felt labored. I mean, I really like the ideas from Foot. Got the Cypher lingering, but oh man, Primi hits 2 quick headshots. And he picks up a Sheriff and goes to work. And a lot of confidence there. Nice to have Cruz still alive to set up with the smokes. Even with that deep post plant that Foot was going for, they couldn't really disrupt it. It's just the pistol round. It's pretty good late round theory here. It's going to be no buy-up really, just Yedajay with the Bandit. Chipboy's actually with the shotgun. Haven't seen too much judge this event just yet.
Yeah, what is it going to look like?
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, you can't do much about that one. It's just watching Sop on the entry, but Primi will be able to find that kill. At the same time, though, Cruz dead, but the weapon will be left on the floor as Primi arrives on the C site fast enough to find that punish. ADS in, Primi maybe starting to come alive, gets himself a 3K. As it's now just going to be Cristalli to try to see if he can make this a little bit more costly.
Do have the trademark over here in sewers, but he's going the other way, so probably can get the plant. Doesn't look like Leviathan's gonna think about challenging it. Just have to see if he can find any more value.
Well, will not. Facing forward, Leviathan. Second shot will connect. And okay, Full Sense. 2 in a row. Get themselves up to 4, but it's going to take a hell of a lot more than this to really start convincing us. Bonus conversion might just do the trick.
Yeah, it's almost a necessary bonus conversion. Woo. Pretty fast from Primi. Able to get in there and bail out. Could have maybe been a tide turner there on that C site. I'd like to see Full Sense play a little bit for retake here. Maybe lean a little bit stronger towards one side of the map or the other. See if you can get that run it back into play. So they're going to lean A. That's going to be how they're thinking about this right now.
Full investment from Kahlua to try to get a Bulldog into the hands of Cruz. They want to make sure that they have firepower across the board because they know that they need to convert this. But they are just going to be leaving Leviathan alone on this side of the map. Granted, crunch attempt towards a lobby. Full Sense are going to get a lot of information off the back of this. And it will come down to can Leviathan hold the line and keep himself alive.
He already realizes he's in trouble.
Drifting away, and Rendezvous won't take him out to safety, so quickly backpedal away. Meanwhile, Tripwire going to be noting this entry into the window in mid. Spike can be planted. 5v5 for the post plant. But looking decently favored for now.
They're going to try to regroup. They just cleared a trip at long.
Paranoia going to be sent immediately, and it's going to be Leviathan dead. The ult nullified. Cruz still trying to work his way over here. The time is starting to bleed down. Primi a spot on the 1. The cam's going to be sent in. Jitboys is just sprinting forward onto the side, but it's just not moving fast enough. Those nerves coming through. Can't quickly close the gaps. The cleanup looking good here as Cruz now to try to find a little bit more damage, but he cannot. Some armor rebuys with 3 players still staying alive. Put now just 2 rounds away from taking the series.
Yeah, I mean, Full Sense here caught up in some of Yedajay's utility, so they can't really get some flanks going. And then Foot just has the confidence to kind of understand, okay, the Phoenix probably going to be coming from this angle. Let's get ahead of that ult. Let's make sure it can't find any value. Throw the paranoia, push out, shut down the ult, find a kill as well, and just stymie Full Sense's retake before it begins. So this is just, again, great map awareness, great understanding of the win conditions that Full Sense's comp wants to try to bring to the table. Looked a little bit dicey there for a second for Jitboys. He's going to peel back. This looks like a full-on B hit.
Jitboys just going to be found through that smoke. Blind connecting, but Primi gets himself into back sight, but he's now boxed in, taken down. Sociable still from behind is able to find the kill on Kahlua, and Cruz tries to hold this line. Final bullet does connect. Gets himself into a 1v2. The spike here at his feet. Sociable on that reposition, but Cruz is focused forward. Finding out in towards mid. Just trying to isolate these picks. He's in, re-swings out. Gets it into a 1v1, considers the ult for a reposition. But just slots back over to the connector side. Spike at the same time does get grabbed, and with 50 seconds to play, Yedajay could go anywhere, but Cruz going to be hot on his heels. But he pumps the brakes. He doesn't go swinging out. And yet Jay at the moment, he does not have sights trained on this angle! And Cruz will find himself a monstrous Red Bull clutch!
Again, it's one of those rounds from the veteran who comes up huge, but you know, we saw this very early on in Fracture, didn't amount to much. Is that one gonna be a tide turner? Let's see, it is still gonna be kind of a
timeout call?
That's what I'm hoping for too. That's why I'm holding my breath. Okay.
We're good. So yeah, but feeling enough pressure from this point. They still have a very healthy 6-round lead, but they would rather just end this here and now, not allow for Full Sense to continue to try to eke their way back into this game.
Yeah, I think you're just being better safe than sorry right now as a coaching staff. That is absolutely, I think, the right play. Don't give them any confidence. Don't give them any hope. Just close the door on this one. You know, you guys have been hot to start. You've had great reads. You've had great everything. Let's just keep that in check. You know, you haven't needed to get too involved here as a coaching staff because your team has done such a good job with what you've prepared them with. Now's a moment to talk a little bit about how they want to approach the map. I mean, I think some decent ideas. You just got outplayed by Cruz there. That's really all that was. I like the hit. I like the way that Sociable's been getting vertical. That's been catching Full Sense off guard more often than not, but just, you know, that round's one bullet away from being theirs, really.
You also have this ult cycle getting ready to come back through 4-foot. Maybe not over-aggress, invest those ults here unless you can get some very clear and critical leads in the round. That's for now, just double dash over into the cubby. Kahlua gonna try to get away, but that does manage to connect onto him. And Sop on the entry. It's posted up on the box. Quickly is able to find that elimination. Double wraparound from behind though. Leviathan and Cruz, triple here. Quickly closing the gaps, but Sociable, he's now hurt them. He sends out that paranoia. He's going to reposition, but Primi does manage to have it red. Still going to be found. Jitboy's just with a stinger. He's going to struggle to fight his way forward, and now has been, I believe, tripped off as well. He's locked in position. Knives out. Not quite able to find that one. Doesn't line it up. Cristali peels back another kills. Primi's going to be taken down, and Jitboys cannot find any value with that stinger. Foot will persevere. They get themselves up to match point. Full Sense now needs 7 in a row.
I just love this. They have the confidence because they're so far ahead that they can use ults in an eco round. You have the Blade Storm, of course, pivotal. Sociable watching that backside. Again, he has been so good today just with the awareness.
Come on, one more, baby. Come on.
Good to know, Bambino. He knows his maps.
Good counting.
Yep.
Better than his brother.
Yeah, way better than his brother. Is now Blue again going to be the one put under pressure. Teleport up into heaven. Sociable, does he go for the peak? Clearly suspicious of this, but has to give away the space. But now he's going to be trapped in the site, and Sop will collect the elimination. Sociable still here, now flushed out. Leviathan brings it back, gives them a hope. On a back pop, the tuck into the corner. Premi has not checked this one at all, but he's still able to find Cristali before getting taken down. Backs over the connector, but Sop is still alive, and that is still a concern if you are Full Sense. 3v3 with the drop down, and Premi is able to find both duelists, Sop and Zeus. Knocked out of the park, and now it is down to Yedajay. The ping reveal, but Jitboys playing forward. Catches him off guard, and Full Sense could be sticking around at least for a little bit longer. 6th round going their way, and 6 more to go.
Yeah, but even though this is a win for Full Sense, I'm still concerned because it takes Primi going absolutely crazy. Love the delayed trip that Yedajay throws behind the run it back at the A-Link exit. It doesn't end up amounting to much, but I love the Fury. But because Primi just re-wraps up and drops down and drops 3, that gives Full Sense another lifeline, but they need 6 more in a row, which did do, as we can see. They ran quite a few in a row. They're 9 in a row on the other side, themselves on defenders, but we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be...
Still have these rifles in hand, but okay, Leviathan will push out of the mid. Primi eventually able to find the kill, and that's going to be the duelist down again. As weapons can be recovered, the space can be given up, but Primi immediately shifts over, reads his lurk forward, dispatches Yedajay. And now it's just Sociable and Cristalli to try to see if they can somehow little rabbit out of the hat. Or Full Sense trying to get within 5. Revealed on the Hawk, but Cristalli is boxed in. The spike is now down. And Sociable, well, he's got 1 minute and 5 seconds if he wants to hold on to this weapon. He's unfortunate, unlucky. Just caught on the timing, and that will be a flawless for Full Sense. 5 more to go, and 4 ultimates to try to utilize to continue this run back.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to feel like Full Sense is giving themselves a shout, but some of these rounds where their aim is starting to come alive, the coordination now starting to come through, just took way too long to manifest. And you've got to just go absolutely crazy. I mean, a team that has been so good in Pacific this entire stage, and now they're absolutely struggling. Tour de force ripped for Leviathan behind the rifle. Just feels like might as well use it now. Might get another one if we can keep stringing them together anyway.
Have the money for an off the back of this as well.
True.
Just trying to get that healthy weapon cycle started here. Is it Drone? Not going to be spotting out much of anything, but Sociable unable to scale forward, held back by that trademark for now, and it looks like Foot wants to try to explore a different part of the map, and Premi at the same time, he's got himself tucked all the way up into that cubby at C long.
Here's the thing, Sociable I think is going to clear.
The face out, and the Flippy Stop take it down. Cristalli does manage to peel back one as Jit Boys will fall. Get Kahlua tagged to 40.
Yeah, but so much space was taken because A had been completely abandoned by Full Sense.
Neural theft. Getting the spot out now. They know that Premi's going to be on that flank. They continue to inch the spike more towards the C side of the map, but maybe just a little bit of a reconsideration. They do have that A site secured.
Incredible map movement right now from Foot. They are just making Full Sense guess.
He knows that Yedijay is going to be lurking around this site, but he doesn't know that he's already gotten himself deeply entrenched inside of it. Now Premi looking and considering that double back, but with the spike planted, he has to play forward. He has to play towards the site itself. The shot goes wide. Leviathan unable to find the enemy Sova. Now Premi needing to continue to do incredible work, but it's just a firing squad waiting for him. And Kahlua tagged to 40. Would have to pull off a miracle here and now. Shock Dart takes him down to 19. And it just feels like this one is already over. The Nightfall to be committed, because why the hell not? But as he swings, he will die. 13-7, 2-0 fashion. Foot, it's been a while since we've seen them on the global stage, but they have clearly been hungering for this opportunity, because they come out and they feast on Full Sense.
Well, they have absolutely done EMEA proud. They have done Turkey proud. This was clinical. From start to finish, it felt like they were in full control. Everything from the pistols, the macro, the micro. Again, the style, Sop on the jet, incredible. Zeus gonna as well drop a huge performance. 22 kills for him on the Waylay, on Haven. Stellar stuff at Full Sense, just never could muster much.
And we started to see a bit of it from Full Sense near the end. We started to see them come alive. We saw Premi. I mean, the fact that he rebounded and ended up basically tying Sop in kills, considering how this match started, is incredible in its own right. But it was far too late in both of these maps to make a go of it. Foot just had the advantage at every twist and turn. So congratulations to these guys. They are looking like absolute beasts. And anybody that's going to be in that 1-0 bracket should be crapping their pants, because these guys look scary.
No, this was really clean stuff in so many different ways from them. So they look like a complete team. Everything is clicking. It's just a matter of keeping that momentum going, keeping what we saw here today into future matches. Because to me, it looks like they are bound for playoffs.
All right, well, a very good start here for Foot. Rough one for Full Sense. Let's go ahead and send him down, though, and hear from one of our winning players of the Verizon post-match interview.
So, finish that selfie and please talk to me. How did you find your first ever international match?
I mean, it was good. I played like how I play, and we beat them. Yeah, it was fine.
It was quite simple. It literally was a very speedy 2-0. For you, we saw some changes. We're used to seeing you play the Neon on every map. Does this mean we're going to see the Jet on every map from now on?
Yeah, I mean, I can play anything. I don't really mind the Neon nerf. I can play Neon also, so yeah, that's it.
So actually, maybe we will see some Neon in London?
You'll see.
We will see, because from that performance, you could make a very deep run here. What did you learn from EMEA and want to change coming into Masters?
I mean, I didn't really learn anything. I just play.
You just play. Well, this is the thing. It's amazing how this team, you're not the only one making their international debut. It's 4 of you. But you guys look tighter than ever as a team. What's the difference maker?
I mean, everyone is full locked in right now, and we are performing better than EMEA, and probably that's why we dominate them.
And we're going to see some more SOP going forward too?
Of course.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much to you, Tesikura SOP. Let's head to game number 2. It's coming your way very soon.
Biri mi? Hello.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Hi guys, it's Jen with Sato and King. Today we're gonna be playing blind scream rating. Now we all know what to do. Just wanted to ask you, are you guys a good screamer? How would you rate yourself?
I'm an okay screamer. I would say I'm a 5 out of 10.
Oh, okay.
That's me.
Sato?
I mean, I got the natural talent. I'd say
Yeah.
I'd say a 9.
Okay, so we got the best of the best and 5 out of 10 to rate the screaming audios. Now let's get to it. Let's see the first clip.
Come on, boys! Nice! Nice! Yes! Nice!
Value. And we're starting. We cannot give him like the
Yeah,
best
yeah.
one yet, but he's not the worst one either.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Either 3 or 2.
I was gonna 3 or 4. Let's go 3 then.
Let's move on to the next one.
Nice! Nice! Nice!
I have to give that. I have to give it.
Don't
a number
offend
1.
me now.
I have to give it a number 1. Why?
Uh-huh.
At least compared to Jampy, like my ears are like suffering whenever you scream because the audio is like twisting. It's like I'm going to a different dimension because of the screaming. You know.
Do you feel the happiness in my voice?
I can feel your happiness, so that also gives more power ranking. You know?
That guy was also pretty handsome, so I think putting him in a 1 is a pretty good choice.
I have to agree.
Yeah.
Very handsome, yeah.
Thank
So
you.
Sato gets number 1.
Nice.
All right. Let's see the next one.
Nice! Let's go! Woo! Nice! Let's go!
What do you think, Sato?
I think that was too polite.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you need to break the sound barrier when you try. You know,
Okay.
like you need to aim high. I'd say 4 or 5.
I'll give it a number 5.
Okay. GNE7 gets number 5. Next one.
Nice! Come on! Nice! 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 Nice!
Now the consistency here was
Yeah.
amazing. You gotta put him in 2.
I agree. That came from the soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
Okay, number 2?
Yeah.
Okay, Forsaken, number 2.
Okay.
Let's
now
see
number
who's
4.
getting number 4.
You got to go to screaming on number 4, bro.
Oh?
I'm so sorry, bro. Jet2J, I'm so sorry. Jet2, where's the camera? Number 2? Jet2, you're the goat of screaming. I'm so sorry for putting you on number 4. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, but that guy is it's like whenever you're studying for screaming, like you're in the PhD, you know, your teacher is teaching you about Jet2J how to scream.
I can't let that guy beat my ass, bro.
Okay.
Damn.
Hey. It's
all
okay
good. It's all
because
good.
you're gonna get the chance in Masters London to
beat
be
him
the
in
best
scream.
screamer, okay? All right. Hope you guys have fun on stage and let's scream our way out, okay? Ready?
You gotta practice at night in the
Yeah,
hotel.
you can scream bye. You can scream bye.
Oh shit.
And then we'll just...
Goodbye!
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys.
Hello, Sato, and welcome back to Masters London. We'll be going to match 2 of day 2. I'm Victoria, joined by Billy and Minnie. And leading into this, I want to ask you guys, do you have a favorite player scream? How would you rank that?
Jet2J, I have to admit.
Yeah?
Like, they got kind of so dirty that they left him last there. But yeah, he is definitely the GOAT of screaming.
I think it was on purpose that they put Jet2J in last. Like we saw in that first match the amount of screaming that was going on. So yeah, I think it has to be Jet2.
Well, maybe Sato can do something today. But we can't help but be hyped about Lev. They came into London looking like one of the most exciting teams in the world after blazing their way to a second place finish in Americas. We got 4 this is the youngest roster we have in
Yeah, the
Masters.
youngest roster, and I think the roster with the best firepower at this tournament, only rivaled by HyperX. There is firepower from head to toe, and that's what you want from a young team like Lev.
Yeah, I think you would describe this team as King and his cracked Zoomers, right? And I think that when you think back to their time in Americas to be able to make it here, like you mentioned, they come in as that second seed. They had a rough group stage though. They were in that group stage that had that tiebreaker situation with NRG and MIBR and G2. Like it was a tough group for them. But they come
into the event as the second seed after losing to G2 in that grand final. Of course, they kind of went through that in an upper bracket run, which was actually pretty nice for them to be able to build up that confidence and get that BO5 experience before coming into London as well.
Yeah, and this roster is only in its infancy. This is the early days for this roster. I expect to be seeing this roster time and time again, and I'm honored to be watching them at their first tournament here. I think that we might be looking back at this roster in years to come and thinking, how on earth did they manage to get all these players into one team? That's how good I think they are.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a special moment today with all the teams, especially Lev. Now, one player, that we definitely have to talk about, their young star, Neon. He's looking like candidate for Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, we take your pick with this roster, honestly, but Neon to me has been the shining light. He's been the best rated players in America, and it's the Chamber here that has been the highlight. Lev, all-inning on the double duelist and the Chamber, identifying the strength in this meta of just shooting people a lot more, but they have that strategic edge as well, forcing teams into this Neon. It's so confusing. Into this player, Neon, into his Chamber op. He is frying right now.
Yeah, he's been doing absolutely incredible. He's also been doing a little bit of bragging on the Brimstone. I know that we're seeing a couple of Chamber clips here in the duelist, as you mentioned, Minnie, but I think what's so nice about Neon coming into this main roster now is the fact that Lev picked him up ages ago on the academy, right? They have been nurturing this talent for years before he was able to join this roster.
Yeah, he's one of the best offers from Americas. They've described him as the Messi of Valorant. So this is it's kind of a big deal.
Jesus,
That's
yeah.
a statement. Yeah.
And one of the things too, even though he's inexperienced, I think he does a lot of that defense side calling, which makes a lot of sense as the Chamber, being able to go organize what he wants his team to do. But for such a young player, that's impressive. And I'm here to watch them improve over time, but I'm just excited to see what they've got now.
Yeah, especially under their coach owner, like bringing a lot of discipline to this young firepower here. Now, let's hear from the prodigy himself, as Jen Lee had a chance to speak with him earlier today.
Jen here with Neon of Lev and Arthur for some translation. Now, Neon, you've been building a strong experience when it comes to big games since your debut in EMEA. Now you're here at your first global event. Are you feeling pressured, or do you feel like you're just ready?
Você vem construindo uma sólida experiência desde a sua estreia. Agora, prestes a entrar num palco global, você sente algum tipo de pressão ou você acha que está pronto?
Mano, eu acho que eu sou uma pessoa que só vai vivendo eu como partido a partido. Não sinto como apressado porque eu sou simplesmente eu, não faço nada mais. E por mais que seja um campo internacional, para mim, não sei, os partidos são tipo mesmo. Se para dentro eu sinto um pouco apressado, mas é algo que todos os deportistas sentem. Então, lidar com isso, se acontece e se não acontece, vai estar igual.
I would rather say that I tend to be a person that I deal with like a match after match. I don't like think much more over that. But like as every like esports player feels, we may have some like points of pressure whenever we are inside. But in the end, like I'm gonna be able to deal with that. I tend to only like do my game and focus on my game, and I will be able to focus on that, and it won't be affecting much, regardless. It's a global stage.
Okay, well, can't wait to see you perform on that big stage. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, Leon's looking a little modest, a little humble coming into his first global appearance.
Well, one thing I like there is just admitting that there is some pressure. I think sometimes players like to pretend that there isn't. Yeah, it's going to be easy, it's going to be fine. And I love it when a player shows some maturity and admits, yeah, there might be some pressure, but I'm going to deal with it. So a lovely attitude there from Neon.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that, yeah, a lot of the players on this roster will be feeling that pressure, right? When we consider all of the rookies that we've already kind of touched on, they will be looking towards King as that more experienced member to hopefully be able to bring that confidence out and help them get used to this global stage.
Well, I am curious what their opponents are thinking, because it's also the first time they're on the stage. Global Esports have finally gone global and made it to a global event, becoming the very first Indian org to get here. Now, over in Pacific, there are a lot of jokes, there are a lot of memes about this org never never even making it to playoffs, but for the very first time this year, not only do they make it to playoffs, they made it to the finals event over in Vietnam on the roadshow, and now they're here in Masters London. A lot of these guys on this roster have a lot to prove.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think that after that kickoff performance as well, they kind of came into stage one having those expectations on their shoulders, especially when you look at the names on this roster. We're looking at Autumn, we're looking at Patman, bringing in that experience for the rest of the team. And like you mentioned as well, Victoria, for them to be able to go to that LAN finals event, get that experience as a best of 5 for the very first time within this roster would have been really great for them. And yeah, maybe they did end up losing that rematch against PRX when it got to that, but mate, the fact that they were able to go on such a run and get themselves into this position to be able to make it to this global event is such a success for them.
Yeah, and I think a lot of credit goes to Frost here, the coach. I think that this team is a little bit of a ragtag team. It's not necessarily the 5 best teams in the region. I think that Frost has done another great job of elevating a team with lower expectations and getting them here to another global stage.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of them are almost rejects in a sense, and that's why when they've come together and made it this far, it's really a phenomenal and kind of a beautiful story. And Frost himself as well. There are a lot of people doubting him when he came over to Pacific. This guy yaps a lot, and they're like, what is he talking about? But he's definitely walking the talk right now. Now, we have an interview with Patman. He returns to the global stage with a new org, and he's in absolutely fine form, like you guys are saying. He was with HyperX last year, making a Toronto on a run where they finally get their first trophy, and then they let him go.
I feel like so many players could have disappeared into the shadows as well after a performance like that he had with PRX last year. He mentioned something in the press conference yesterday which I thought was really interesting, that his time with PRX, he was more of a kind of selfless player. However, coming into this event, he's building that ego, he's building that confidence that he needs to have for the rest of his team coming into this.
I was fortunate enough to work with him a little bit on that HyperX run, and I would describe him back then as a player with some insecurity issues, some confidence issues, and if that is the kind of thing that he's working on, then he is a beast. He has looked like a completely different player on Global Esports. He knows how good he is, and he is going to be taking over the server a lot more. He's not a support bot, he's not throwing prowlers out for his team, he is the one fighting off his utility.
And it's not only that, it's the amount of flexing that he's been having to do, which is what is allowing Frost to implement all of these ideas and allowing them to play all of these crazy different compositions that they have been running in their region.
It's wild. He's actually been breaking records in Pacific against HyperX, funnily enough. So we did get thoughts from Patman on his return to the global stage with a brand new team. So here he is speaking with Jen Lee just earlier.
Jen here with Patman of GE. Patman, you've gone extremely far in your past global event. I mean, you won Masters Toronto, but in Pacific, there were moments where the team itself was still kind of developing under pressure. So with the amount of experience that you have when it comes to the big stage and the global stage, how much responsibility are you planning to take on to make sure that the team stays composed today?
They're big boys already, so I don't think I have responsibility for that. I know they know how to calm themselves properly.
Oh, okay. Is that the way it was when you were on HyperX?
No.
Oh, but you're okay. Right, they need to be stronger for the bigger stage. All right, thank you so much, Patman, and good luck today.
Oh man, I have to say, well, being on HyperX is very different than being on Global Esports, and the coaches are also very different. Now, Minnie, some might say you're one of the greatest coaches in this game. So is his former coach over on HyperX, Alex. But there's also an argument for Owner and Frost to be 2 of the best and most intense coaches also in VCT.
Yeah, I think for my money right now, Frost and Owner are extremely good. I think Owner has been consistently making these global events when he's had the opportunity to do so, and Frost, time and time again, lifting up the teams. The interesting thing to me is the styles that they bring, though, completely different. Lev have a very set structure, very set strats, a little bit readable, some people may say, and on the flip side, you have Frost with the weird comps and lots of game plans. And the question of this game is, are the game plans going to beat Lev's structure and set strats?
And one of the bigger questions, I think, overall, when we consider the length of this event is, are those playstyles going to be able to hold up? It's not the same as being in regular season where you have week to week to have these set strats planned out, but then also for Global Esports, to be able to come in with those very specific anti-strats, you're going to be having to do things overnight. You can't just be cooking up wacky compositions that we see from them time and time again to go ahead and and anti-strat these kind of teams. So I want to see how they kind of adapt and feel in that process.
Yeah, my preference here is the left side. When you've got such a young team, I prefer to have a little bit more structure, a little bit with the set things, not having to flex too much, not having to make big decisions in the moment. I prefer my players to not have to think too much. So coming into this stage, I quite like Lev's approach.
All right, well, let's see what the map veto is, because there's one thing Frost is very confident about is his map draft.
Hello and welcome. Let's do the map veto real quick. So today Leviathan is the higher seed, so they're picking their side. So please go ahead and choose your side.
We're gonna be Team B.
Team B. Alright, that means GE is on the A side and banning first.
We ban Ascent.
Alright, Ascent is banned. And now your turn.
To ban Breeze.
Breeze is banned and GE is picking the first map.
We pick Pearl.
Pearl is picked, and the side for Pearl, please.
Defense.
Defense. Alright, then your map pick, please.
Same way, we pick Fracture.
Fracture. Side for Fracture.
We pick Attack.
Attack. Alright, then we have Haven, Lotus, and Split left. Global Esports banning first.
We ban Haven.
Haven is banned. Last two maps are Lotus and Split.
We ban Lotus.
Lotus is banned, the sider is Split, and GE is picking the side.
Attack.
Attack. Alright, let me give you a quick recap. We start with Pearl, Leviathan defense, then we have Fracture, GE attacks, then if we have Split, GE attacks again. Everything correct? Right, thank you, good luck guys.
Frost has said GE needs to take down Lev to prove that they deserve to be here. Those are some fighting words, but will that be enough against all that LATAM firepower? Everyone, let's welcome GE and Lev to the stage.
Please welcome Global Esports and Leviathan!
We've got Lev facing Global Esports today. We have high expectations from both of these teams. We got Lev, the youngest roster here with insane firepower, going against Global Esports, the misfits of Pacific, with everything to prove.
Yeah, it should be a banger here. I think this is my favorite matchup of the tournament so far, and the map veto itself, very interesting. GE picking that Pro, not surprising to me, but Lev going to that Fracture. Another series where we're seeing, in my opinion, quite an unconfident Fracture pick here. Lev weren't looking amazing on it, playing a very strange composition. GE could take this in too with this map veto.
Oh, okay. I like what you're putting down here, Minnie. I think for me, it's interesting that Lois was floated when we consider that being Lev's insta-ban all throughout their time in Americas here. I think as well for GE, I'm intrigued to see what they pull out, man. The amount of comp changes that they have from week to week to week. Let's see what they're cooking.
Now, a lot of us are talking about the two coaching styles from Owner and Frost, the anti-stratter and the guy who always has set strats. But Minnie, what do you make of that? Is that really the thing that we should be looking at here?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for Lev, it's how much time have they had to go away and add some layers to their set strats, because over time, they usually get a little bit readable. Sometimes I can watch a VOD from a month ago and they're still doing a lot of the same stuff. So have they been able to change some of that stuff? Because Pat and Frost, every time I hear the comms, Pat is immediately saying stuff. Like, it looks like he is part of that anti-strat system, making a lot of those reads. So I absolutely think that is the narrative strategically for this game today.
And Billy, earlier you were talking about GE's style here. The thing is, they often boast that they have multiple comps per map prepared. Do you think that's a real thing and that's enough to take on Lev?
Let's see if they can do it on the global stage. That's what I'm saying. In a regular season, when you have week to week, 100% do your thing. Anti-strat specific compositions for specific teams on certain maps. But coming into this stage where you're playing back-to-back days, it's a completely different game. I will be very impressed if they're able to have that kind of turnaround at a global tournament.
Yeah, let's see what agency will be bringing out today. But whatever the case for either team, we can see a new legacy being developed from this very moment.
Yeah, I think we're talking about agent select. I think that it's going to be very similar for Global. They're very confident on this map of Pearl, and they've been playing the Killjoy, just a very kind of standard composition. On the left side, the double Judas in the chamber. That is their bread and butter. Starting on the defense side, that is where it's going to be a little bit stronger with that chamber getting some picks.
Yeah, and we're going to see a Neon head-to-head here on both sides. An agent that we said that we potentially expect to see a bit of a decline on, but I guess with it being Pearl, this is okay. This is all good. I think Neon being on that operator, especially starting on this defense, we talk about what do Global Esports actually have to be able to isolate that weapon out of place when you're considering the utility. Not having a Sova in there, having to opt for the fade. I'm expecting to see Neon propped up on B long a lot of the time here.
Yeah, I agree with that too. The fade isn't the best at dealing with that B long control. The chamber can avoid some of those Prowlers and eyes. So big question for me, Global Esports on this attack side, how do they deal with Neon's chamber?
Yeah, that is definitely the question of today. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out, but whatever it is, the fans are absolutely excited to see these two teams go head-to-head. All right, to take us through this electric face-off, we got Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you, Victoria. An electric face-off indeed, Tom. Certainly a lot to be excited about, but I gotta say the biggest surprise, we're getting Neon on both sides. We're used to seeing that, but things have changed here at Masters, but evidently not in this matchup.
Yeah, clearly both teams feeling comfortable still running the Neon. Of course, a lot of those rotations will be a little bit slower. The jumping might not be quite as much, and I don't think you're gonna see shotguns there quite as often, but we'll get to see if it's going to work out for both of these squads.
That we will, and we'll get to see it as we get into the game. Let's kick off Leviathan versus GE. Before we start, though, London, are you ready? Certainly feels like they are. Let's see if our teams are as well. GE to mount the attack, and already numbers towards B for both teams.
Immediate fight for those orbs, of course. We expect to see that quite often with the Phoenix in play, but patiently waiting. 3 players on this side, that double duelist that will be spoken about a lot throughout this series. Sato waiting on that cross.
Concealment.
With King alongside him. They're just going to run this straight in onto the fight. Yudoton to start, and Autumn there alongside him. In fact, it's going swimmingly for the side of GE. All 3 players taken out and the rotation quite far away.
Yeah, nice attempt to flash back by Sato, but he gets shut down. GE flooding the site, and now blows in Neon. Having to fight back from spawn. The spike already ticking. They have no notion of where these attackers can be. The reveal will help for a moment. C1, C2, but then all of the remaining Leviathan players fall to give GE a 1-0 start here on Pearl.
Yeah, no, I do. I want to go back to something that was touched on by the desk as well when building into this matchup, where it's like, I think at the beginning of the day, you were asking me who was favored in this matchup. I'd slightly give it over to Leviathan. I think they've been a very strong squad, almost taking down G2 in Americas the second time around. But the fact is, after the veto, I'd now maybe go the other way. I think the fact that obviously G floated Fracture was almost like a ball to a red flag, but I think this first map also favors GE, so it really could be an opportunity for them to 2-0.
Pacific's number 3 certainly seems to have a leg up, not just in the veto, but even starting this map. That said, Leviathan, they've pushed up A as 4. Found the solo player, Crystal, who was supposed to contain, and as a result, there's not really much of a choice but to finish this B hit. The good thing is, though, nobody is here. The site wide open. GE will have themselves a post plan. And now those pistols, with GE having the option to play a bit further back, hold those chokes, those pistols are going to find it very difficult to find value.
And Neon becomes the major danger in this moment, or maybe not. Blow's already finding one, making this seem dangerous. Patman under pressure as well. The shot's not quite landing, but his teammates are there to support. Even still, it comes down to one. Yudotan to try and save them from around. This should have been easy. His opponent's above him, and the Classic can't quite close him out. Any other gun would have denied the Red Bull clutch, but Yudotan just about keeps them alive.
But that's it, Tom. Staying alive in a round that should have been an opportunity to thrive. A Red Bull clutch needed, a 1v2, and a well-placed shot from that headhunter or right-click landing would have changed the story of the start of this map entirely. GE with a lifeline early on. They'll hold on to their lead. But for Leviathan, that tells them that when it comes to pound-for-pound brawls, they might be in with a chance.
Well, yeah, look at the purchase that comes up. You normally expect a little bit more from a bonus round. It's the 3 rifles invested into 2 pistols have to be brought through, so it definitely gives the defenders a great opportunity. And with already aggressive ground picked up on the B site, they can start to gamble back. They're pushing in towards Art, though, and those fights haven't gone their way. It's Crystal to pick up 2 and leave. Blows the lone defender. His teammate sprinting to try and save him, but there is no one to be saved. In fact, the only thing that can be saved, Mitch, is those guns. They have to bow out.
What a crazy switch up between the rounds, Tom. The last one, it looks like GE could be in trouble. They're getting wrecked by pistols, and granted, Lev had a very good eco strat, pushing one side of the map as 4, and then playing the retake together, using that neon wall to get out, to make the elevation not as much of an issue when you've got players down below. I loved it. And then they get run down. In this round, Crystal's got 2. He's out looking for more, farming up those orbs, and he might have a chance to take another weapon out of the hands of these Lev players. He'll clear the spawn. I think he'll have enough time to walk right into this fight. Neon only needs to land 1 shot, and there it is. It's a headshot, clean as can be. You'd think at this point those weapons would be held onto, and it looks like they will.
A very good start. I think also the people may be thinking Neon, and I mean the agent, is dead, might start to question things with the start that Yudotan has had. Just sliding into the angle and absolutely doming. But that was Crystal's round. A huge couple of openers for him in that moment and putting them into a 3-0 start. Of course, this is their map choice, but I think that is the big talking point is we're going to look at both these squads and go, okay, what have they fixed on Fracture? Because it's not a particularly good map for either of them. And if we can see GE get off to a strong start on their own choice, which they are favored on, it almost feels like a 50-50 second map. This, though, is an aggressive hold, but so much information already found out by this attack. A lot of utility being put into play, but Spike has managed to do well.
Have they done enough, though? Sato still needs to get out of there, just about falls back to the B side. Okay, safe as can be. It was a little spooky at the start. Obviously, Chamber can get out for free once challenged, but not revealed behind the wall. And it looked like we could have had a much worse fight on their hands. Leviathan keeping trades like this early on is perfect, keeping control of the rifle, and now the Death Squad goes looking for a victim to push out on mid. Gonna give them an early flank on this A play, but not an opportunity to catch any kills just yet.
Turret will deny any push up, and I actually quite like this. I was going to question whether they'll use the run it back in this round, and that just allows them to clear the site, at least mostly for free. The defenders have already gone for the swing back through. Of course, for Neon, he's now out of headhunter bullets, so his danger should be reduced. It should be reduced, but he still manages to land 1 with the classic. The low buy rounds are seeming quite damaging for the side of GE, but when you win the last buy round so clean, it doesn't matter as much.
Well, that's it. They're doing a really good job in the tough rounds, but a much more difficult job in what should be easier, more of a level playing field. For Leviathan, that's the one thing that the takeaway so far is those eco rounds have been very well structured. Even here, the drone going out, you know that that's going to draw a lot of eyes, probably from the Phoenix as well, but it's combined with that art re-aggression. So everybody's looking towards the spawn, and you can overwhelm with the numbers. Worked out for a couple of kills, but Leviathan chipping away isn't going to work as GE find a 4-0 lead, and the shots don't land right away for Chamber, who is Neon. Let's see how GE handle this.
Good blood, just kill. Let's take art, connect to Salva, Come kill, you have flash? Spike planted. No flash. He's droning.
Enemy tags.
Nice, 1 more, boys, Salva, boy. We can kill him. Let's fight together, Sam, come. Yeah. Guys, guys. I'm not watching back.
Guys, I'm
back. Yes, okay. Can you talk
play with you, you do.
You die OT for you.
You die, watch behind you, okay?
They probably saved the off, boys.
You are divided!
CT, Sova. Aston.
I think they're right. It might just have to be the saving of that operator. Bring it through into the next round, and for GE, this is a worldie of a start. And that's the thing, like, you play these slower rounds, you give players like Neon an opportunity to try and catch somebody. You go for these fast-paced hits into the A side like that, and they have to react fast enough to try and deny you. 5-0 start on the attack side for GE. They are flying.
The question is, when do we see a timeout now? I mean, it's apparent that when it comes
Now,
to buy rounds, GE are the ones that are really holding the reins with both hands, and they are holding on tightly. Leviathan need to wrestle control away from them, and you're dead right. Timer paused, and I assume that's going to be Leviathan taking a moment to reassess the game plan so far. This is, of course, GE's map pick, so it's not the end of the world for the series overall, but like you said, Tom, with how this veto has panned out, GE having this strong of a start is definitely worrying, because then you don't feel like Fracture's going to be an easy win.
Yeah, I think as well, when you have those youngsters on your side, like we're talking of a team that's like 18, 19-year-olds, and then the IGL being an old 24, it kind of does feel like you need to stem the bleeding earlier, because they are just getting used to this stage, getting used to being at these internationals. And of course, for Neon, that Coinbase win condition, a man that has been talked about an awful lot. I'm sure you could take that across pretty much any member of this squad of young stars, but it has been a slow start for the entirety of the team. Sato as well, 1-5, someone who has lit the world on fire since being in this roster. And I think for Owner, this is the moment to go, okay, maybe it's not even about like strategy or what our opponents are doing. It's more so, okay, we're not even hitting our shots at the moment.
Well, that's true, and I think not to zoom in too much on Neon, but that has been an issue for him. You see some of these moments where he's usually so reliable. He'll go a couple rounds without a kill, but when they come to his side of the map, he farms, and that's not been the case so far. A couple of missed shots, pressure applied by GE, and there hasn't been a response from Leviathan. That should all change now as the pause concludes. The barriers go up once more, and hopefully we see a better face from Leviathan. Still with a full buy, there will be a shotgun in play on Spikeson. The bookie still reliable even with the nerfs, and well, Neon is the one drawing my eye, but he's on the other side of the map. GE are putting pressure on B, at least to start.
Immediately lockdown utilized King, hoping that maybe some stray shots can connect, but just look at the spike. They are not committed to this B side just yet. I'd maybe even trying to catch out some of the rotations. In fact, they're trying to pincer in on them from behind, catch them where they know they've pushed. A good stun, though, will at least slow things down a little bit. The overdrive used to try and just pad some of that damage, but even still, that opening kill has gone in the other direction. However, Spikeson has managed a trade.
It's this pressure on the Crystal. It has to go the way of Leviathan. So they had that advantage, at least avoiding it. No punish could be fine. But Crystal now has the option to take that space a little bit later. Heard the Neon running away, knows the B side is now much more open, but there's going to be a fake from Autumn attempting to mislead this defensive side, and it has worked perfectly. He hasn't even made noise just yet, clearing the A site completely. The Spike still doesn't know which site would be the easier to hit, but finally settled on B, and Autumn is going to go and join them. If he can slip away, it gets a kill as well. GE with a big leg up now.
Well, yeah, that was doubt from Autumn. You saw his teammates stop because they go, well, there's actually no one on A.
They're not here, they're not there.
Here, so they must be somewhere else. And Autumn is now just the ultimate backstab. Looking to try and group up. Crystal has taken so much space already, and Sato is completely unaware. They are playing them like a fiddle. A team known for these set strats, these setups, even in their retakes, are not being allowed to do so because GE are just playing with their minds, and they will get to save none of those weapons. 6-0. This is beautiful stuff from GE.
I would have rather see anybody on GE ace that round if I was in Leviathan's coach booth. You call a timeout, and the game plan is where you get diffed. The pressure put on towards the double doors gets Neon to walk up in art. You lose your chamber, you lose that hold. What did we just talk about? He's going to be the one containing one side of a map and showing up when he gets challenged, and instead his sight falls and it ends up being used as a ruse. GE playing a better game, plain and simple, and Leviathan falling miles behind, now even facing an eco as well, or at least a low buy. There are some pieces here. Some less now.
Yeah. Oh, dear Lord.
Less now.
The unit on Neon when it's been needed, which hasn't been the whole time, but he is 10-1 right now. Utterly dominating. Well, it's at least not going to be flawless. That's about all that you can hope for on the GE side. And just look at the way they fall back as well. You wouldn't even been too mad at Javi for sort of going for the swing there, trying to take an extra kill. Like, look at the current scoreline, look at how your team is. But he doesn't. He doesn't risk it.
There's always elements of confidence that have to be in play, but I love seeing a team that's ahead playing like they're behind. That's exactly why you can see players sometimes having chances pulled out of thin air, and a few more shots in the mag, and that could have been the round. But King, 5 HP now. He surely has to go for the save. A nice try, but
I don't think... to the blaze.
yeah, exactly. It's not quite enough to put the win back in Leviathan's sails just yet.
He's trying to pull them back in. I like it. They're just throwing a piece or two of utility out to try and do damage, but I think we are well past the point of damage. The credits booming. You're going to have multiple players buying back up with max credits on the side of GE. And it feels like for Leviathan, they need that swing round. They need something to enlighten the flame of this squad, because that's what we've talked about when watching them in Americas, is that flair, that level of aggression, individual brilliance. I think Neon and Sato especially have been highlighted a lot for the fact they can take over rounds. Right now, they are being utterly diffed.
Bro, he turned from the Phoenix Flash before he even... Before he even knew it was coming, he turned from the Phoenix Flash. If you're Leviathan right now, every single thing you do, you feel like your comms are being leaked to GE. Like, they know they're ahead of the play every time. They're pushing the right spot, they're pulling the right rotations, and they're punishing every mistake. This attack side looking clean, and that's the orb Autumn was looking for in that last fight of the previous round. He's now got the run it back online again, making what has been an easy attack side that much easier in this round.
Full rotation back across the map. Now there is an implant in play. Neon has pushed out mid. But instead, it seems like they found the gap again. There's only one player towards this A side of the map. Blows just having to sit all the way back, and he's calling for those rotations. You can see it immediately. They know that this is going to have some direction to it. The run it back, clearing out everything. Only the back of the site left unchecked, and there's nobody in it anyway. A post plant guaranteed, but a player following it up. Good drone, though. They've at least spotted it, but Yunatan is not falling back. He wants to fight this.
It looks like he's having fun as well, but now the ults from Leviathan end up playing against them. Autumn's taking him twice in a number of seconds in a 3v3 once again, but all hope is not lost for Leviathan just yet. They still have 3 to fight. They still have the all posted, the headhunter to fall back to, and the advantage now in their hands. A chance to push this further with just one standing in their way, and not for long.
They desperately needed that. Desperately needed to get that round on the board. And even just looking at the HP, look how close it was. 8 HP, 9 HP for Neon and Blows. As they finally managed to come out of one of them alive. The combo of 7 in a row has been broken, but of course, and this isn't going to blow anybody's mind, there's plenty of credits available for GE to buy back into this one. The good thing, though, is in terms of the ult economy, GE actually don't have too much to play with. They used some of them in the last couple of rounds, whereas that Hunter's Fury and Tour de Force could still be used.
Well, it looks like mid-fight is the game plan for Leviathan, wasting no time. They're already up in top mid, looking for the fight on the Crystal, who gets dropped by the Hunter's Fury. But it ends up being an immediate trade and still pushing up Asato. Headshot immediately delivered, and he will be bailing out of there, taking a little heal from his wall as he goes. But all aggression sent the other way by GE, at least to start this round.
Yeah, GE have done well to soak up that pressure. I think there's a very real chance they come out of that with a much bigger deficit. But I like the fact that Leviathan are also not just shying away from these fights, considering the scoreline. Sato, of course, has been able to heal up a little bit. Yunatan is going to try and fight this. The flash, it's good, but even again, it's just an immediate trade. Patman so quick with it. And they're still putting pressure on other parts of the map. King, oh, he knows. He knows there's a man around this corner. He was reloading. That's the man advantage in favor of Leviathan. And now for the remaining members of GE, they have to go on a long rotation back towards the B site.
I've seen this as well. You lose your player A main, GE are keen to put some pressure, but they don't run straight into the site. You're still seeing Leviathan have players across the map, as you said, on double doors where King found that kill, and Neon stood up here in heaven. Even with the smoke, there's an angle, and the shot lands clean as can be. Patman, man who was doubted, and I'll doubt him again. This 1v3 looking to be near impossible now that Leviathan have woken up. It will be on his shoulders to put them back to sleep.
And Neon's patient. Doesn't go swinging before his teammates arrive. They were waiting for the dart to come back online, and now they know exactly where their opponent is. He's even going to get picked up by it as well. That'll make it all too easy. I said it, that one round just seems to have immediately flicked the switch. You see how confident that they actually played in those moments. And that's more of what we expect to see from this squad.
Yeah, absolutely. Just calming the nerves after what was a really rough start to the half. But there's still time for this to go back in their favor. Look, a 7-5 coming out of here. A damn sight better than what it looked like. And the most important thing for me, Tom, is from that first round win, you can see Leviathan on their feet. The energy's not gone anywhere. They're not counting themselves out of this.
We saw the content piece earlier with Jem. Sado said he's gone in for that #1. I think, you know, it's always going to be difficult to beat Yetoje. It's one thing he definitely does better than anyone else. And again, we're going to have this early contact. Operator setup. King's done well. The spam finding Autumn. He has been a nuisance for them so far. But there is a second layer as well. That looked dead on, but it didn't land.
He mustn't have been fully planted, his feet on the ground at that point. Yudotan in danger as King steps through the utility. Finds himself one, but it starts to crumble. The numbers right back to level. Spikes in so slow and patient.
You should run.
Maybe a little bit too slow. Now the lockdown comes into play. He'll have to challenge this very early indeed. And I think the play is going to have to be concede the site. Let that clock run down a little bit further and retake after.
I like this from Patman. You think that maybe they won't be this close, and because of that, he's reclaimed the space. Immediate trade, and another one from Spikesy. It's going to come down to 1v1. Crystal just waiting patiently, expects his opponent to swing. Already gets it to half, but it's Crystal once again. They're not going to allow their opponents to bring this back to 5, as he'll take it 8-2.
It was a tough start to this map for Crystal. Round 2, he got ran down by a classic and taken down, but I think immediately after that it was a 2K. He started to look confident, and now he's had 2 big rounds under his belt. Hammering Leviathan into the dirt, 8-2 now. And a big gap between these teams. The half, though, not settled just yet. Ult start to come online in favor of Leviathan. It made a difference last time, albeit that Sado ended up throwing his life away with the ult. G punished it right away.
Oh, contact play, but look. G, we spoke about this, the Death spoke about it. It is the team with the set plays versus the team with the counters. They're just waiting it out, but Neon doesn't go anywhere. He keeps that space. Yudoton gone. And a man advantage for Leviathan once again.
A much more passive stance as well. Right afterwards, King's being spotted, immediately just falls back. Looking for that contact, but you've only seen one player. It's not going to get the rotates out of you just yet. GE close in the distance. Prowler, he'll draw the rotate in from Spike Scene, but he is gone. Nice shot from Patman. Great stun as well. Followed up. That's utility from Javi, finding a huge mark in this round. And a 3v4 retake, but the numbers, they could be equalized here, but the ult from Autumn has saved the day! Neon's left alone, and it's not a pretty situation.
He's got that choice. No way he was ever getting back into that round. And again, you just see some of the individual brilliance and flair from these GE players. It's something that, I love the fact that we're hearing it from Patman himself in those interviews, that when you go back to some of the moments in the last team, he had to be more supplementary in HyperX. He had to help others. He had to almost be the safety net to what is the manic craziness. Now in this team, he can be more aggressive. He can take more space. He can almost be that superstar when they need him. And this round, it was just him walking in, hitting a crazy shot and getting the opener into the site for Neon. Oh, okay. That's what we expect to see. Unfortunately, too late in the round, and he won't be able to hold on to the gun. GE are not going to care about the personnel losses. They can comfortably buy back up, whereas that operator, okay, there's a tour de force, but it won't be an operator alongside it.
at least a tour de force and a rifle drop to a teammate. It's something, but a silver lining on a very gray cloud at the moment. 1 round left to play, and double digits possible for GE at the halftime. Leviathan certainly come in here with a high bar. After that performance in Americas, they could be coming out as #1.
They very nearly did.
A pistol round could have swung it, but now it seems like they've fallen so far behind what seemed to be playoffs that they were destined for.
Well, GE rising to the occasion. No doubt about that. Neon already forced back.
You are divided.
It definitely seems like they have caused him a lot of issues throughout this game, not just able to sit on these aggressive angles and find players. Sato, again, only going to get one. The trading from G has been perfect, and every time it seems like he's posted on an aggro angle, there is somebody just ready to put utility into his face, making that superstar look null and void. And Yunatan, well, he wanted to try and catch him before he could flee. In fact, they're all getting aggressive, pushing into the hands of Neon and leaving it all to Autumn. This round will be claimed by Leviathan, but they are still very, very far behind.
Oh, there is a lot of work to do when it comes to the second half, but we saw some sparks towards the end of this one, some decent rounds from Leviathan. But GE with a big lead at halftime. We'll see if Leviathan can bounce back after the break. He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats! Well, it has been a tough half for Leviathan, but now they move to the attack side. You have to hope that something's going to change, Tom. This veto from the desk from you as well. It seems like people are leaning it heavily in GE's favor, and after this strong of a start, I think it's time to start worrying for Leviathan in this series.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, especially with Fracture being such an unknown. I will say, obviously, with it being left open, we have the expectation that GE will have changed stuff, but there can be the same expectation on the other side for them to have picked it. So it might not be a death sentence, it's just worrying, because you're basically going to be seeing the first officials of those two teams making their changes in the next, and if they've got it wrong, that could be a huge problem. For now, at least, though, a pistol round a necessity. And the defensive side, very, very proactive. Of course, there is a trap holding that line. So the information will be garnered. And the problem on the other side is Crystal is going to have to delay an awful long time before his teammates can arrive.
Utility blocking off R. It's only going to be a nano, and I don't think Spike Scene could get straight through it. But it won't buy that much time. A grab well to delay a little bit longer as the flank comes in. But take a look at the position of King here. Realizing they've pushed B, he's going to now start to thread the needle behind as well and try to make problems for these defenders in spawn.
Spike planted.
And the attackers now need to realize that There are definitely players coming in from behind, but they're able to clear everything out. Art has been spotted. They know the two avenues in which they're being pushed, but the timing might not go their way. Crystal already managing to clear out one, and they are just on that defusal already to half. The next time it's tapped might be their undoing. They're just defusing it in front of their nose. They need to get in there, and they're not fast enough! It's an immediate defusal and a bit of a blip from Leviathan at a time when they really didn't need that.
I think King was waiting for the signal to go on that flank, and it just didn't come in on time. GE's pace caught them off guard, flooding straight back in. Crystal finding two that quickly, got rid of the players who were supposed to stop them from getting near that spike, and then everyone else is too far away from the play. It's a disaster for Leviathan. This pistol could have given them a leg up, but now they are so far behind. And the climb back steep and near impossible if GE keep this up. Double digits found. An aggression again coming in from the defensive side, this time running into all of the Leviathan players for one. And it's a bloodbath with barely any spilled on GE's side.
Oh, they've got to be over the moon. I love the time we'll talk about the risks of pushing, but you could just see the confidence that this team is playing with. Spike under their control, and wow. The best case for King is he drops a gun. That's the absolute best case, but they are now starting to realize, well, that was probably one of the worst case, because now you have a flawless round and you have a run it back going into the next one for Autumn, who's also been having a fantastic series. I want to say as well, he's someone I'm very happy to see back on the international stage. I remember him in FPX being one of my favorite players to watch on that squad. Moving over to GE seemed like a wonderful pickup, and it has been.
It's fair to say, again, taking the consideration of how close that final was for Leviathan over in Americas. Them coming in here, the questions that float around about GE.
Yeah. Do we just give the HyperX the trophy now?
Maybe we need to.
if this is the region diff, I think we're in trouble. Nonetheless, for Leviathan, we need to see a little bit more. Let's listen in.
Softening, fame molly.
Después de ter ganhado a Globant.
Tá, posso voltar a dronar, Bruno. Vou voltar a dronar, guys. Olha esse pack de tá? Vamos finalizar pra ver porque ele é reclinado, tá ligado? Vou dronar, Bruno.
Vamos redominar grafite então?
Eu vou dronar, eu vou voltar pra ver pegar spike, tá? Vou ter que ir pelo long. Podemos voltar pra uma split rua se você quiser. Tá, então. Eu vou ter que ir pelo long. Não tá muito longo aqui. Nada longear, Bruno.
Tá. Nada grafite também. Só voltamos já? Voltar. Vamos fazer pressão, tá?
Vamos fazer pressão, tá?
Dominar. Vou fazer a pressão. Devagar.
Well, so far, GE have had the right read. They've had the players in the right place. So this time, Leviathan throw in a little bit of a fake. Even find Patman to start it off. And now look to switch to the other direction. Cutting off that entire middle of the map with the Killjoy utility down. Leaves Javi in a spot where his back is open. So he pushes forward. Finds one. But now he's surrounded.
He's got a teammate, though. Yudatan has managed to move to the back of the site. They're going to try and cover each other off, but there is that backstab from Neon, and they clear Yudatan at the same time. Solid work from Leviathan. For Autumn, even saving the gun, Patman a little bit low when it comes to the credits. He does have his ult to play with, but wasting it versus 3, it would be a confidence round if he could take it, but I think the realization is in this case, it's not worth the gamble.
It's for the greater good, absolutely. Autumn going to save means Leviathan push up to 4. And this has to be the start of something special to put that win back in their sails. You know, the funny thing is for GE, we say, like, they've had the right read, they've been in the right place, both halves played excellently. But for Leviathan, here they throw the fake in and still end up running into numbers. So GE still get those rotates to be in time, still fight them in mid. It's really impressive seeing GE's understanding of what their opponents are aiming to do. More often than not, they're ahead of the play, and that's a big problem for Lev to deal with.
I think the one layer that was nice was having that extra push through from Neon, like just from behind. I think if they all go in the other direction through mid, there's a very good chance they end up losing that round, but that backstab onto Javi also just put Yudatan in a really awkward position. 11-4. Even just getting a few rounds here for the Americas #2 might be enough to just build up that confidence a little bit, show some of that flair. I think getting back into the match I'm going to need quite a few more before I start to believe in that.
Without a doubt, the gap is far too big. Even a looky round can push GE across the line to at least an OT. It seems like Lev spreading the net early, looking to punish some aggression. Pressure on A, waiting on B long, waiting outside mid, but nothing comes in when they expect it to. And as soon as they abandon the spots, then GE push up. Look at Yudotan's position right now. He's taken full B main control, just as they left it. And that means now that the stack up is on A, and that's exactly where Leviathan are heading towards.
Come on, let's go! Joke's over! You're dead!
We're going to get a Phoenix fight off, but already so much damage done to that ult, and eventually Autumn is going to clear. Just holding them back for now, but there were already 3 players looking to make their way through art. The problem that there is they almost have to go A or go all the way back around the map. And it's that deep position that's being held by Yudotan, which could be a problem if they do. The pick from Neon, though, makes things interesting. 30 seconds left. They are committed to this A site now. And with no rotation seen, that will mean that GE can gamble 3 players here as well.
They've got to go soon. There's a good chance someone's already pushing behind them in A main. Straight into A is the only way for Leviathan. Try to force this out of the hands of their opponents. Crystal does very well. It's a triple for Crystal before he falls. And so the man on the other side of the map, Yudotan, has a chance, but blows with the perfect reposition. Hasn't been spotted, but will be dropped. Neon versus Neon, I suppose. Yudotan taps the spike and tries to bait his opponent into the fight, lands a shot, leaves him on a sliver. But Neon's still alive on the other side, still drawing breath, but no longer. GE with no mercy, 12-4.
Oh God, we've been calling him Yudotan the whole game. We might have to change it to Himdotan. Like, the guy has just taken over. Like, he's been the entry for the majority of the game. We've seen him play impressively, but then just the reaction shot, and then the fact is, Neon in that moment TP'd away. He hit him in the 140. Like, the headshot was so fast that even the TP wasn't quick enough to get away from it. This is one of the best looks we've seen from Global Esports. A team that had a curse against them about making it to a playoffs. Now on the international stage, well, they're beginning to look like maybe favorites to make it to the playoffs in London. They have been so impressive. And a pace change coming through. A more brute force strategy. And just look at the defense. They are on the complete wrong side of the map. You've said it. They've had the good read almost every time, Mitch. This is one of the first times they were wrong.
It's an exception, but Crystal's been so reliable when they push his site. This time they're playing it more passive, knowing that they've got that lockdown to work with. To fall back on Hunter's Fury going to be thrown through here, and that causes an issue. Lockdown gone. An aggression from Leviathan punishes what should have been the Flood on the back of it, but Autumn has found another. Crystal once again shows up, and GE, they continue their push towards the site. Their push towards a 1-0 advantage. Shock darts could do a lot here. Javi so low, but they've made it to the spike, and now the tap comes in. Leviathan having to swing in under pressure. King finds one, but they don't have their diffuser! Crystal! This was his map from start to finish, and GE pocketed with ease!
Absolute destruction. And it's crazy what we've just witnessed. We expected this to be a close match, a close series. It was obliteration. Let's see if things change after the break.
Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Oi, oi, oi! Hey, I never lose clutch, but la 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 la!
Come on, boys!
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA Ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Running like a runner didn't move that late. Running like a runner didn't move that late.
An impeccable game from Global Esports. Frost, I know you don't really hand out compliments easily, but you've got to be generous with positive energy and compliments. After what happened on that map, I feel like you guys are playing your best this year. Look at your performance here on big stage. So tell me about what went well on Pearl.
I think a lot went well. I think Crystal did exactly what I expected him to do today. I actually really thought he was going to have the game of his life, because not only has he been clutching everything, he's just been playing so intelligently. He really helped us this game. I think Autumn stepped up big time. I think Platoon had a couple defaults which worked so well, which I was very surprised that they were confused by. But overall, I am pretty happy. The series really hasn't started yet, though. Their map pick is up next, right? So, yeah.
So you have a trick or two up your sleeve. Refractor? Okay. I'm gonna let you go, but thank you.
Welcome back. What a map one. GE is so fighting today. What a win there. And you could hear Frost give a lot of credit, a lot of kudos to Crystal, which is absolutely fantastic. Crystal has been part of the squad, obviously, throughout the year, but we haven't been able to give him his flowers over in Pacific, and it looks like he was also saving it for the London stage.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of players on GE today that seem to step up, and I was a bit surprised. Like we said that Lev was supposed to be the firepower team. If you remove the names today, it looked like GE were the ones firing.
Yeah, it was really nice to watch, and I think as you kind of mentioned there, Crystal coming out on top, 350 ACS on the Killjoy, that is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, then on the left side, we see a lot of players there, like low down on that scoreboard. Those are a lot of players that you expect to just be shooting no matter what, even if some of the strategy might be behind. Even if GE are looking confident on this map, I thought there was many instances where it really didn't look good. And here was one of those things. Neon, time and time again, getting no value out of this chamber. I think that Frost was alluding to a platoon default. Maybe it was about that Phoenix wall, the top long B that we just saw, and Neon didn't get a single shot off in a lot of these rounds. I think later on, maybe he got a round or two, but the fact that GE were able to deal with him so well, and then sometimes it was just him just whiffing. Like here, we see him, he's going to go for a jump up and missing a shot that I would usually expect a player like him to hit.
Yeah, I think especially because this was the guy that we were hyping up coming into this game. We bidded him as potentially being one of those rookies of the year, and I think maybe the pressure, the nerves of the stage getting to you a little bit, I think is one of those things, but your chamber can't really just be conceding that space
yeah, and
so
on the flip
easily.
side, like GE just look really confident. Like I think there is a big mismatch in the confidence levels right now. We could put that down to the map a little bit, like GE are much more comfortable on this map, but it does feel like it's an overall thing right now.
Now, GE is new to this global stage, but a lot of the players, in a way, have a lot of experience. Maybe not global experience, but some of these members have been to other regions. They've been in the circuit for a really long time. Then you have Lev. They're really young, and I think that can work for you or against you, depending on what kind of pressure that you end up putting on yourself.
Well, we saw it with Foot in the first game, right? 4 rookies on their team, and they were able to come out swinging. And I do agree, it definitely does put a lot of pressure. But when you look at the actual foundation of this Lev roster, when we think about King and Honor, the experience that they have together, obviously Honor coming back into this Lev roster as well, and just being able to nurture the talent that they have, I think if anything, you need to get up onto that stage and have a kind of fearless approach to the game.
Yeah, and I think Fracture is where we need to see that. A map where there might be some question marks, but how they bounce back right now is going to determine this tournament for me.
I also want to give a shout to Udotan. You know, I was talking about this team being a group of misfits, a group of rejects, and that's because Udotan, he's one of those Korean players that no Korean org has been picking up, and all of us have been scratching our head why, because he's so talented, and he really showed up for the team as well today.
Yeah, I think he really passes the eye test. Maybe sometimes the stats don't quite show it, but when I was talking about him, when I was looking at him, he was definitely doing his job very well, and today it feels like he has plenty of room to improve, and he was showing that on the server.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you were saying, it's kind of curious. We're seeing a lot of the firepower coming from that team. But I'm very curious also what Lev has to say as we send it back to the stage with Coach Owner.
Owner, I don't think what happened on Pearl was your norm. So what was going on, and what were you guys able to address before heading into Fracture?
To be honest, it happened a lot of times in the stage 1 and also in playoff. That the first map we start like very nervous, very tense, and we couldn't show our best play style. But I think that the boys are like getting experience as they play. So this is our first time here. Of course that something like this can happen, but it's not the end of the war. We know that if we play our game, we can overcome. So I'm confident that we can win 2-1.
Okay, thank you so much, and good luck with that 2-1.
Well, the words from the man himself. Minnie, you know Owner pretty well. How do you read that?
Yeah, I think he has a pretty gentle approach. I know at times he can get very emotive, but I think he knows how to work with these young players. It's not about necessarily shouting at them so much, just acknowledging the fact that that was pretty bad. Let's just go to the next map and try and do our best, and then hopefully side talk to King there and just ask him to start pumping up the boys a little bit.
Yeah, you really need your experienced player to kind of lead the charge there, and King can't forget that. As we head into Fracture, Frost was, you know, being a little humble. He was like, look, we haven't won yet, Billy.
Yeah, I think that I'm excited though based on what he said in that coach interview. I think the fact that he was like the best is yet to come. The series hasn't really started because of course we are going to Lev's map pick now, and we kind of set this global esports up as that anti-strat team and how they're going to be able to do that against a team like Lev that are such a set strat team and how they play into one another. So yeah, I'm excited to see what he has cooking.
Yeah, Fracture is going to be pretty messy in my opinion. Again, we've set this up as the map of the tournament where teams aren't quite comfortable yet, and I would argue that both these teams don't look super comfortable. If the map goes to 3, I would start to favor Lev once again, but on Fracture I have no idea what to expect.
Yeah, that is definitely the big question mark. We haven't seen enough from either of these squads on this map, and I can see why you've put none of the Swiss teams on your Fracture map pick yet.
Huge comp changes it looks like so far. Global going with Waylay Phoenix Chamber, almost giving Lev a little bit of a taste of their own medicine. I love that style. I hope that Lev go for the set. Nope, they don't.
Nope, they don't. What is King hovering actually? We can't quite see it yet. I think he was playing the breach though previously, so hopefully that's it's gonna be on the guts. We got your favorite Masters London mini. How do you feel?
I wish Lev just played GE's comp right here. Neon is one of the best chambers of the event. They clearly understand how to do it on Ascent. Like Pearl, it didn't look amazing there. Breach. Get this agent out of the game. It's not very good, in my opinion. I think it's going to be quite easy for... I think Global Esports with this composition, I think they have the advantage here fully. As long as they're not walking into these breach stuns, I think they're going to be hugely favored, and I'm very curious about this chamber.
Yeah, and Lev obviously sticking with the same composition that they were running back in America. So I just know for sure Frost is sitting in that coaching booth, rubbing his hands at that.
Now, we didn't get to talk about predictions at the top of this match. You guys want to share what it was?
Yeah, I had Lev winning this game.
Okay.
Not anymore.
How about you, Billy? I think we both had Lev winning this game. I had Lev as the dark horse for me personally coming into this event. I am hoping that it is just a bit of first game nerves that they're experiencing going up on that stage when we consider the new players at a global event. So yeah, let's hope that they can be able to bring it back to at least go to a third map. I want to see a third map series.
I would love to see a third map, but I think GE is fighting. What do you think, Tom and Mitch?
Oh, well, they weren't fighting in that first map. They were slaying every given opportunity taken, and some with ease. But for GE, that was just the start of the series. Now they have to convert Fracture, their opponent's map pick, and you heard it from Owner. The boys were a bit nervous. It's a young team down on that stage, but we've seen these flip-flops from one-sided maps. A great success in the next. The defensive Fracture is where Leviathan will be tested.
I don't know what they expected coming in. I don't know if they expected a Pac-Man Waylay, but I'm excited to see it. Never mind, it's gone. Immediately, Sato has picked him out of the sky. They're going to go running back, but they've been locked in. Spike Zine is watching from behind. Sato already with a much better start to this map than what we saw on the last. This attack side having to run all the way back, maybe trying to bait them into the hands of Autumn, who's just holding on to this space. Nothing being spotted, but that backstab would need to be incredibly impressive if it ends up as a backstab. Is he going to spot out that there's no one here and they're going to go back and plant on A?
I think that's exactly what was happening. They left him behind so he could hear the rotates if they started to flee the site. The spike will go back in that direction. This was what worked for G on the last map. They were selling fakes so well,
Sato's
always
watching.
Enticing Leviathan in. Crystal's chance to strike. He had such an impressive map previously. They'll at least get one out of this. Good stun to shut him down, but a plant and a 2v4, it's better than it looked like it would be.
It's still incredibly difficult. Lev decided to just group up, play it together. The stun catches Harvey, but he will be better. Will be good to go. As they look to try and round this corner, will they check these more deep angles? They will, and it's Sato once again. A great round from him individually, and now Autumn has to try and take over versus 4 players. Good flash! It caught almost everybody, but 13 health. Time ticking against him. And eventually he's going to need to swing out and get one of these kills. He gets absolutely nothing. A pistol round from Sato, even going to get the orb. And that will be Lev. 101.
Yeah, that will be Lev in the lead for the first time in this series. And what a way to do it as well for Sato, picking up a 4K focus there, very much on Patman, playing that Waylay. A bit of a surprise element, certainly for
100%.
Leviathan. But the Waylay on the other side is the one opening up this map. A strong start to the defense for Leviathan. They get sold a fake, but react perfectly, punish on that side of the map. And the opening picks were sublime. Now, they get their reward. It's going to be a decent buy into this round. You know, for GE, win condition, or, well, not even win condition, but success condition, is just a couple of kills. It will make it somewhat costly for Leviathan if they can meet that goal. But as you can see, they're not very well armed.
I think the other side of it for G is just orb collection.
Yeah, with a Phoenix always.
We're going to try and get as many of them as you can. They were initially challenging for that A main control, but you can see the defenders are doing exactly the same thing. Be it to build up their own ultimates, with Sato only being one away after he claims this orb, or just to make sure, as you sort of said, don't allow that Phoenix to build up anywhere near as much. For now, though, tentative in their play. Everybody's gained at least a little, but the fights will seem quite one-sided when they come to blows.
Well, if you're at least trading out those orbs, finding them early, that's fine. GE, as you said, steps closer to the Phoenix Zone, but this is where things should take a turn for the worse for GE. They've had good impact to start the round. They've got their orbs. They've even got a kill. The plant being attempted but pushed back by salvos. Sight taken. It's definitely a bit spooky. But the Leviathan have the upper hand in almost every fight. And now they've got the numbers.
Yeah, they cleared the top site, and then anybody trying to claim any weaponry is being picked off as they go. Another 1v4 being attempted, and it will not come through. A great start this time from Leviathan. And I think it is very important. Like, sure, it can happen. You're on your opponent's map choice, but we looked at this map of Fracture and went, this is not one of your greatest picks. It feels like you picked it as a counter to your opponents because they were not good on it either. But with the start that they've had, now we get into the main part of the match. The first purchase coming up for GE, and what will still be a pretty decent buy coming up for Leviathan, given the circumstances.
Well, yeah, 4 players carrying those weapons through. I think they only lost a Stinger. Gonna be pretty happy with that on the defensive side. Coming through with a convergence path as well with that strong start. Orb was given over to King, so obviously some value put towards that Rolling Thunder in the minds of Leviathan, and you can see early aggression is already lined up. They popped the flash, and that's not even going to deter them as the reveal went up behind it. Leviathan keep pushing. It's a full south side crunch to start the opening pick, and they get out scot-free. Crystal and hold the line on the other side, though. The Leviathan will be forced back in a 4v2. A nice attempt to make use of those weaker weapons, but GE seemed more than ready for that pressure.
It seemed like maybe they thought the convergence path had hit more people. I think it maybe only caught the one, or by the time they got there, it worn off, but it meant that there were spams going through those smokes, and GE, again, something they did well in the previous map was thrive under the pressure of what is an aggressive defense. Of course, this round expectation's still low. They didn't have the Vandals, they didn't have the Phantoms, no Operator just yet. The question becomes, how much damage can the remaining couple of players do? And I wonder if this will just become trying to catch them on the exit.
Yeah, that is probably where the most value sits. As time takes on, it becomes more apparent. That is the play. Ollie towards main. I like this idea, keeping them locked in. Leon wants to make this as costly as possible, but as they run in through it, he gets a shot on them. And Crystal already falling. Decent bit of damage done. I think that is going to be where it ends. Holding on to the Guardian, I mean, obviously an option for King. But he's going to keep pushing to look for that extra kill, and in the end, well, I suppose he gets an orb.
Yeah, maybe having the additional value into his own ultimate versus the ones on the other side. I guess as well, when you look and there's already the Nightfall and the Run It Back online, you're going to go, okay, it doesn't really matter if I go down. Patman's too far away. Yudotan is yet to get onto the board. So neither of those ultimates are particularly close. But this is where we see that first fall by. Can Leviathan start off strong as their opponents did on the last map? Or are GE going to be climbing right back level again?
Keep in mind the Run It Back is online for GE, thanks to farming those orbs early on. Stunned to slow them down. In fact, it's going to be a push out of Leviathan. Senos found himself.
Beautiful.
One, and the salvos are sublime. But Yudotan seems to be making a good dent in this defense. He's taking ground on the other side. He's taking kills, but blows answers even more. Javi alone with 3 to take down. He has at least got the spike, but he hasn't got a chance.
That was fantastic. These are the sort of rounds that make you really excited about a team like Lev. The credit obviously has to go to someone like Ono, where they've clearly just practiced these sort of plays. Even when the Nightfall goes through on the other side, they dive over the top of it, stun into the corner as well. Then the salvos come in. Like, that is timing of gods. Like, that's exactly what you want to see from them on this defensive side. This isn't a team that has just picked a weakness of an opponent. This is a team that has preparation in place. And that's always been where this squad has been the most exciting.
Now Lev looking much more comfortable, much more like themselves. in that previous round, especially considering that was the full buy. They had to run it back. It was a big danger for Leviathan to face off against, and they have dealt with it wonderfully. They were behind in the ult economy, but by the time the full buy comes up for GE, they should very much be catching up. And those dangers of the early half dealt with beautifully. Neon inside the smoke. He shouldn't be pushing just yet. Look at the south side of the map. So many players from the defensive side are flooding in through it, and they'll even have a chance to stop this spike plant if GE were to take, well, yeah, if they're to keep taking this long.
Maybe trying to bait players in.
Bait the salvos.
Instead, maybe planning a switch up through the spawn, but the problem is that flank has now come through. They're making the realization of, okay, we need to take some ground, and that forces their hand in towards King, who's just been waiting. That's what he's been doing the entirety of the round, just sitting there. And this is perfection from Lev. They slowly surround them. GE takes just that little bit too long to get the spike plant down. And they're going to come out of this one squeaky clean.
Yeah, I think that's something GE weren't expecting, to have such a heavy flank behind them that quickly. You can see they were trying to bait the salvos out, thinking that there would be a retake attempt from Leviathan from the spawn. And also, considering the round that just happened, they primed themselves for an attack, got dumpstered by utility ultimates and full-on aggression. Of course, they expected the faster retake, but delaying that time and running the clock down just allowed that flank to come all the way through. So far, it very much feels like the shoe on the other foot. In the last map, GE, they played the map better, but now it's Leviathan's turn.
And into our Coinbase win condition. I think the thing that we sort of talked about with this Leviathan squad is it's the team that has the setup versus the team that has the counter. It doesn't look right now like GE have the counter. They've swapped out their composition a lot. They've even put players onto uncharacteristic roles. Of course, Patman's normally someone that we see on like the initiator or controller. Like that's where he's been kind of flexing over the last few months. They put him into this, and so far it hasn't looked great, but I feel like that's because Lev have had a lot of really cool trap plays. And at least with against the low buy, they weren't taking too much in terms of risks. They were surrounding them, they were very patient, and it seems like even though maybe Mini doesn't like the Agent King is on, King's reads have been very, very good.
Absolutely. So far, GE being outclassed, the game plan's been working, but now they've taken a moment to chat with Frost, and it looked like he was in rap god mode there. Certainly a lot of notes to hand out, but can they apply them? Can they now start to chip away at that lead Leviathan have claimed? Their first time in the lead in the series, and they're not looking to let go of it.
Not early stun. I love this north side crunch, and they're doing it again from either side. Rolling Thunder even sent through in towards that spawn area. Spike Zine pushing down. You can see they're just trying to survive, and the salvos again are causing so many issues. Unaton just wants to hold on, and he's done very well. From that position, the issue though, is he was in control of the spike.
Yeah, that's gonna be a big problem. Or you take a look at Autumn right now towards the B site, maybe he has a chance to run it back, but no one to defend him. It would likely be a death sentence. On Dish, well, you're going to have to walk into the op of Shadow, which is not going to be a fun fight to take for anybody. The Cosmic Divide, this is where it starts. I do think we're going to see that run it back put into play, but they're already a man down, and in fact, no chance to pop that ult. Neon's ahead of the fight, and Javi might even be forced into a save at this point. The credit's not looking good across the board. Carrying this rifle forward isn't exactly going to help that much, but well, it's probably better than throwing it away.
Again, I have to just give plaudits over to Leviathan and their sort of crunch plays towards that north side of the map. It seems like even from the two players that were there, they knew it was coming. They knew that that would be a possibility. And I wonder if there will have to be the switch up from G to almost have a bit of pack mentality, or even just be patient a little bit further back in the first few seconds of the round. The problem, though, is you look at where those players died. They are so far into their own spawn area that you almost feel like, well, they were left with nowhere to stand, and it's those reactive salvos coming out from blows going like, okay, there's players here, we know where they are. Let's force them into awkward positions. Communication needing to be on point, but also just those set plays out from Lev working once again.
You know, one of the reasons that I was happy to see him try to save that in Javi's front was because they were one away from the orbital strike, but Neon's gone and found an orb in the meantime. There's plenty of them on offer here.
One enemy remaining.
And ends up orbital strike online for the next. This is a big advantage for Leviathan in scoreline and ult economy. And so far, it feels like they're miles ahead in terms of controlling the map. And even after the pause, nothing to write home about for G. The same problem there, the crunches from Leviathan working well. You said the north side crunch, it's where they've been more impressive, but they've been very proactive, even on that south side. Every round, it feels like they have space that they need to take a mission objective. And so far, G cannot deny those objectives. Yeah, Patman's gonna have to drop out of there.
That's only a small amount of damage.
Teammate.
Thankfully, yeah.
Teammate Molly, so.
Teammate.
Spike planted.
Utility causing him a couple of issues. Of course, look at the weaponry, but
You want to
Yudotan,
play? Let's
there
play.
it is. Tour de Force activated. They've realized that there is an opportunity for them to take this one away.
Oh my goodness, blink and you miss it. It's the Tour de Force with 2. But the Pistols certainly not slacking in this round either, but another for Yudotan to seal it in. A thrifty win for 5-2. That's not the round I thought G would come out with.
Yeah, Mastercard thrifty that will give them a huge boost. Because that was the thing. This was just one of those opportunities where you see that site almost gifted over to them. They managed to avoid a lot of that early aggression, and when they get into the post bar, you have Yudotan with that free operator in hand. Those are the moments that we saw from him all the way through. The first map, a confidence booster, and seemingly part of the plan once again. But of course, the opponents are going to adapt to this early salvos, operator posted up. Even having some support in the close corner as well from Spikesy, and he can stun them if they get that little bit too close. But for now, not giving away their hand.
Yeah, when you've got Sato baiting like this, first shot fired, when he falls back, they should fill that space in quickly. Going through the smoke, though, that doesn't work for the bait play. Instead, Spikesy has to take the fight in the open. It's questionable. Maybe a little bit of impatience there for Leviathan, and well, the punish is massive, faking out that A side as well. This is what we said in the last map worked so often. They put pressure on one side of the map, enticed Leviathan in, and then took the open site. And it's just happened again. Even that molly, it's gonna come in too late. Neon's in a lot of trouble with so many players there to fight. I feel like he never stood a chance, but Blows steps right in for the same battle.
He's down to 45 health. And credits are also not in the greatest of positions, so with Neon not being able to find those picks, you have to try and give this one up. A good resurgence from the side of G over the last couple of rounds. It was looking like, yeah, maybe we get the same as the last, where they just get blitzed out of the map, but pause comes in. The operator as well for Yudotan has definitely been a difference maker, but also just pushing that South A side of the map has been far more victorious, and the risks being taken. You can understand it. They've been so confident in how they've played in the last few rounds. That's why Leviathan forced that issue, but then it really does put Spikesy in a spot where he kind of has to go ham there or they lose the round.
I don't even hate the walk through the smoke because he didn't know they were there, and what's been working for Leviathan, their win condition has been taking that space. As we said, start a round, they say, we're gonna fight here. And they fight for that control no matter what. So this time there's a bait, nobody steps into the bait, and eventually you'd think, okay, well, let's get our early flank going. And worst case, I pop one and get back out, but instead, the round crumbles as a result. And that's a good adaptation from G to play that much more patiently on this attack side, wait for Leviathan to make the mistake, because so far they have given you fights. This time G take them on favorable soil. It's again going to be this push.
He was blind.
Right into the operator.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got blinded there, and more 2 players spotted. Are they gonna opt to try and flee? No, they want to try and fight this. They get that opening. Yudotan has been sublime, by the way. I think that's the 3rd round in a row that he has found an easy pick. Well, I say easy. He was full blind and just hit the shot, but
Nightfall.
Easy for him. Stun will force them back. Nightfall, and Patman has gone down in response. They have the ult ready to try and trap them, but they've avoided it.
Well, this is a much slower turn back to the other direction, though, from G. Might start to think that, yes, this worked before, right? Going to the A site. Look where the spike is. It might not be what's happening. But they've done this. They've faked one side, then pushed up the other. This time, Prowler goes towards A. Leviathan think that the play has switched up, but they find out that it hasn't. Now a man lowered down, and the Blaze covers across the site. Blows, though, a crucial kill up top. It's given them somewhere to fight from, but then the double to triple fake becomes the quadruple. They're back to the A
30
site.
seconds left.
I don't know how GE keep doing this, but the ruse is sold every time, no matter how many times they sell it.
And every time it feels like somebody is waiting for just an over-eager peak. Like, you can understand it. You're trying to figure out where they're going. You're trying to work out the position of these players, and every time you gamble, it's wrong. Yunatan is just there waiting. His third operator pick, where somebody has just tried to jiggle the angle, and he hasn't been missing. 12 and 5, by the way, while they are currently still behind in the map. He's been a huge part of this turning around. And for Sato, no choice but to flee and try and save it. And I agree with you. I think that although we talk about the counters, we talk about those plays being made by G, I think Harvey needs to be given a lot of credit here, because I'm sure there's help from players feeding him information, but somebody is having in those mid-rounds to make those calls, and over the last couple of rounds, they have been correct.
He's often been the one walking into that empty space, and what's impressive about it is I can't really recall him getting punished for it that often. His success rate is huge, either in just avoiding the unfavorable fights.
There you go, full blind.
Space after. Yeah, that's certainly an unlucky start, if ever I've seen one, but from there, GE do remarkably well to pull this back together, and it makes me grateful that we changed our setups. Back in the old days, we used to have the coach on the stage as well. I think the only thing I'd hate more than playing against Frost's team would be having to look up and see Frost across the stage. Just that big smile on his face every time around like that happens. And it's gotten a timeout from Leviathan. They felt these last couple of rounds, we're slipping back to Pearl, we're slipping back to GE, having a lot more control than we want them to.
Yeah, and it's difficult as well because, again, like talking up that Coinbase win condition, like they had it at the beginning of this map. They had those sort of aggressive set play rounds that were working out wonderfully. And I think in the last round, they were a little unlucky, or very unlucky. They have the same set play to try and go for that deep B presence, and you get domed by a full blinded guy who is just holding the angle with an operator. So it's a rough one to try and go out of a pause with, because you kind of sit there and go, well, was it the wrong play? No, not really. But Yunatan has been turning this game.
12 and 5. I mean, his impact has been tangible from the very get-go.
The second he got the op, that was it. That's where things turned around.
But I mean, even on the last map as well, like he's had some crazy rounds, but seeing him run away with it like this for Leviathan's got to be spooky. And that timeout, no doubt. Not necessarily about Yunatan, more about how he's given those opportunities to catch those rotates in the late round, how the map is being pushed and pulled out of their hands. This time, Leviathan start in the spawn. 3 players waiting there. So they can react quite quickly to this more direct play from GE.
Ali Molotov trying to clear some of those closer angles.
Oh my God, look at him, look at him.
Yeah, it's every round. The Harvey is just claiming space. The problem is they're already into the tower, but now realizing how far back they are playing, that Cosmic Divide is just a general irritation. They can get into a post plant. The backstab is going to be so far behind, by the way, so if they're too slow, Harvey might just kill all of them.
That's the plan. They haven't gone for these flanks before. Map control's always been punished by them going back in the other direction. The 1-for-1 trades, though, good to start. As now another goes their way. Leviathan pick up the pace towards the site, but a familiar foe. Crystal and Yunatan stand in the way. Now just the one. Yunatan's got the angle, but not the shot. Sato, the one with the pressure, though. He has to move to the site, has to start that defuse, swaps out for a rifle now in the ult. It's caught him, but he's actually out wide. Yunatan's dodged it. Now the time on his side as it keeps on ticking, and he'll take the kill as well. He's unstoppable.
I thought he had him. I'll be honest, I think that the choices made there by Sato were the right one. Avoid the fight, slow him down, you probably at least get it to half, buy yourself some extra time, and then maybe go in for the kill. Instead, Yunatan, balls of steel, just runs past the ultimate, and he knows he's hitting that shot. Why wouldn't he? Nobody's even close to him on the scoreboard right now. 5-5. From a massive deficit, GE have climbed back to potentially taking the lead, but they have finally killed their demon, and maybe they've angered Sato in the process.
The danger man is down. In fact, a few of them are. Patman and Javi, all that remains. What a great start for Leviathan. The lead may be back in their hands momentarily. And with it being only Sato that gets dropped for his trouble.
Doing a thing.
Leviathan play this nice and safe. Passive on B. Ready to play the retake, knowing the numbers are by their side, and it means GE are the ones that have to take a risk. That risk means running into the numbers. Patman's dropped, and now his attempt to make this difficult situation that bit more manageable has left Javi in one that I think we all know the conclusion to. Leviathan have found their sixth and taken back the lead.
It's taken them a while to get there, but that
Don't
almost
leave him hanging. Come on. Come on. Come on now. You can't do this to him. Someone say something. Please.
Have we frozen in time?
Yeah!
There we go.
Let's go!
Maybe the loudest cheer of the day.
I think that one united the crowd.
What a round from Sato, though. That was one where it genuinely felt like they made him angry. Like it needed something to ignite them after 4 rounds lost in a row. But there's still plenty in the purchase. An operator handed over to Patman. Of course, they've got the credits to spend. The tour de force available for Yudotan as well. As if he wasn't already quick enough. This time, Sato has looked to try and claim B main control instead, on towards their south side.
This is it. What won them the last round was the opening shot from the off. The opening goes to GE. And it will be a battle between these two. I suppose it's fitting. B main control taken by Sato. But Yudotan walks up right behind him. And now it's a patience game, a waiting game. Perhaps the smoke up, though, allows Yudotan to close that distance that little bit further. And King with a
He's human.
decision. That shot didn't land. Right past Sato, and now he knows exactly where to look.
Even still.
Spike planted.
Post plant. Available on Patman. Looking to try and get aggressive again at Sato to win the battle of those operator players. Give them that man advantage. Give them an opportunity to at least go in with a lead after the start they had, but Harvey's having none of it. Already clearing one, but he's stunned up. Trade immediately from Patman. As they look to walk in together, the shot's not quite landing though. Even still, it will come down to just one. Blows making his way to the site, needs to bait someone into a fight, and Autumn just isn't giving anything away. He knows his teammate will swing first, and Patman still just sitting in the corner, will go down the spam, not quite landing. And Autumn knows he's got him dead to rights at this point. We will go in even at the half, 6-6.
Well, it's a nail-biter of a game, but Leviathan not out of the woods just yet. A solid half. Let's see if they can keep it up after the break.
I've got Elizabeth here. She is Patman's auntie. Elizabeth, you're the reason Patman's on that stage. You bought him his first PC.
Yes, yes.
So what's it like watching him do such an incredible job with his team? Because you've been there his entire gaming career.
I actually feel very teary-eyed, and I'm very proud to see him on stage, live and in person.
Is it quite nerve-wracking though?
Yes, but actually my heart rate is like 120 right now, watching him play.
But this man, he's been a world champion. But what's it like seeing him play with Global Esports?
Well, it's a new team for him, but I think he's done well making it to international again.
He definitely has. And actually, he does you proud in other ways. He's also been an incredible basketball player too.
Yes, he loves basketball.
So talk to me then about Patman settling into this team. What was your reaction when he told you he was joining Global Esports?
Well, all we can do is like support him, whatever he wanted to do. So when he told us that it's going to Global Esports, it's fine. It's just giving all the support that he needs.
Well, Elizabeth, I think you being here means so much to him. So thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck to Global Esports and Patman.
Well, it didn't look like they needed much look in that first map, but this half a bit more of a challenge. Leviathan certainly woke up, but GE caught up in the end. We are neck and neck going into the next half, Tom. Where does your allegiance lie?
It's just difficult at this point. And I think the fact that we at least saw some life in Leviathan towards the end of the half was a good sign. I think Sato especially is going to be a huge talking point, as we know that setup is going to be around him and SpikeZine. The question, though, is going into the defense, can Yudoton keep it up? You'd expect that he's going to have the same opportunities, and with how aggressive this composition can be. But it is a lot to ask, because let's be real, they would not have 6 rounds on the board if he wasn't playing the way he is.
That is very true indeed. And as being a hero performance in the first half, but now we move to the second. They've had time to chat with their coaches, and we've certainly seen the coach waffling away. Round 13 kicks off with GE on the defensive side, and Leviathan, although they've cleared a lot of space towards B and put a lot of numbers there, it will be the A site that is the ultimate target. The wrap back in comes in just as GE flee the B site and put numbers and boots back on the ground here. And then Leviathan go the other direction. Early on, you know, I'd even expect this to be about orbs, but they've not taken any yet.
Well, they're walking into the one man they were probably trying to avoid. Yudoton waiting patiently, it's immediate. SpikeZine is gone. Okay, they're going to remove all of his utility, stun him. They're sending everything to try and clear this man out, and they will do so. Removed. Look at all the assists that came through onto Yudoton. The Patman, he's trying to be cheeky and he's caught for it. King trades him out. Advantage firmly garnered by King.
30 seconds left.
And now Crystal, 14 HP, 3 to find. All of them healthier than him, but that Sheriff is going to be deadly. Well, to almost everyone up until he hits that shot. In the end, it's Sato to close. Leviathan reclaim their lead with a pistol. Just look at Sato trying to hype up the crowd, hype up his team, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, when you're having a game like him, you want to be the one trying to inject that energy into the rest, and no doubt King's feeling pretty happy after this pistol. A little bit of a confidence builder for him and for Leviathan as they find their way back into the lead. Strange attack side there. It looked like they expected some aggression out of GE in that pistol, looking for it on B, going under, walking back to A main, clearing it out. But in the end, they found the easier site to push into and traded out those kills very nicely. 7-6, and a lead in the half should follow. Should get even stronger as they're now up against Classics.
Again, we're going to see the same from Global Esports. They want to try and get as many orbs for Autumn as possible. North side A taken, and on the other side of the map, they've just left Yudoton. He's already hearing the steps, he's already spotted the players. They're going to try and pincer on the remaining. Holy, Neon and Sato have done a fantastic job. Now it leaves just one. Spike not going to be planted just yet. Counter flash will leave him completely blind, and in the end, it's actually the flank from Sato that clears him. Orbs collected for the duelist, a few for the other side. The lead extended for Leviathan.
Yeah, nice work all around. Definitely seemed like a danger when Yudoton was under. Heard 2 players go towards B, because the immediate call there is for those guys in A main to just run it down, start the early flank, take those fights, and they had the numbers, but they didn't have the weaponry. A big round from Sato as well to give them a 7, put him 17-8, now tied up with Yudoton on the scoreboard. But the rounds favoring Leviathan. That may change here, but it's a very strong bonus round for this attacking side. They've got a lot of rifles to work with. And of course, pack mentality prevails even with SMGs at times. Great pickup by Crystal, though.
And they're ready for the player to try and swing out through top. It's going to be Autumn taking the fight with his ultimate. They know how important keeping this round clean will be. With King, one of the weaker weapons. Unless blows can hit a wonderful timing, they're already going to be spotting him. He is currently completely isolated. In fact, every fight that would be taken by Leviathan here would be isolated, and for Yudoton, that might be the easiest kill he's had so far today. A flank, leaving it down to just one, and in the end, Global Esports will comfortably make it through that bonus.
Yeah, considering what they were up against, it's almost comfortably making it through a buy round. It's a very nice one from Global Esports. As we said, for Leviathan, on this attack side, pack mentality can work, but when you lose Spike Scene right away, and Sato coming up through heaven is caught like that, they have early flanks as well. It really exposes a lot of issues with that round, but it also gives you a lot to learn from. They made a more direct play, and GE very quickly closed the walls in on them. Be something they look to exploit, but for now, it looks like, again, pack mentality, 5 in dish, stun set up. We will have a pacey attempt. Whether this is for the orb, I'm not even sure, because with no presence elsewhere on the map, you almost have to play this as a straight-up hit.
Gonna force Harvey back, but it's the rest of the team are still here. There were 4 players on this A side of the map, and that's a problem. They go diving into a stacked-up site. The read again from GE is nigh on perfect. And for the remaining 2, they're trying their best to fight back into the round, but this was an early clear of the south side, and now they go running in towards Neon. Be careful. This guy has proven time and time again that on the skill scale, he's almost ticking off it. But a 1v5.
Got the spike.
I think you'd be crazy to believe.
Oh, 1 down already. 2 away from an orbital strike. Big mistakes would be needed to even give him a chance. And you can see right away, look at Yudoton on the other side of the map. He's fallen back, he'll take an orb. And set himself up to just catch the info and TP right out. There is no escape for Neon at this stage. The only way is forward, and with 20 seconds left, if he doesn't decide to move, saving won't really be an option either. Yudoton has boxed him in complete. Well, okay, saving will be an option, but not what he's going for. That's 3 kills, 8 seconds left, needs to get the plant in. Okay, maybe waited a little too long to get that one going, but I'll be honest, I started to get nervous for a second there.
Yeah, I think if it wasn't for having just sat in the site, I would have been sweating for them. But even still, it's a lot of damage, considering how clean everything was at the beginning. But this was also just pretty much setting up in that 1-4 for the side of GE. They had 3 players pushing that south side of the map, and when Harvey spots everything, and I think they put a Prowler all the way through in towards the spawn, they go, okay, well, there's no one on this south side. They have to be on the north, and everybody rotates in ready.
And also Yudoton is holding Northside Arcade, sees nothing. It becomes pretty obvious where they may be. The wall's closing in quicker than expected on Leviathan in that previous round. They are denied any presence here towards A main by the Molly. And evidently, they don't want to fight into it afterwards. Again, they're on this low buy. The pack mentality's been adopted when it comes to the buy round, so you very much expect it to be the case here. And for GE, the information is in their hands. Nothing in A main, nothing north side. You know it's a B hit. You don't want to get too close to those pistols. You don't want to get overwhelmed by this push. Down below, a bit of an awkward battle. Oh,
okay.
That's fallen.
This now gets interesting, because a post-plant orbital strike is gone, because Neon's died. That is unfortunate timing. King's done well. His ult's only 1 away, but I don't want to even talk about ults, because the last time I did, somebody fell immediately. Weaponry retrieved by King, and okay, on the back of the side with a pistol. Now Sato has an ult of his own. It's not going to connect. Crystal waiting on the other side, and they are being picked apart, losing every single fight versus weaker weaponry. And for Yudoton, he wants to try and save this, but Spike Zine is chasing him down, looking to run after that operator, and he's got to be very careful here. There are multiple players trying to surround it onto him. They are baiting him in, and it will be the Mastercard Thrifty. It gets another round onto the board for Lev.
Lev right back in the lead and right back on their feet. That's what you like to see. A great round, and we complimented them on Pearl as well, but the low buys, they always have such a cool idea with it. This one starts full south side. They see the A main aggression, they're pushed back by it and say, okay, all eggs in one basket now. We know they're pushing there. Let's take the fight B main. And that happens to be the lighter side of the map. That happens to be where they can get in and get a plant. And that was already a success in my mind. You now have a plant that they have to push into you. You get a couple of kills, you make it costly, and maybe the butterfly effect comes in by the end of the map. But instead, Leviathan steal a round that they had no right even competing for. And that has gotten a timeout from GE.
Yeah, it's completely wrecked their economy. That was meant to be the round where they start building up those credits. And for the other side of things, you can see Sato. You kind of want to call him a superstar in the making because of how young he is, 19-year-old. I think he's just turned 19 as well. But it feels like he's already there. Like having those crazy high-impact rounds and then just being ready to scream, hype up his teammates, hype up the crowd. He has now overtaken Yudotan as the kill leader in this map, but he's had Neon alongside him. And I mentioned the potential for ultimates. They have a lot of them building up, but the one thing GE does have coming into this round is the ultimates already built.
Yeah, perhaps that can bridge the gap somewhat. Tour de Force put into play right away, but Yudotan's walking in to Sato and will be shut down. The big gun removed from the round right away. And now for GE, not much more hope remains. Anti-flash on the other side. Some players will be caught, but others won't. The stuns go in right away. Sure, they'll lose one. But how much more can GE hope for in a fight like that? The spike up for grabs if they could win it, and Patman's thinking about it. He's got a rifle, but the high-low setup on the other side could completely decimate any chance of finding the kill. And now almost every danger has been removed from that defensive arsenal.
He turned around.
Nice, okay.
Whew. For a second, it looked like that. Clearly, the spidey senses were tingling. Cool and controlled for Leviathan. Maybe there'll be one kill at least. There you go.
My ult is ready.
They now know where the last man is, and for Crystal, he's got the whole team facing off against him. Leviathan extend their lead once more, but this will be the round that the pause was called for.
Shoot the bad guys.
For Global Esports. We saw in the last half a fight back that brought them level. Of course, we know going into that third and final map, you kind of feel like a lot of those veto advantages start to fade away. I think many, including myself, once we saw Ascent banned out, thought maybe even the split would be picked by the side of Leviathan. So, although it may have started off as a bit of a shaky veto, if we go to map 3, I'd almost start to say they're favored again.
We've seen this approach from Leviathan on the defensive side. Now GE adopted 2 players left towards the spawn for that quick reaction, and the play coming towards B. The Rolling Thunder should completely stop them from having any say in this. Chance for the operator to maybe land one, but no, TP taken back, and now full control for Leviathan, you would think. Running back sent in, they get one off of it, and another onto Sato, and the numbers now sitting 5v3. They haven't even planted the spike yet on Leviathan, and they're being whittled down.
Go, go, go!
Trying to create some space. Spike seems done well. He's denied. Chance for a trade. The problem, though, is Yudotan again in a deep position. And now the spike dropped in a bit of an awkward spot. They need Spikesy to basically go back in. Can you do it again? Can you get us that space back once more? Can you cause that distraction? The answer is no. GE respond in turn. The back and forth of this map continues. And another purchase will be coming right back up.
Indeed, the fact they can just fight right back into this one means that the lead isn't stolen out of their hands just yet, but GE looking much more calm and comfortable in that. Yudotan again being set up for those op shots, and it feels like when he goes pushing in at the start of the round, Sato has his number. It's a lot of connections coming out of the waylay on Leviathan, but in those retakes, Yudotan's had so much value. Just got to keep him alive that long. It looks like GE want to re-aggress on they're hearing some noise in A main. Send Autumn there, flash through, seize the control. And as he falls back, they put Patman in to hold the line.
He's got to be careful. Just about makes it round the corner, but he's still here. I don't think that was the plan, but he's held the ground to an extent. In the meantime, the rest of the team On the attack go, rotating to the other side. Deep control on the north side of the map from Globant, as you said. The man, the Phoenix that was on the other side, is now waiting for them on this one. Nice work from Sato once again. The orbital strike will deny them at least running all the way through, but Autumn already looking to try and flank back around through that north side, which they kept control of.
Flash gonna come out up top. It's devastating, but the shots don't land. Leviathan find everything, and now a 5v2. Well, we said the ops being good on retakes, but he'd have to be great to stand even a chance. Patman by his side. Oh, isolated in the open, and it's an easy convert for Leviathan. 11-9 now. Just 2 away from closing out the map, bringing us to split. And as you said, Tom, that's where favor starts to flip a little bit.
Well, the thing is as well, you look at the role of Sato, and that role is meant to be a death sentence. That's meant to be, you dive in, you try and get a shot off, and then you retreat and somebody else takes the space. He's diving in, he gets the split second, is immediately hitting headshots, and comes out with 3 kills at the end of the round. He truly has been incredible in this map thus far. And him versus Yudotan has been a fun battle, but I'll be honest, he started to take over it. Patman, though, will finally shut this man down. That might be a good opportunity for them to find a response.
Oh, nice push up in A main. It looked like they'd take some blows for that, but it's well after the fight. By the time that anything's landed for Leviathan, a 2 versus 4 needed. Sure, they've got ultis, but this isn't the round for them, surely. It looks like a write-off and stepping into the off, this time in the hands of Patman, but the result is no different. A body on the floor, and it's not a defender. Spike Zine, the last one standing, 4 players to take down. This would put Leviathan up to 12. It'd probably win them the map, but it's an impossible task. GE fight their way back to within punching distance.
Oh, good response, and a necessary one at that. Like I said, Sato was dominating a lot of these rounds, so to shut him down immediately. But then again, we talked about this a lot throughout the match so far. I love the calls from Harvey just to go, no, you know what? We've used the ultimate. Let's play through their utility. Let's get aggressive. Trap them in towards their spawn while they're isolated and not allow them to regroup in that scenario at all. A confidence-building round, but again, with how things have been going, both teams winning their rounds cleanly. The economy hasn't gone anywhere. Patman once again with that operator, but a flash should be coming through that wall before they peek. No, are they going to walk up on it? He's just going to look to stick around, and, well, he's definitely been caught out early. It's actually Yudotan to go down instead.
That was all part of the plan. G sent 3 players to try to fight towards Arcade, but Leviathan had the whole squad come that way. Now being boxed in Arcade, you can see the jump peak from Javi that I don't think was spotted. Leviathan don't know the numbers they're facing, but now Patman under pressure has to move the Armageddon, but it's doomsday for Leviathan! What a response from Global Esports, neck and neck!
I'll be honest with you, some of the stuff that Patman is doing is making me so uncomfortable. Like, gets forced out by the ult, throws his stun, jumps back into the open, and while they're trying to swing in to catch him, Autumn just wrecks 2 players on the way into the site. It's a painful taste of defeat.
Watch me.
And while you're starting to see those credits dissipate for the attack inside, they might be left with nothing into the next round, but they're going to pick up the pace themselves, immediately throwing through the overdrive, and ult on the other side is caught, and in fact it spikes it, that ends up with the kill. Trades immediately back in response. It's chaos, but Sato again lands a shot, back to a 3v3 once more. As they grind to a halt for a second, both teams pausing to catch their breath. Patman's operator has been spotted. Yudotan, his position also seems known, and it's almost bait. They want them to swing, they want them to peek, to re-clear, to think that they've left, and they do.
Of course they do. They heard the door open. No contact for 30 seconds. This is where Lev clearly have gone back to that B side, but as we can see, that is not the case. And dangerous now if they're allowed to get this plant in. The stun could be back, the salvo online. It's a deadly duo. When it comes to, well, never mind if he puts it up top. Well, at least the plant found. Of course, they don't know just how open this site is. Noise made now. The rotates coming back in
30 seconds
from
left.
Global Esports, but they're not going to be here on time.
Spike planted.
Sato never let go of this position.
You are divided.
They'll have to hold his ground all the way through. The thing is, they can avoid his position, but can they avoid King? Holding within the sight and looks to just clean up everybody. Patman hunting for a rifle. He doesn't even know that he's still around this corner. Finds the info, but it's Sato to close once again. Leviathan continue to dig deep and are now 1 round away from taking us to map 3.
Global Esports got past that first map easily. Barely broke a sweat.
One enemy remains.
We said they would be tested when it came to Fracture with Leviathan, just up the difficulty, 12 on the board. It's either overtime or victory and map 3. And Leviathan again adopt the death ball. They went to the B site with this and were met by numbers. There were 3 players there when they didn't expect it. Now the death ball's on A. There's 3 players here. GE, numbers in the right spot, and Patman's feeling greedy. Gets in, he can always get out. Well, for the next second or so he can, and now he's stuck around a little too long. Leviathan punish immediately, and the pace should be picked up to this A site if it is. Crystal's the one with the challenge, the man who top fragged the last map, put on a brave face in so many bad situations, but this, way too much to ask. Leviathan are hungry for a 3rd map. Their order's almost ready! Unicorn! The human missile hits his mark! And now, just 2 left to lock in an overtime, but it's Javi who has to find both.
Dotan gave them a chance. Tried to close it alone and leaves his leader to try and fight versus 2. Neon on King on the other side, but the problem is he has to make noise. He has to give the game away, tries to bait the fact that he's already dropped down.
Off your feet!
But they will now know, and the Rolling Thunder is going to force him all the way back. That time ticking further and further. The map 3 looking inevitable as Leviathan will hold their ground. Map 3 on the horizon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back. I'm Victoria, joined by Billy and Minnie here. Map 2 of Fracture absolutely did not disappoint. How many seconds here do you think he was left hanging?
It felt like several minutes.
It felt like eternity. It felt like eternity. Man, he's still standing.
Leon!
This has got to be a solid like 15 to 20 seconds, no?
I respect.
But you know what? This is the kind of resilience, this is the kind of perseverance we want to see from Lev coming back into map 2 here. We needed that mental reset for this young squad because we know that they had the firepower, they had the potential to push through on Fracture here today. In fact, Sato must be feeling absolutely fantastic because starting with round 1 with that share of 4K. In fact, let's check out our HyperX reflex moment of the day. 100% goes to Sato, who was left hanging.
Yeah, it definitely set the tone for that map there by being able to get that 4K on the Sheriff round straight into the map, right? And I think that that's a real confidence builder. You just saw what a character he was in that clip there that we bumped in with, and I think the amount of energy that he's being able to bring to this stage, honestly, like he seems to be one of the future kind of personalities that we have here in Valorant.
Yeah, and in terms of pistols here, Lev had to win both of them. So I think they're going to have to, they breathe a sigh of relief here, able to convert them with Sato popping off, because this was a 13-11. This could easily have been a 2-0 GE.
Yeah, exactly. And I think a lot of it has to go thanks to Udotan bringing it through many rounds. Mitch and Tom also, you know, acknowledge that as well. The Sky was doing absolute heroics here. But let's talk about what Lev was doing. Lev had some really great ideas.
Yeah, something that we wanted to highlight again was...
First we're going to look at Sato. First of all, Sato.
Some more Sato. Yeah, I think that pistol round we saw, I think it just set him up to just dominate this game completely. He's got the confidence, he's got the aura, he's giving it on the stage, but also he's now getting comfortable in the server, and I think he's leading from the front, and hopefully that transitions to a lot more energy throughout the whole of their team, and they can see, it's easy for him, we're just as good, let's do that too.
And Whaley is an agent that we don't get to see him on an awful lot, so it's nice to just see him kind of like let loose in that kind of aspect of things.
Yeah, definitely, and I think everything looked a lot more comfortable for Lev on this map, even though it was really, really close there. And again, some of the ideas with their trap plays, we know Owner comes in with good ideas.
Yeah, something that I highlighted was why I don't like the breach so much, is that all you need to do is dodge the breach stun, but GE not doing that in some of these moments. As we see here, the breach stun comes out very early in the round, catches some players, and Sato's able to dash in as the spear of this team and clean up some kills here, as we see.
Yeah, it's followed up with so much utility behind it as well. You can definitely see the clear set piece there. You see those salvos actually picking up 2 kills by the end whilst Sato was going and diving in.
And I think being able to get enough of the rounds on the defense from Lev was really good because they didn't have that Sentinel. So just getting enough there, they go to attack where the comp's a lot easier to just send it. And I think it was off these trap plays they're able to get enough in this series.
Are you liking what we're seeing so far on Fracture? We got Fracture twice today. Minnie is shaking his head no.
I am still not convinced that these teams are great Fracture teams. Yeah, I think Lev just eked this one out. Their composition, I still think, has some things to look at, i.e. they don't have a Sentinel on their team. They have a Breach. I think there's some weaknesses here, but it's enough to get the win, and going into Split, I think they are favorites.
You really have to feel for Udotan in that last map as well. Being able to put up over 300 ACS and still the map just slightly slipping away from them in the end. But of course, we do finally get to see that third map. The first third mapper series that we've seen this event so far. So I'm looking forward to seeing that split.
Yes, and Minnie, earlier you were saying if we made it to map 3, your prediction for Lev, you know, you're a lot more confident in it again. So as we go into Split, why are you feeling confident for Lev? Because GE, back when they're playing the Veto comp, it was really good.
Yeah, I think it's because Lev are just dominating Americas right now. The meta in Americas on this map is to play the Vice. And Lev has said, nope, we're just going to continue with the double duelist. And they don't get slowed down by that Sentinel at all. And they're just running through teams, winning 13-5, 13-6, making it look like that Sentinel doesn't exist. And GE like to run similar comps to Americas in the sense that they like to have that Sentinel on this map. And I think that Lev know how to play against it. So the question is, are GE going to continue with that Sentinel style? And here we go, let's see. And yeah, the Sage, you see, the same kind of approach as America's, that not the Vice, but the Sage. Designed to slow this Lev team down, but so far in all the games I've watched of Lev, they have not been slowed down on this map at all.
Yeah, not steering away from the composition. This is what Global Esports were playing back in Pacific. And like you mentioned, Minnie here, Leviathan playing that double duelist. I think it's interesting to see how they are going to play up against the double controller, the Sage. I think as well, Global having to start on the attack here puts them in a very uncomfortable position.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the attack side of this composition from GE is the slightly harder one to play, and it'll be interesting to see how Lev tries to disrupt it. They have a little bit more of the firepower with the duelists. Are they going to fight for these extremities early? One thing I expect GE to do is be using that Sage Slow to take some of the extremities, and I expect then Lev to react by taking them back. That's what I want to see from both these teams.
I think one of the head-to-heads I'm looking at as well is Sato, who's just had a great performance on that map, but then also Udatan on the other side on the Raze here. I'm just intrigued to see how they actually match up against one another when you look at the pairings with that Fade. All these little trap plays that they can set up to fight for middle space in general.
Well, thank you guys. We got Lev, we got Global Esports, and we've got a map 3 as we send it back to our casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, you know, I was starting to get worried that we were going to see some 2-0s all week long, Tom, but this one is certainly delivered exactly as we hoped it would. We've made it all the way to the final map. Now listen, two very different compositions these teams are bringing out. A core 3 that remain the same across the board, but which one draws your eye more? What do you like the look of here, Tom?
Well, it's interesting because I'd say that from what we've seen so far, I would probably lean the way of Lev. I think that Sato is fantastic in this position. And the thing is, though, it's like I like the Sage, but on the defense more so. And if they can deny some of that defensive side aggression from Lev by being in the right place at the right time, I think this comp could be a good counter. But with how Sato played on the last map, I don't, like, if you're trying to counter this man, he might rip your head off before you can even think.
Well, I've certainly seen a few counter shots from Yudotan in that previous as well. Wall already used here, as we can see Leviathan finding the first pickup and then fading out, giving up heaven control, but isolated on this side is Spikeseen. He's all alone, and he's left that way. He's cleared the sight of all attackers, and a flawless pistol round for Leviathan follows.
The saying is you can live to see yourself die alone, or something along those lines. My man just didn't die. He just stayed alive at the back. And while absolute destruction in the pistol round, and that was a big part of that previous map as well. The fact that they were able to get those pistols over the line, they were able to put themselves in a position that ended up just closing out the map in very close contention. If you're GE, you probably feel a little bit hard done by. A pistol round genuinely could have made all of the difference. But in this round, it is, again, more of the same. Wanting to get those orbs under their belt, claiming the first early on B, running all the way to the other side to get the second. But with how little is invested here, Mitch, expectations, I would say if they get a kill, they've done well.
Yeah, well, I mean, getting the 2 orbs already is going to be a challenge if Leviathan keep holding the angles they're on. They're ready for the fight up top, but it is only a judge on Spikeseen, so he can't really take the fight to them. And in fact, they're going to, although we thought this was a step forward to grab the orb, maybe it will be when the wall goes up. Numbers have started to shift in the other direction. They're even going to get caught by the Prowler on purpose. Yudotan's trying to bait them in, trying to show some presence on this side of the map and step forward, grab the orb, make some noise, let them know that this is the side that they're looking to fight on while the others walk into B, but it's not left open. Leviathan, they're wise to these tricks. They just played 2 maps where GE were doing the same thing, and they won't let them get away with it again. Good work by Neon, and another flawless round for Leviathan. A clean lead built up.
Yeah, exactly what they're looking for. They can come into this next round with rifles across the board, bar a singular judge, which, okay, it's not as strong as it used to be, but I think we've already seen that even going back to map 1, the Neon can still be incredibly strong. Maybe the judge can too. And as their lead builds, it feels like so does that confidence for Leviathan. That first map seeming more like the outlier than the defining factor. And that's what I was kind of expecting with the slows. Like, you know that your opponents like to get aggressive, so throwing those in early. But I also like what Neon did. He's jumping out, gets the info, but it's part of a TP to get away. He can't be trapped there. And he still spots players.
GE spread across the map, putting pressure on mid, looking for someone to step out of line. Seems very unlikely to happen towards this A site. Prowler sees nothing there. Did it see nothing? I think Autumn might have shot it. Went down very early, and they certainly know he's around this area now. The first map, this would have already seen the rotate start to the A site, but as we said, Leviathan are more than aware of how GE like to work this attack side, how they've been exploited in this series already, and so as GE gear up for this B hit, there's still going to be numbers waiting. The idea to send Autumn late through mid. Actually, he's going to find a lot of empty space there.
30 seconds
30
left.
seconds left.
3 players make that 4 already here for the defenders. The read is almost perfect. The crossfire's working out as well. As one player goes down, the swings are immediate. And this is a problem for Global. Nice work from Patman and Autumn alongside him. The spike looking to be planted, 12 seconds left. He's got an isolated battle, but Autumn is quick enough. It is a dangerous bonus, as we said at the beginning, and maybe a little bit too close. Nonetheless, GE do have their first round.
Yeah, definitely a lot of blows traded out by Lev there, but GE with a lot of patience as well. Starting on the mid control, pushing them back, and the question mark that created was enough for Leviathan to decide to rotate through spawn, opened up the door for Autumn, and once they get to the site, their pace was perfect. They start to move towards the smokes, but they don't burst out into that space for the fights until Autumn's ready to come in and back them up. Nicely done. And now the full buy from Leviathan, a much stronger round from the defense. GE with a very different approach as well. Last round was waiting for aggression. They had 1B, 1A, 3 mid. This time, everything given up. With 120 on the clock, it's pack mentality outside A.
Depends how long it's going to take Leviathan to realize. Blows' job is just to try and slow them down, and the pre-fire almost takes him out completely. They managed to keep control, though, of those rafters, and now look to swing together.
It's this quick retake by Leviathan, though. Numbers on ramp already. 3 men have made it down, but Autumn again trying to wrap around behind them late, trying to be that thorn in the side. Unitron has taken a double. Autumn's not even needed in this play, and now Neon left with almost no choice. 1v4. It's time to go to the other side of the map, tuck in, and hope to carry that rifle through to the next. A great round for GE, though only losing Udaton, who was grandstanding in the middle of the site, and he took 2 with him.
Yeah, I like the way they adapted to that, though, because you look at the fact that Heaven Control was completely in the hands of the defenders. I think that initially Blows did a great job to just make sure they can't just run up and take that for free. It makes the retake so much more difficult. But then, as you sort of said it, they implant Autumn in a deeper position. He's then left smoked off, and then Udaton is just watching that angle. And okay, there's a little bit of disruption thrown in at the same time from Patman, who's TP'd up to almost use the gap in the wall. And then when Udaton is hitting those shots, it makes things that little bit more easy. Economy damaged. Leviathan's early lead taken from the pistol and follow-up now reduced. They don't have too much to play with in this one.
It really was Patman in that last round with huge impact. 1 kill was all it took to leave them with basically no added layer to that push out of ramp. Spike seen, that's a big risk. Walking through that side of the orb, visible by basically everywhere in mid, and there were 3 players staring right back at him. Of course, you're going to take risks in a round like this where there's weak weapons in play for Leviathan. They get nothing, bar a bit of information for the first fight. Now, this is a bit more dangerous, but they've just spotted Blows. Does well to find even the 1, and despite some damage being done, this will be a hard round to take out of GE's hands. They have a showstopper if they need it, and that's probably a big win if Leviathan can make them pop that ult.
Neon at least managed to get his rifle back, but you can see the positioning from Patman as well. A late smoke thrown in. Now he's flanking A man who thinks he probably has a wraparound, although timing here could be quite important. Does Patman actually turn around? No, he does not. Okay. That's at least a gun into the hands of Sato, but can they get anything more from this? Time-wise, probably not. It is ticking fairly fast, and with Yudotan putting... what? That's a mistake. Yeah. You can see by his face. That was not the plan whatsoever. It's going to end up clearing out Sato. Yeah, definitely not a part of the plan from Yudotan, but hey, he gets a kill for it at least.
Well, he sent his missile, the namesake, out. Fair enough. Might not have been necessary, like you say. I'm 99% sure that was a misclick, or it's one of the most audacious end-of-round plays I've seen in a long time. 3-2 nonetheless. GE find themselves the lead, and Leviathan are feeling the pressure. They have taken this moment to call a timeout.
I think it shows the headspace of GE, though. Like, you're in a third map of your opening, and something that could end up as a Coinbase win condition is just having that sort of positivity. You've made a mistake in what is a pretty big game for you, but you've closed out the round, and you've won 3 rounds in a row. And as said, in the last map, those pistols ended up almost being a saving grace for Leviathan, because they only just close it out 13-11. But the fact that GE has got off to such a good start, and when you look back to at least the last couple of times they played this map, their defense was very good. And I think that sort of sits true to this composition, having a lot available for delay. I think Lev have realized very early on that, okay, we need to chat to Owner, we need to come up with something here on the defensive side, because at least the last round, that wasn't particularly close.
Oh, they've had their moment. Chat with the coaching staff, and now we're right back into the game. The barriers will go up, and it's time for them to apply whatever they've learned from the big brain in the coach booth. GE, pack mentality. 5 players sitting outside A. No control across the map. This is, they have got a sentinel, but quite in that way.
If they don't go A, it's going to take them a very long time to go anywhere else, but clearly very confident in their A site take, especially when you have a Nightfall. We've seen this already, the throw put out, then they have the wall put up top. Once they can get it on the cross, the thing is that the defense are already here. They're already ready once again to try and go for this retake down the ramp, but last time they got shut out.
They dealt with a TP attempt from Patman, so no heaven control now for GE to work with. They're sitting down on the site, waiting for Leviathan to come to them. Remember, last time, Autumn in the same position wasn't spotted, wasn't needed, so he can hold that deep into the round. The Sage wall has to be broken. The slow goes in right away. More time bought, more delay. But the paranoia, oh, it's lined up perfectly. It's going to catch so many. 3 players blinded by that, but Javi and Crystal, they still manage to find their kills. Numbers sit heavily in favor of GE, and King might have bought himself a way out, a way to save this weapon with that kill, but no chance anymore for the round to go their way. Leviathan, after the pause, it's the same result.
I really like the sort of small differences we're seeing from GE. Like, you think back to that prior round, okay, they still didn't have that heaven control, but they put the wall up there, and then they TP up to the wall. This time, they put it towards the spawn. You have Javi sat on it the whole time. Okay, you break my wall, I'm going to just put slows in. And then they get up close in contact. Sure, the spams help them a lot, but also that paranoia is going to near-sight you. It's not going to leave you completely blinded. Come on. They seem to be enjoying themselves. You can understand why. 4 rounds in a row. That A-site take has caused so many issues that look at the defense in this round, Mitch. They are about to try and fight them for A control, and they're not there.
Yeah, indeed. 3 players go running up. See, absolutely nothing for GE. They've taken a loss early on. Patman down and out, and Patman right back in. No spams to take him out of the round, and Autumn has just spotted 1. Make it 2 inside the vents. A trade at least for GE. Let's see how they deal with this situation at 3v4.
Wait, Heaven Phoenix. Phoenix on me. I don't see it. Stairs. I'm holding Heaven. Heaven 1. Wait, Happy.
Last player standing.
Left side.
And good damage there.
Oh, it's a narrow margin, but Leviathan just about find the round.
Yeah, I think it's one of those moments where it seems like Neon is almost doing more than his fair share. Like being able to just delay them enough, playing around the edge of the smokes, and that might even be the reason they go for that heavy A presence, because they go, even if they go B, that's the guy that's been causing them issues so far. I think that the deaths he's had have mostly been when he's rotating towards A. I think it was 6-1 other than that. Another big round for a man that has been talked up an awful lot coming into this tournament. But you can understand why. Autumn has just taken a nasty amount of damage.
It was a headshot through the wall. Lucky that he was that close to it. Oh, the TP's almost got King off, and it will indeed. Batman putting the numbers now in their favor despite early damage, and now the pressure onto Neon, who has to just back out. Spikes in, though! He goes up into heaven. Saddle by his side, and now the advantage no longer in the hands of GE. The plant not found, and they rotate. What? But Autumn! Tag from the early fight, still wins the battle. But Neon has been the danger man. Can be this time. But a gamble has to be made, and of course, he heard the snake bite. He thinks now it's the A hit, but soon he'll find out the plant's on the other side.
He's made the realization, though. He'll be here maybe a little bit sooner than expected. Autumn might even be caught walking away, and he will! Just as the Viper's Pit blooms, they thought they had more time. A 1v1 to take it home, but it's Crystal to save the day. It looked like it will be another round when Neon just takes over. A sublime read, but Crystal keeps them in the lead.
What a try it was from the man, currently sitting 10-4. The beating heart of Leviathan on this defensive side, but flatlined in the final second. So lucky to catch that Viper. The timing was perfect. The read after the snake bite went down. He connected the dots, but he couldn't get the full picture in time. Now 3-5. GE again with a decent lead, and it might just be about to get that little bit better with a very low buy coming in from Leviathan. Viper's Pit could definitely help them out, though.
Oh, it's safe to say that they believe in the Bandit. 4 purchased. A Viper's Pit thrown in. Spike Zine ultimate available. They're going to try and just pad what they have in this round with those ults. Problem once again, though. Well, firstly, they've lost the opening pick, but also that B site only defended by Neon. And in any other round, I'd been a believer, but he does only have a pistol this time out. His spams are still causing them issues, though. Looking like he might try and get a little bit cheeky around this.
Yeah, I do think that GE are ready for that. Something about the 3 rifles pointed at that choke point gives it away. And there it is. Did they realize? Yes, they did. They saw the elbow. Neon, whether it was paranoia or smoke, he was lining up. Don't get a chance to put it out as King falls. This round looking like it's done.
30 seconds left.
And indeed, unless Spike Zine's got an ace up his sleeve, it will be.
I think there's going to come a time where they have to start trying to deal with Autumn. Like his lurks around the map, think back to the last round, it was just a general irritation. And even when they knew where he was, it's still causing them mass amount of problems. We saw it in prior rounds where they go for that A push-up to try and clear that lurker out of the side of the map, and then he's not there. That's what GE have done quite well. They've had these all-in rounds where they're all together, they're all pushing an angle, and then they've had these other rounds where you just have Autumn on the other side of the map. And it feels like each time they try and pick the round where he's not going to be there, they're wrong.
Yeah, again, going back to Pearl, that was the kind of vibe we had. It wasn't about the lurks, instead about where the hits were coming through. The fakes from GE were sublime. They've had some great attack sides here. 9-3 possible. That would be a big blow to Leviathan moving to the next half. We haven't seen those signs of the defensive side connecting consistent rounds just yet.
But it's just been Neon's B-site hold, and they're going to challenge him once again. This time, though, a showstopper sent through. He's managed to escape. His life has held a lot of value in this map so far. The showstopper will give them space. Already wall being broken, but in the meantime, the spike has gone through, and the attackers wanted to try and push even further forward, not wanting to be trapped in. Even still, though, damage being done. That lurk again! He seems to have an opponent catching him almost every time, but he still wins those fights. Good trades back, though. Make it interesting, enough so that Sato has used his ult. King also gets rid of Yudatan. Somehow, this might just be competitive.
Oh, it was nearly favored to Leviathan there. Javi lucky to still be alive, and Crystal, well, he's playing a risky game. The swing in, good, you thought! They went together! They found Javi alone, and, well, I guess he found them. 7-3 now. It looked like Leviathan had a chance, but the light is going dim on that side of the stage as GE climbed further and further into the lead.
They were tunnel visioned. They were chasing that last man ring around a Rosie, and instead it was Javi to catch them. His ult now available for the next as well, and you can understand why this second pause is coming in. A 7-5 half, okay, it wouldn't be great considering you won the pistol and second round, but it feels like those last 2 rounds are going to be the Coinbase win condition, because if you go in a 9-3 deficit into this GE comp, which, as said, I think has looked better defensively, and I start to feel very nervous.
I can think of at least 3 rounds so far where Autumn's flanks have had huge potential.
Yeah.
I can think of at least one more where his flank was a safety net that they didn't even need to go near. And at this stage, I cannot think that this pause is about anything else but addressing that. The fact that they've caught him in so many of the rounds, like you said, you think about Sewers, you think about there in mid, a player swings, has a gun pointed at him, and Autumn somehow reacts. Whether he doesn't have his weapon or whether he's looking the wrong way, it doesn't matter. He ends up walking out of there with most of his HP and an advantage for the team. That cannot be happening. Even some of the time it shouldn't be happening. It's happening every time.
Well, there is a reason that this guy flexes between this Viper and, you know, like a Phoenix or something. He has that raw individual skill. He's had it for quite a while. There was a reason that teams were willing to take that risk of picking him up in China. It was because of the flair that he brings to the server. But yeah, it feels like in some of the cases, the Lev players should have been hitting those shots. He has managed to get away with it, other than Neon. Neon has been having his moments. The last round, of course, he was completely forced out. And well, surely Patman's not just going to be able to walk all the way through. He's heard the rotation, and now he's just waiting. It's a good check, though. A very good check from SpikeZine. That could have been a double with ease.
It could have been even more.
Here.
Whoops. The round to follow it, perhaps, but GE with a few stumbles. A man down. The Sage Wall doesn't cover off Heaven the way they wanted to. Leviathan, their best chance here of this A-site retake. They've not spotted Autumn, but he won't land his shot either. The trade's out, though, as Yudatan found one. Slips back into the site as well. C's being thrown. It's going to delay that push, allows Yudatan to get right back here towards Ticken, and they don't think he's around this spot, but Sato finds him anyways! And another under his belt gives Leviathan 4.
That's the guy that we were seeing in the last map. That's the guy that's been missing in this one. That is just raw individual brilliance coming out from Sato. Again, it's almost like what we were talking about with Autumn, where this guy is seemingly facing into an angle where someone is waiting for him, and he is just landing every single shot. That's going to put him one away from his ultimate as well. And as I said, 7-5. Going in with a double duelist comp into the attack. It's not a death sentence. It's just the manner in which this half has gone that has felt a little bit more scary.
Well, yeah, think about even looking at the timeline, what happens if Leviathan don't take the pistol round. We could have seen GE completely run away with this. Remember, it was 2 flawless rounds from Leviathan to start this out. A very different vibe as the rounds have gone on, but it looks like the road to recovery mounted at the last second. Patman much more aggressive this time, and he's got some backup while Autumn walks straight out. The Prowler went past him, flying under the radar, but doesn't strike the death blow. And the trades early on, Leviathan holding on for dear life, but there's a res available. It's going to be put in on the Crystal, but the trades for Leviathan, trying to keep things even. And SpikeZine's done a remarkable job. But despite it, they're going to have to fight back into this A site. TP's going to be denied. Plant found, one away from a showstopper, and utility online for GE. This is not an easy retake.
That's so annoying, because for Neon now, he's so far away. He was literally on the opposite side of the map. And although his teammate can get through that little bit quicker, he's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Autumn's positioning again. He's just been annoying throughout this map, but he doesn't land the shot. The wall bang from SpikeZine. This might just be his round. Facing off against Yudatan in that 1v2 clutch. The first, a little bit too easy. SpikeZine so far ahead of his teammate and now just holding that showstopper. The last one was clicked by mistake. This one is clicked to buy time, and that time already seeming like it's too far gone. The nade is perfect, and he's there to close it out in style. A Red Bull clutch gives GE their 8th round.
8-4 at the halftime, a commanding lead for GE. They look so strong down on that stage, and closing it with a Red Bull clutch has got to leave confidence sky high. Mistakes for Leviathan have to be corrected, and they're running out of time. Bounce back has to happen after the break. Welcome back, folks. 8-4. It's a big lead for GE, making waves across a very big pond. But for Leviathan, this is where they have to climb back. A great fracture behind them, but I think they'll be keen to forget the first half of Split.
Yeah, for sure. It seems like for either side, though, like going into this one, there's real potential with either of the comps. I think for SpikeZine, even though they didn't win that final round, like having that individual step up, Sato we saw in the round before as well, like they are the two that going into this attack half need to step up. And then although Harvey, he had his big moment, I think this Sage is going to be a general irritation. It already was. Obviously, I think the one benefit for Leviathan is they might not have to watch their back quite as much for Autumn. But weeding him out of mid, it's not going to be an easy task either.
Well, as you can see by looking at the timeline, half of the rounds for Leviathan came off the pistol. Let's hope they can find it here, or the return to form is going to take quite a while and need very few errors. But a pistol also is often talked about as a coin flip. Not really where you want to have to start your comeback, but that's one way to kick it off. Great pickup by King.
That was the aggression. Thrown in immediately. Patman, he has been playing this controller incredibly aggressively all the way through the map. Autumn now needs to have another high impact play, and even the nade just trying to maybe even force them into his position. He doesn't have a whole lot of support. His teammate is trying to re-aggress it towards B main, wants to try and hold on to some control, but look how passively King is sitting. Autumn dealt with. And Crystal needs to win this fight. He's got a teammate looking to try and lock in the other player. The problem, though, is that King's won his second fight of the round.
Yeah, looking really solid when it comes to the pistols.
Last player
It's the same on Ecos as well. Something just activates in Leviathan. A clean start. And we could be on for the Thrifty. Yudotan, all that stands in the way. And okay, Thrifty no more, but a round win. Well, it seems assured for the attacking. That's a fake flash if ever I've seen one. Doesn't quite work out. It will be put to bed, but okay, still 3 more to go, and he's caught with a nade in hand. That's him done. King with his 4th of the round, and maybe they just wanted to give him the orb.
Yeah, you know, it's not going to be flawless, but I don't think they'll give a damn. The Sheriff of King puts him to the top of the board for his side, and honestly, all of these kills were fairly important. Like, he's being surrounded in this moment and manages to just play it perfectly with his positioning. That lifeline has now been picked up for Leviathan. And obviously, once again, there's not going to be much, if anything, invested for the defensive side. Far more reliant on their buy rounds. The fact is, a winning of a pistol in the last map might have meant we closed this in 2, which, I'll be honest, I'm kind of glad didn't happen.
Especially not after that first map. That was basically a first half.
Yeah. The problem will be, though, is if this series does slip from them, those pistols are probably going to be what becomes pretty defining. Now, for the defense at this stage, the real question is, do you actually try and go for exits? Do you try and do any damage? Or, and it looks like what they're going to do, just hide in the corner and go down to the spike.
Of course, if anybody goes pushing, you'll be happy to take a spare orb a little bit earlier. Spike scene definitely...
Oh, it's Sato for sure.
Walking forward alongside Sato. Oh, that's a double for him. A chance for a little more and some orbs picked up indeed for Leviathan. Losses minimal. Again, they're still carrying those 2 rifles forward, which is the name of the game. And King's even going looking for another. It looks like he'll find it time dependent. No. Okay. He's backed away just at the wrong moment. But nonetheless, the climb back for Leviathan is well and truly underway. 2 rounds here off the back of the pistol, same as the first half. But this is where things slipped out of their control.
Yeah, the main question I was going to ask is how much are they actually going to put into this round? Because, as you said, it was a lot of light purchases. They didn't have too much in terms of rifles, but that normally means that you can then buy up the rifles going into the next round. So I think, yeah, it is going to be a very strong bonus. If anything, King's best weapon has been the Sheriff. So I would almost put this at a full buy.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not a bad shout. I saw that pistol round. Didn't seem to matter what weapon their opponents had in hand. For GE, spread across the map. But they've got good slow abilities here towards the B site. The slow, obviously, being one of them. Paranoia online for Patman. This flash could be devastating. It's blinded both players. It's giving Sato an easy opening and a follow-up with the wall bang. Glorious work from the Phoenix on Leviathan, and the B site secured and a plank coming in on the back of it. This is about as good a start to a bonus like this as you could ever hope for.
Yeah, solid reveal from Blows made that kill come in so much easier. And for the remaining 3, this becomes tough. Sato is literally just standing there. He's trying to bait that he's not. He's walking up instead! You expect the Phoenix to come running into your face, and instead he calls the bluff. And that's the moment where they have to save. Bring the weaponry into the next round. We spoke about it. The difference between map 1 and this one is that if you can get Sato online like he was in the second, this Leviathan squad feels like a different beast, and this round was his and his alone.
And this is what GE are going to have to deal with. Normally, when you get players and you keep them in that choke point, it's very difficult to get out of the choke point. But here, a Phoenix wall to cut off the site so they can first peek backside, see no one there. And once that flash goes through, the Neon is on you in an instant. And that's always going to be a possibility. You smoke them off, that could very well play to their advantage if they land that flash out of it. And no matter how far back you are, bet your ass, Spike Scene can be on you in a second. It's a great round for Leviathan. 3 in a row now. Economy built up nicely, and GE in a pretty rough spot for this round. We should see things go 8-8.
They've at least got a couple of weapons to play with, but this feels like the round for Leviathan to potentially even up that scoreline from such a massive deficit. And already Sato with that opening pick. It's going to make things that little bit tougher. All being claimed on the other side. Will at least be something to play with, but King has caught one more. He thought that that area of the map was safe. Instead, there's not much to play with. Let's listen in to Lev.
O que vai querer fazer?
Vai juntar com vocês só.
Juntamos, vamos para aqui B?
Vou pela manhã com vocês.
Tem uma paranoia, tá? Quer splitar? Que a gente tá...
Não. Vai ligar a hora e abrir uma meia.
Tá.
Vai abrir aqui nós dois.
Bora.
Eu só te fiz o B, tá, guys? Botou B agora.
Bora. Vai abrir meia. Tô com você.
Nem vou aqui na caixa mesmo.
Fade B.
Tá só, ainda se o cara taca...
Ah, tá, é só trade, Guys,
vamos fazer parede, tá?
AD segura bang?
Vai ficar aqui.
AD segura bang, hein?
Nice, temos tempo, tá? Só 3 aqui.
Well, you could hear the call to move back to B. That's where the finish is coming in. And Leviathan have an easy time. GE are now having to make a bit of a blind read, and their call is to move towards the A site. Wrong side of the map. So Lev find themselves an easy entry. And a 5v2. The question is, with all the damage done already, he was going to go for the orb and then the plant, but they've decided to distribute that differently. Time obviously a factor there as well. But yeah, I think at this point, GE just saved those weapons. It definitely looks like that was the idea, as they sit down now, bunker down towards the spawn. As far as this round goes for Leviathan, I love the ideas. They take opening fight on B, immediately reset to that mid control, and the patience on display, knowing they're up against a bit of a mix buy and not wanting to be caught off by the numbers. Waiting that long, got them autumn just walking up. Exactly what they needed to do.
But it's very controlled. I think that's important when, considering how that last half went, they were losing like to clutch moments even all the way to the end of the half. And basically coming in, winning the pistol, it seems to put them right back into the right headspace again. And that's something that I think a lot of people underestimate, that this is an incredibly young team. Like, other than King, who's been around the block at least a little bit, you're talking about 18 and 19-year-old players. When you win the pistol second round and come out with only 4 rounds in a half, I wouldn't blame you if you came out completely mentally boomed. You look at them in that round, perfectly controlled. It looks like they're right back in the headspace, and that's why you can see that pause coming through, because that hefty lead, that momentum that was there for GE has dissipated, and I think Frost has realized, okay, now we need to stop Leviathan from running away with this second half.
Exactly, a very different vibe when it comes to this half than what we've seen so far, even going back to Fracture. The Leviathan, it feels like they really have found the solution, and like you said, this deep in a series as well. We've seen many a team just hit that mental boom. And with Leviathan being a young team as well, that's always going to be something that's in the back of our minds. But they've proven to be able to stand that test of time, even on the international stage. This timeout from GE, definitely dangerous. This is a full buy that they're going into. If they can capture even a fraction of the light that they had over on Fracture, over on Pearl, this is going to be a completely different game. But a good sign for Leviathan, especially slowing it down, dealing with Autumn's late play to try to take space back, dealing with that low buy. Looked like very few mistakes.
Also, look at the credits. Look at the position they find themselves in just 4 rounds into the second half. The lowest credits are 5,900. So it's not just that GE need a round. They need to repeat rounds to make sure their opponents can't just buy back in again. Now, the one good thing, Udatan, 1 away from that showstopper, but just look at the change of pace. And they're gone! They're gone! They've taken a pause and immediately it's over! 10 seconds into the round and G have to save! That couldn't have gone any worse for Global Esports.
They sent 3 players to ramp, and I think there was a wall up, it didn't matter. 3 players there, and moments later, the site is open for business. A save is being called, and, well, Tom, you just seconds ago pointed out where the credits were at for Leviathan. 5.9K on the lowest player. By the way, everyone else was up a lot higher, closer to that 7 mark. Well, now I think they're going to be in a bit of a stronger spot. If they survive with all 5 players here, we're talking max money across the board. We were neck and neck, but it felt like Leviathan had the upper hand, and now they've used it to chokeslam GE. Although they're only 1 round ahead, they're miles ahead in this half.
Oh, that's so rough. Like, the fact that you even have the right read of where they're going to be and you just get slaughtered. Like, that was less than 10 seconds. That round ended basically immediately. And okay, they'll at least get to hold on to a couple of the weapons. It's not quite going to be max cash across the entirety of the board, which is a silver lining. Really isn't a silver lining. But that's insanity. And that has got to bludgeon the confidence of GE. You're in the right place at the right time, but everything went wrong.
Yeah, as far as silver linings go, I think, well, guys, at least they can't buy 3 times in a row. Probably isn't what you want to be hearing on map 3
they probably can.
Of an opening series. Leviathan, yeah, I suppose they probably can anyways. That's one hell of a start. He is just running around Spike Scene. Looks like he owns the place. He'll be shut down after 1 more, but enough should already be done. Leviathan running away with every fight. Patman may try his best, and he's got backup. But what he doesn't have is targets, because they have fled the site, running to plant on A, but they might not even get a chance with only one man left. GE, they put up one hell of a fight. In fact, they started this series with dominance. But things have certainly changed in this final half of the series. Sees Leviathan hit another power level.
I feel like I'm going to end this game with egg on my face. I said that the one thing that this defensive side had was utility to delay. I don't know where it's been. I don't know where it's gone, because we are seeing opening kills come in the sub 5-second mark. It just runs straight up mid and killed 2 players. They know he's coming. It's not being subtle about it. And then it's just a domino effect.
Keep in mind, that's a team that won the first 2 rounds in the first half and got bodied from that point forward. And the vibes are immaculate. Double digits found for Leviathan. 2 rounds to the good. The economy stacked in their favor and their opponents on a very low buy. It's even going to start with a fake to the B side. They want to drag the rotates, but B stand in position. Stand ready to fight. Sheriffs have spotted at least 2 more. They're looking for this battle. Now Blows is down, and look what he had with him. Not only a rifle gifted, but the spikes on the floor now.
And this is a round that G desperately need to convert. Your opponents have been winning, and they've been winning cleanly. An upset round, a spanner in the works, a knock to the confidence is imperative at this stage. If there's any way back into the map, it has to be here, it has to be now. In the past, you might talk about damage. The damage has become irrelevant. And a TP across the map. Everybody from G is now here. Close angle, cleared. Sato already. But there come the trades, thick and fast, running it down. Only Neon standing in their way. Still hasn't been able to retrieve that spike.
30 seconds left.
And G are not giving anything away. They know how important this round is.
They knew he was going to be spamming that as well. Hoping someone was inside the smoke, but they'll give him the spike. You have 15 seconds. Where are you going to go? Plant needs to be found soon. 10 seconds till we can't plant anymore. And well, I think at this stage, he's given up on the round. Gonna take down as many as he can, but another orb gifted to Autumn, and a Mastercard Thrifty keeps GE in this game.
Yeah, as said, imperative. They needed something to break that 6-round momentum. They needed a hero to step up to the plate, and they got a couple. Both Crystal and Yudotan.
10 seconds left.
And in fact, it was almost the entirety of the squad finding a kill with those Sheriffs. It came out of absolutely nowhere. But that could just be enough to bring them back from the haze that they seem to be in. Still, Leviathan have the lead, and in case we hadn't hammered it home enough, they have enough money to buy.
Yeah, in case you missed that little talked about detail. Credit sat very high for Leviathan. Another full buy-in, presence towards the B site. Spam's looking dangerous, but that molly forced Pac-Man out of the corner. In the meantime, though, Leviathan oh, they've almost lost Sato.
That's okay, though, because he has his ult.
Yeah.
If he finds a spot to use it, that heals him back up.
Autumn. It's a big risk. Even walking through that in the first place, but now he's got the angle to hold on to. Orb about to fade, though. It's time to fall back.
Has to leave. This time a lot more tentative. Think back to those fast-paced winning rounds. We were talking about them being done in 10 seconds. Autumn is still trying to play with fire around this smoke instead. That ult's been used on the other side. It drags the eyes of the opponents, and that was the goal. It gives them some middle control. Still, Harvey has some utility to play with. If he can get one and throw the slow, instead he's gone. Spike Scene wins that fight. Now the players within the B side are being surrounded, but it seems like they've realized back to the other side of the map they go. But can Yudotan be their demon, be the Reaper on the back of the A site?
They saw so many players on that B side. They might not expect him to be tucked in like this. We've seen it from him before, but now with 12 seconds left, one strike from Yudotan. Could have saved the day, but they'll still get this fight. Still moves to the side, and King cuts off the rotates. Pac-Man 1 against 4. The spike already planted, and he'll only get his first. 11 locked in for Leviathan, the lead with a bit more leeway to it.
Good mid-rounding again. The information fed through to the IGL to make that last-second decision, and also just the timing of where they swing onto Yudatan. He didn't really have a chance of getting more than one there. He had to commit to one of the angles. He knew there was a player behind him. Maybe he faces the other way, he gets both, but you could never know that. That's such a gamble. And that second timeout now called for Global Esports. Think back to the last half. Think to them, 8-4. Winning a multitude of rounds in a row, 7 of 8 going their way. And now they sit 2 rounds down, and it's their coaching staff's last chance in regulation to save them from defeat.
Well, Leviathan's ability to keep themselves in this game has been impressive. You go back to Fracture, there were moments where it felt like it would slip away, and it's certainly, with a little bit of bias coming out of that first map, you can understand why. GE came in looking strong. They showed us that they had individuals across the board. Crystal had a life game to open up this series. Yudatan on map 2. My goodness, he was on fire. But now Leviathan have very much woken up. The lead is theirs and a chance to right the wrongs of this series so far. Well and truly within reach. They come into this round as well. Ults to play with. True on both sides. You have that pit. The person with the pit does currently have an operator, no shields. It's an unusual look, Tom. Maybe not the round we see the pit come into play. What is the idea behind this? Where's Autumn going?
I think just because it's been a game of smoke and mirrors in mid, he's going to try and just cut through that smoke with a knife. And that knife is a sniper rifle. The problem is, just look at the ruse that's almost being sold. It's been obliterated with the judge. They nerfed those, didn't they? I thought that wasn't allowed anymore. That operator gone. But this wasn't even the main game plan. This was almost just a ruse to give them space elsewhere.
They're going to drop
They're going to have to try and jump down together, but instead he's jumping towards them. 2 kills. Another halfway done. And pressure onto Patman. He doesn't know how much control's already been taken by Leviathan. Another solid round from them. The ruse from SpikeZine sent through, and then the rest of the players were just making their way into mid. There's the pit on the other side as well. Surely there's no way back into this.
There's no way you even try. Not when there's an AWP on the floor, not when Yudatan's already 40 HP. And look at the pit, it's formed perfectly going in towards that little hallway. You're never making it out of there alive. Even if you had the numbers. Leviathan on 12, guaranteed at this point. And considering how we started this out, Tom, it really does feel like the shoe's on the other foot now. Leviathan pushing and pulling the map perfectly, finding these pacey opening pickups as well, using that Neon Judge into the vent. They have full control of the map, and thinking back to Pearl, that was the problem. It was always the other way around.
The annoyance as well, if you're on the GE side, is that call is almost certainly, you're going to do that, maybe you just get Vents control, maybe you die and we get mid. Like, you're trying to pull people away so that we can get that control for free. Instead, he gets 2 and, well, almost a third kill.
2.5 men, yeah.
Yeah. And then the crazy thing is, well, we might call that like, oh, you throw a spanner in the works. Yep. He threw a grenade in the works. He basically blew up the whole round for GE before they even got started. Now it's a jumble sale. A sheriff, that operator saved, a judge in the pit, but with no shields. This is a nightmare to try and climb back from, and Leviathan are right where they want to be.
Welcome to my world.
Paranoia for Patman's going to be used to try to delay them. You can already see the pace picked up by Leviathan, and they've managed to find the trade. Neon lays his life down, but the reward is clear. Favor for Leviathan now in what could be the final round. Viper's Pit already put into play. A res online, but, well, that player's not quite reachable, and Leviathan aren't even going to let them close to the site. Already pushing deep into the spawn, looking for this fight.
Going up. So much ground held. It's something that they just can't allow to happen. The Stinger, not the weapon for this round, but I was going to say it might be worth it in that scenario. They managed to cross, but 2 players into the spawn. It's going to be an issue. They need to get rid of them, and it's all just falling apart. The red's available, it's being used, but there's another player just waiting round the corner. And from the depths of defeat, Leviathan will climb back into the game. 13-9 victory. They take the series.
Well, they may be a young team, but There's a reason this team was so close to being America's #1. And they came out here today and showed us exactly that. Fracture and split. A recovery that I wasn't sure we were gonna see.
No.
Map 1 was devastation. Owner came out on the stage and he said, the boys were nervous, but it's fine. The series is just starting. And look at them now. Who would have believed him?
It's really impressive. I think G fought tooth and nail that first map, dominant, and the second map very easily could have been theirs, but that's the thing that's so impressive. The resilience of such a young team. King, the piece that has survived for so long, with 4 new superstars alongside him, and honestly, I don't know how far this team can go, but if this match has proved anything, it's that just because you win a map, it doesn't mean they're out of the game.
Well, that is for sure. No matter how dominant the first may be, it's a best-of-3 for a reason. Leviathan reverse sweeping to kick off their run here at Masters London. And no doubt, putting a target on their back now, showing they're here to play on the international stage. It's got to feel good to bounce back, and let's see just how good as we go over to the Verizon post-match interview with Sato, and we've got a little surprise for him.
The party has well and truly started. I'm afraid I have to crash it and just extract Sato, if that's okay, Sato. He's got so many fans here. They've been going absolutely wild in London. Sato, can I just talk to you?
What was that question?
So, the first question is about Pearl, because Global Esports would not let you play your game. So how did you manage to find it again on the next 2 maps?
Okay, so they beat my ass in the first game. I couldn't do anything, like I couldn't shoot. They were just owning us, and we just we went back at the end. We were like, it was still a bad scoreboard, but we felt like we were getting better. I also feel like the nerves was a little bit high on the first map, and then we stabilized after that. And I think our team is a really good team, resetting between maps. So it was just natural for us.
What's the key to resetting?
Man, we have a saying. We have fish memory. We always say it because fish forget everything. So we just say, let's have fish memory and forget about what just happened and just focus on the next one.
Well, you definitely remembered who you were on Split. Can you talk to me about how you managed to change the pace in that second half?
I think we were really confident in the way that we play on the tech side, and I feel like defense we couldn't adapt to certain things. They were playing really well the post plants, and honestly, it was a really great match.
What's it like being surrounded by all your fans here in London?
This feels great. This feels great.
And there are so many who want to meet you. And in fact, I think I met your biggest fan earlier, so I don't know if I can introduce you to them now. She's called Adriana. And she just so happens to be your mum. And she's clearly incredibly proud of Sato, seeing him perform so well here in London. But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to find out who her son is playing next. Because Valorant doesn't wait for any mothers, and I should know because I am one. So welcome everyone to the Draw Show, our very first of the event here at Masters London. I'm joined by Nick. Nick, can you remind us of the rules here?
Hey everybody, so we're going to be doing the round 2 Swiss draw today. There's a couple things to keep in mind. For us, regional matchups are permitted. Also, repeat matchups aren't allowed, but that's impossible for round 2. How the draw is going to work today is we're going to do the first 1-0, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we'll do the 0-1s, where it's 1, 2, 3, 4. The takes right here is the teams that lose in round 2 as 0-1 will be eliminated. The teams that win as 1-0 will be advancing to playoffs.
So Swiss is basically like mini double elimination.
Yes, absolutely.
All right then, so I guess you need to put your hands into the balls on the right first, the 1-0s. So without further ado, will Leviathan be in this first ball? Let's see. Draw that ball, Nick. You're keeping me in suspense. Never keep a woman waiting. Okay. Oh, from Europe. It's Vitality. We've got special magnetic bees on the board. So we'll put that there. Now, they're not going to be playing the next ball because that's a new matchup that Nick is going to be drawing next. So who won't be playing Vitality, Nick? Hands on the balls. Give it a swizzle. Nick has trained for years at Riot Games for this moment. And they will be playing NRG. Oh, I can already tell that's a banger matchup.
Well,
it's not a matchup. Whoever plays NRG is going to be a banger matchup. It's not going to be against Vitality. But if they both win, it's going to be a banger matchup. All right, saved. Phew, Nick, quick. Distract them from my mistake. Please get your hands on the balls. Who are Vitality going to be playing? That's what we actually want to know now. Ooh. And we're allowed to see Vitality play foot now, Nick.
Yep.
Regional matchups are not banned in round 2 like they were in round 1. That's going to be a grudge match. And now, those of you who have just been watching the most recent series will know which name is in this ball. It is, of course, Leviathan. Leviathan, what do we think? Do you want to see them play NRG? We're used to this matchup in America, of course. Okay, we're out of our 1-0 balls. So, Nick, please do the honors and draw out your first ball from the 0-1 groups. This is a last chance match. Very important. And it is DRG. Let's get them on the board. And next up, our second matchup from the 0-1 groups. Remember, they're not playing DRG. This is a brand new matchup in our lower Swiss bracket. Crack that fate open, Nick. It is Global Esports. And I know the fans are going to be turning out for this one, aren't you? So close for Global Esports today. I need to see more of those Udotang clutches. I need those injected into my eyes again, please. Okay, Nick, who are DRG going to be playing? And inside the ball, we have XLG. It's another regional matchup, everyone. Let's whack it on the board. Which might mean that in the last ball is yet another regional matchup. Let's see. You didn't even swizzle that, Nick. I can't believe it. There you go. We have Full Sense playing Global Esports, which, you know what? I am so excited for, Nick, because we get to see this matchup happen in person in London rather than watching it from our sofas on VCT Pacific. So we are in for a treat. But Nick, remind us, this isn't the schedule, is it? You've actually got to go and decide when these are going to be on the broadcast.
Yep, absolutely. So this will not be the final schedule. What's going to happen is after this draw show, I'm going to run into the back and we're going to finalize the schedule. Stay tuned to social media where we'll be posting it.
Nick, I've actually been told that you were not allowed to run, but you were allowed to walk gracefully down the stairs and to the back rooms where you will decide with the team when we're going to see these matchups. As Nick mentioned, watch out on the socials to find out when to tune in or when to be here with us in London. Thank you so much for joining us for the draw show. Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you, London. We'll see you tomorrow.
Welcome back to the desk. What a draw show. We're joined by King. Congratulations on the win today. Our first map 3 of VCT Masters London. Now, we have to get your thoughts on the draw show there. What do you think? It's a regional matchup.
I mean, Masters London was all a dream. It's just VCT again, all regions at the same time. No, but like, this is crazy. I never saw this coming. Like, I guess I saw maybe we could have played NRG, but all regions, like, it's crazy.
Would you have preferred to play a different region?
I mean, yeah, it's way funner to face other playstyles, other teams. And I played NRG the whole time, so just...
Who would you have wanted to play if you could?
Sorry?
Who have you wanted to play on this Swiss stage if you could?
I mean, any European teams only, either with Vitality or Food, it would have been fun.
Is there a reason why you'd want to place one of the European teams?
Not really, just because as I said, I played Energy so much already, and I mean, I don't want to see them again.
Okay. But NRG, I mean, what do you think is going to shake out this time? You guys have obviously reset a little bit since Americas. You're on a different soil. The air is a little bit different here in London. There's a lot of rain. How do you think it's going to pan out against NRG the next time around?
I think it's going to be a lot of, both of us know each other a lot. We have a lot of, we know how we play. We know we have anti on each other team. So it's going to be a lot of preparation. As soon as we get to the hotel, we're going to have to like talk about the maps and of course like re-see what we had against them on EWC. So it's just going to be who prepares better and who's shooting harder.
Cool. And then going deeper into the tournament, a narrative going here, like, just one sec, like, I'm a big Lev fan right now. I'm enjoying watching you guys play quite a lot. I like the set strats. But one thing that some of the critics are saying is that you play with a very set style. You have a lot of structure, a lot of strategies. And obviously against NRG, they might be able to pick that apart a little bit. But going further into the tournament, is it a worry, your style at all?
Not really. I think, as you said, we do have like a lot of rounds prepared and stuff. But at the same time, we are getting to know us also better, and we are learning so much from of course, like people seeing what we do. And for example, I'm gonna give you Split as an example. Like it's so hard right now for teams to like actually tell what we're doing because of course everyone's like, oh, they're gonna go B, they're gonna do the wall, blah blah blah. But we're mixing so much stuff. So I think we're gonna evolve a lot in this tournament, and I'm sure everyone's gonna be like, oh, they look different.
Yeah, I think it's a really good style for this event in particular, like a lot of rookies. But do you see like maybe in the future going further, like let's say further into the year, do you think that style you might be kind of growing out of it maybe?
I mean, I don't know. It's just that we're very comfortable with playing that, and also we do have like times that we just do like not like random stuff, but we just like mix stuff, and we're trying to not get into this loop of like trying to do the same, you know?
Sure. Well, let's take a look at the brackets now. It's our first all-regional Swiss stage ever in VCT history, which is absolutely bonkers. So, of course, we're going to NRG versus Lev, Vitality versus Foot, DRG versus XLG, and Global against Full Sense. And, King, I want to ask you, you know, in that first map, things looked really shaky. It was not the Lev that we were expecting to come in, but your teammate just now, Sato, was saying that, you know, you guys have the goldfish memory tactic. Moving forward now, I mean, how confident is this? Are you guys in full form right now? Like out of 10, like is this the Lev that you want going through this tournament?
I mean, as I said to Minnie, I think this match was also very good to like learn. I felt like Global had a very good idea on how to play against our defense on Pearl. So that's also something I'm gonna take home for myself. And I mean, I think we're not at peak form right now. We're very shaky, as you said, also on the first map, without taking the props from Global. But we're so tense, so nervous. I think it's normal. Everyone's first international. I've had a lot, but at the same time, it's so hard to like give everyone like the comfort to like relax. So after losing and realizing how we're playing, it's like, okay, guys, this is not us. Let's reset and let's go forward to this match how we know how to play.
Are you saying anything to the rookie players on your team that are kind of having their first experience at the global stage to hype them up and get them confident for this event?
Yeah, after we lost first map, I had a talk like in first on Agent Select, and I told them we have no reason to be nervous. We have no reason to be tense. I told them, guys, please look to your left, look to all the crowd, look at everyone cheering. So I tried to hype them up that the experience they're living is something one in a kind. I even told them, even if we end up qualifying to champs, I want you guys, this to be your match on the year to be unforgettable, because it's the first time you're playing the international stage.
That's right. Or look to your left. Look at Sato screaming his head off and trying to high-five your entire team. That energy was absolutely amazing. And we can see why everyone is so hyped for Lev right now. With that said, we're going to have to close the show. Thank you so much, King, for joining us. Congratulations, and thank you for giving us such a banger game. And we have more tomorrow, guys. So stay tuned, and we'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Masters London action.
Refrigerator!
One enemy remaining.
Calm now, calm.
Face your fear.
Yes! Oh my...
Spike planted. Resta um minuto. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Show me how to feel alive, pull me in and hold me tight. Show me how to feel alive. I need you to move your body and feel the rhythm.
Let the party lit from the night till the morning.
Show me how to feel alive. Hold me close and let it ride. Show me how to feel alive. Pull me in and hold me tight. Show me how to feel alive. I need you to move your body and feel the rhythm.
Let the party lit from the night till the morning.
Show me how to I'm waiting for my brain to form. Till my mom that builds a home. 'cause I'm stuck in a hole and I can't get out. It's up and down, wasting time on a sunken couch. Feeling love while I'm drowning with my finger. I'm losing all my thoughts. When the sun's in the sky, I'm still stuck in bed. When there's fire in my heart, it just sinks like lead. I'm losing all my thoughts to you. I'm losing all my thoughts to you.